Harrison Day, though, quickly back underneath. Archie O'Brien looking to attack and make the most, but forced in the end to back out as they run their way through the fastest sector on the circuit before a key overtaking opportunity. Archie O'Brien, speaking of overtaking opportunities and riders that love moves, that's one of them. Wilson Dilks, though, so confident on the brakes. Harrison Day doing enough to thwart the attack, but the focus has to be Byron Johnson, because he's a rider that knows how to defend, knows how to position the bike. We saw it yesterday. You want as many opportunities, as many tries to get past him, because he's not going to make it easy in the defence.
Absolutely. Again, remember, Vice Championship on the line. Byron Johnson currently in the driving seat, a 2-point advantage over Archie O'Brien. Meanwhile, Finley Polehill 42 points back. If the gap is bigger than 25 points at the end of this race, you are eliminated from contention for the Vice Championship, so it doesn't paint a pretty picture, unfortunately, for Finley Polehill. A very disappointing qualifying for the 199. He was rapid out on track yesterday, but just had to carve his way through bike after bike, costing him time, so he's going to need to put in the race of his season if he wants to stay in it. But he has worked his way up to the back of this leading pack, and I think he may have just launched a move up the inside to get up into 5th place as well, and indeed he has. What was a 4-bike fight for the lead yesterday is 6 bikes today.
Let's bring it on. The LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70s never fail to intrigue through turn number 2, and of course there's Wilson Dilks eyeing up the move on Harrison Day. Of course, got a really poor start with a slight bit of contact, unseated ever so slightly, recovering really well. There you can see Travis Shaw trying to keep Finley Polehill at bay as well. The 11 of Harry Payne involved, so this might not just be a 6-bike train, it could well be a 7-bike train for the lead. 8 laps left to go at the line into the chicane hairpin style corner at the back end of the circuit once more, and of course it's still Byron Johnson that's leading. He's got a nice little bit of breather room back to Harrison Day, so much so that he's not really being forced to look over his shoulder. There's a move to the inside, goodness me. Finley Polehill gets past Travis Shaw and into the top 5.
Nice stuff from Finley Polehill, textbook move, but made it stick as Harrison Day looks to the inside of Byron Johnson, both an attacking and a defensive move. Looking to the inside, of course, of the 37R race leader, but also trying to go on the defensive from Wilson Dilks behind. Look at this, it's like a Moto 3 race out there at the moment. All of them nose to tail. Couldn't fit a cigarette paper between them as they fly through the middle sector into this big left-hander before the awkward and tricky hairpin into the chicane. Once again, we see Harrison Day on the inside, thinking about making a move, also thinking about potential attacks from the champion Wilson Dilks behind him. And look at that, look how close they are all running. This is amazing stuff here at Ellough Park to kick off the final day of this season as they make it 7 laps left to run. Harrison Day now to the inside and does make it work. Byron Johnson will get the up and under, doesn't get the drive though. It's the 15, the pole sitter, that now leads.
Nicely done from Harrison Day. He's able to now cement himself at the front. The track position important, but of course, can he defend? A look immediately, and there's contact, and Byron Johnson goes down. Harrison Day continues on. He's up, he's okay, he's back to the bike. It's frustration for Byron Johnson, who on the very hasteful counter-attack makes contact and goes down. That is now 7 bikes down to 6 with 6.5 laps to go.
That, I'm afraid, for Byron Johnson was a gap that was always going to disappear. It was just a bit too far back to force Harrison Day to sit up. And of course, let's think about the Vice Championship. That has huge implications. He had a 2-point advantage coming into this race ahead of Archie O'Brien. Now, if he's out and down, that is going to swing the complete opposite way and could very well be a 14-15 point gap in Archie O'Brien's favour, who's now up in the podium places. That's also allowed Harrison Day to extend a bit of a gap back to Wilson Dilks. Everyone obviously got off the throttle to let the accident happen, to avoid what was going on in front. Harrison Day, though, he was in front of the accident, lucky to stay on given the contact between himself and Byron Johnson, but it just means he's been able to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because that rear wheel contact there, you often would see maybe both bikes go down, but Harrison Day probably just was able to tip it, balance the bike ever so slightly better, stay on, and then, of course, as you say, capitalise on the chaos behind, build a bit of a gap. He's searching, of course, for his second race victory in the 70s this season. He's got a pretty good chance of doing so. 5 5 laps at the line, but a fastest lap there set by Wilson Dilks into a 48.0. Pretty quick lap time, still away off the lap record times, but early doors, maybe we could see them closing in towards race 3. Finley Polehill searching for the gap on Archie O'Brien, but now Archie, he's wise. He knows he's in a fight for the Vice Championship. He just saw Byron Johnson goes down. He knows how important these positions and, more importantly, the points are going to be if he wants to take P2 at the end of the season.
Of course, every rider out there wants to win the race. That's what you do. You race to win, but championship implications are so important. Of course, Archie was the main challenger, really, to Wilson Dilks for the whole season until a very disappointing weekend at Rowra, where ultimately it all came to an end, that championship battle. Now he knows Byron Johnson's gone down, his main rival for the Vice Championship. He just needs a strong position in this race, and heading into race number 3 later on, all of the cards are in his favour, which is also why if Finley Polehill has the pace to continue to attack him, I'm not sure he'll put up too much of a defensive effort. He knows there's no real point fighting. He's still picking up a massive points advantage over his main rival in Byron Johnson. Archie's going to race hard. He's going to race hard. Almost 3 laps left to go in this one as they fly into the hairpin chicane section. And it's all spread out a little bit over the front, of course, after that incident. The main battle currently for the final podium place is O'Brien versus the hard-charging Finley Polehill.
Yeah, Finley Polehill, what could have been should he have got a better qualifying, but that is the brutality of it. The qualifying session sets the grid for the entirety of the weekend. There's a look to the inside of T1 from Finley Polehill, definitely eyeing it up, showing his cards, applying the pressure to Archie O'Brien, who has had to be very defensive for the best part of this season. He's gotten used to how to position the bike. Let's see if he's able to execute it on what could well be one of the most important weekends of the entire season. He's been one of the most consistent riders, always up there inside the top 4 on pace. And of course, what could have been, should the season have just gone ever so slightly better, he's yet to take a victory and is right now on course to take P2 in the championship.
And what a massive P2 that would be as they come into the hairpin session, soon to be the penultimate lap of this race. What a move there by Finley Polehill. Man, oh man, oh man, that was laid on the brakes, wasn't it? The door ever so slightly ajar. Finley Polehill was coming with a police key almost and just smashed it wide open up into the podium places. What a race it has been for the 199. O'Brien drops down to 4th. Can he stay on the tail of the rider up in front? At the front of the pack, Harrison Day has a half a second gap over Wilson Dilks himself. 2 seconds ahead of these two. The front pair have bolted away, but that was a lovely move by Finley Polehill, and just goes to show, if you lose your concentration for just a moment out here in the LS2 Mini GP 70s, it can all come to an end and you can lose your places like that.
Of course, Finley Polehill did the exact same move on Travis Shaw earlier on in the race, so clearly that's a confident corner for him, able to send it on the brakes. Of course, through that final corner, you want to sweep wide to get the exit for obviously the flat-out right-hander to finish off the lap, and then the straight that precedes it afterwards. So being able to send it down the inside, and the natural race line forces you wide, the inside opens up. Finley Polehill was able to find his way through. Battle for the lead, though, it must be said, on the final lap of the race. It's Harrison Day, it's Wilson Dilks through the left-hander for the final time into the fastest section on the circuit, and a key overtaken opportunity maybe for the 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 champion. He's taken 13 wins so far. Will it be a 14th or will it be a second for Harrison Day? 2 more corners left to go, bit of traffic to contend with, but I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to do so. Could it be a drag race to the line? Harrison Day accelerates towards the checkered flag, takes the checkered flag for them, and is absolutely enthralled with excitement. It's the second time this season, and once again Harrison Day on top at Ellough Park after a titanic battle with the champion. What a race that was, but it wasn't done easily.
Yeah, almost came to a disastrous end after that contact with Byron Johnson, but recovered perfectly, kept his cool, kept his calm, and takes another race win, his second of the season. I spoke to his mum earlier on today, and she said the mood in the camp, a little bit of nerves. They were a bit nervous. He wasn't quite finding his feet with the race starts, especially from pole position. They needn't not worry anymore. What a race win there for Harrison Day. Wilson Dilks gave it a go later the day. but ultimately did it come into fruition. Amazing job. Harrison Day takes his second race win of the season. Wilson Dilks, your champion in P2, with Finley Polehill rounding out the podium. What a charge from him. Arch O'Brien comes home in P4 with Travis Shaw 5th, Matthew Thomas in P6. Harry Payne was 7th, Taylor Tomlinson in 8th, Henry McIntosh was 9th, with Beth Ashby in P10. Harris Watson was 11th, followed by Lucy Curtis, George Ackerman and Riley Paisley. Byron Johnson, DNF. No points there for him. That is huge for the championship. The gap now 11 points in Arch O'Brien's favour in that fight for the Vice Championship. That's massive.
One race left to go, and what this means is that if Byron Johnson wins race number 3, Archie O'Brien just needs to be on the podium. Any lower than second place, and Archie can get away with just being inside pretty much the top 7, actually. No, top 6. He needs to be inside the top 6, otherwise Byron would get it on countback. So all the pressure is on Byron Johnson. Archie O'Brien is in control into that final race for the Vice Championship, which is, of course, the biggest sport of intrigue for the 70s. But, of course, we'll see them back later for race number 3.
Race number 2 awaits us in the AC40 Rookies. And man, oh man, oh man, what a race we have on our hands. What a championship battle we have on our hands. Nelly Knuth and Emilio Pereira separated by just 14 points coming into this second race of the weekend. Pereira had the pace yesterday. Knuth struggled early doors. A lucky red flag means the grid and the race got reset, and she was able to hang on to second, find that confidence. She looked a lot better today in the warm-up session as well. So maybe Pereira has a race on his hands. Again, if the gap is 25 points or more come the end of race number 2, Nelly Knuth is champion. But again, Emilio Pereira, he was so good yesterday, setting lap record after lap record and starting from the pole as well. Nelly Knuth alongside Tommy Williams starts in P3 with Jensen Cedras, Freddie Taylor and Joey Athsich on row 3, followed by Noah Barfoot and Austin Dilks. Finley Stiles and Reed Sachs will be round out the top 10. James Dermott's in P11 with Randy Carter P12. Seth James starts 13th, followed by Emerson Oakley, Ethan Bayliss and Logan Paisley. Daisy Grayson starts in 17th with Austin Bates in 18th, Claudia Dubman 19th and Oscar McAllister P20. Katie Reeson is 21st, Taylor Toole 22nd and Caden Bailey rounds out our grid of 23. So a huge race on our hands here. One where we could potentially see a champion crown, but it's all eyes on that front row. It's all eyes on Pereira and Nelly Knuth to decide who's going to be champion.
It's going to be a theatrical finish between the pair of them. They've been doing battle all season long. They've traded wins. Of course, between the two of them, they've taken the vast majority of the race wins this season. The only other rider to win has been Jensen Cedras, who took 2 last time we took to Ellough Park, in fact, in race 2 and race 3. That is right now. Jensen Cedras, of course, starting quite far up. He could well be an outside shot, maybe, to disrupt the championship proceedings. It's all lined up on the grid, and it'll be all eyes to the lights. There you can see Cedras warming himself up alongside Tommy Williams. They get the point. The championship could be decided. Nelly Knuth, Emilio Pereira in the front row. Lights out. Let's go racing for the second time today at Ellough Park, and the second time for the rookies. Good launch from pole position, but an even better one from Nelly Knuth as she takes the lead of the race into turn number 1. And this could be huge for the championship. There you can see Jensen Cedras able to hang on to 4th place as the 36, in fact, of Noah Barfoot gets a sensational launch into turn number 1. It's all chaotic in the background, but most importantly, it's Nelly Knuth that leads from Emilio Pereira.
That was the start that Nelly Knuth leaded. She's already won 1 championship this year with the FAB-Racing all-female rider competitor cup, brought to you by the House of Moto. Now she's got a prime opportunity to put one hand on the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup as well. Brilliant getaway from second on the grid. Emilio Pereira, though, we know how fast he is feeling, we know how ruthless he is feeling, and we know that he's back in the lead already coming into the Stadium Bend section, and the pole sitter slides back up in front. If Pereira is P4 or lower, if Knuth wins, then Nelly Knuth is champion. But Pereira is back in the lead as it stands. He will lead the opening lap. Nelly Knuth right in tow, and Noah Barfoot there as well, the number 36. What a great opening tour he's had But Jensen Cedras looking to the inside. Look at Tommy Williams as well. Tommy Williams is still mathematically in the championship fight, albeit by 1 point. To win the championship, he needs to win both races and hope that Nuth and Emilio Pereira don't score in either. So realistically, I think it's safe to say that Tommy Williams is out of this championship picture, but he's going to want to go out there, show what he can do and put on a great performance, and that's a lovely move from him as I say that up the inside. But it's all eyes on the front once again. Emilio Pereira, El Toro, starting to bridge a gap.
Yeah, he is indeed, of course. He's coined that nickname, and while he's very much living up to it, Noah Barfoot under pressure from Tommy Williams as he goes to the inside. Nice late braking manoeuvre from the 51, gets himself up and ahead into, of course, what is going to be third place as they round out of the final corner. It's Barfoot then from Cedras just in behind. There's Pereira, our race leader, setting the timing sheets ablaze at the front, leading the way. And of course, right now, he's putting his best foot forward for the championship. Cedras goes through on Barfoot, whose good start and that, of course, initial adrenaline rush seems to be wearing off. That pace dropping ever so slightly. Nice end to the inside, I think, from Finley Styles to the inside of Reed Saxby. It might well have been. Oh, goodness me, huge high side out of turn number 2. Who is that down? Oh, my word, that is not somewhere you often see that. I think his shoes came off as well.
Boots off. Wow, that's really not something you want to see, the boot coming off. Real shame there. And who was that? I believe it may have been Austin Dilks. It was Austin Dilks that's gone down. Luckily, he's up on his feet and okay. One of our roving marshals there to support as well. So shouldn't be any delays. Of course, a big thank you to our marshals this weekend helping us go racing as they have all season. But that was a massive high side and not what you want to see. A real shame for the number 85 of Austin Dilks. Back to the action though. Nelly Nuth under a lot of pressure from Tommy Williams, it must be said, as they fly down the front straight. Emilio Pereira has started to pull away at the front of the pack, but I'm noticing on our timing screens he's not appearing, so I'm wondering if a transponder issue there for Emilio Pereira. Just a reminder, if you do not have the transponder on your bike, it is an automatic disqualification, and well, in that circumstance, that will be championship over for Emilio Pereira. So let's hope that it's an issue either with our timing system or his transponder, and there is one on the bike. He's currently putting in a great effort though, leading out on the road. Nelly Nuth doing a great job to absorb that pressure from the 51 behind as well. That being said, Williams looks to the inside. That's a lovely little move. Door was open and Tommy Williams slides on through, but look at the drive from Nelly Nuth. Can't quite make it work. A great start, but seemingly just not quite able to hang on to the pace of the others around her at the moment.
Yeah, not quite. For whatever reason, she's not quite with it. There's a move to the inside as well to the final corner. So we've got a 4-bike train, even more so, just in behind that. But there is Tommy Williams fighting with Nelly Nuth, who, of course, has got that straight line speed. Looks to the inside. Jensen Cedras now knocking on the door. Williams and Cedras have been so strong all weekend long. Nelly Nuth has really been struggling to stay on terms with them. But now she needs to wake up. She needs to find an extra couple of tenths of a second if she maybe wants to come out on top in this championship. Of course, we'll update you with the Pereira situation. He's going to be lucky. If it's an issue, that's fine. If it's on the bike, he's fine. If it's off the bike, championship is done. And right now, Nelly Nuth is scoring enough points to wrap it up in race 2 should the 0 point go the way of Emilio Pereira. But if it's not the case, and he does take the win, right now it's going right down to the wire in race number 3 later on. Jensen Cedras applying the pressure to Nelly Nuth, who needs to keep him behind to maximise her point score and give her the best footing going into race 3 later on.
Absolutely. If they finish as they do now, the gap will be down to 5 points heading into race number 3. Not quite winner takes all, but close enough, as we see. And Tommy Williams now starting to bridge a slight gap ahead of Nelly Nuth. Finley Styles, meanwhile, continuing to do battle. That was Joey Atasic trying to slide on through. In fact, it was Noah Barfoot, should I say, who fell down the order a little bit coming across the start-finish line, but has managed to rocket his way back through down at turn number 1. So lovely stuff there. Noah Barfoot having the race of the season for him so far. It's been some solid finishes throughout the year, but with 2.5 laps left to run, he is on absolute fire as they fly around now. And look at him on the 36 looking supremely comfortable. Finley Styles right now just doesn't have an answer.
No, absolutely not. Not quite able to find the move. Of course, they'll be heading on to the penultimate lap next time by. Finley Styles trying to find a way through. Of course, we saw an audacious dive to the inside of T1 and T2 from the young rider on that all-white number 19, but not quite got the answer to Noah Barfoot, who's a little bit wide coming out of that penultimate corner. There are our leaders negotiating a bit of lap traffic. Jensen Cedras goes through on Nelly Nuth, as around the outside there goes Claudia Dudman in a fight a little bit further down the field as well. Nelly Nuth tries to respond into turn 2, doesn't quite quite have the bravery or the confidence to send it, not quite got the ability to stay ahead of Cedras, and that is another couple of points taken away, another 3 points taken away from Nelly Nuth in what is already an incredibly tight championship. A lap and a half left to go, and it could be slipping into the hands of Emilio Pereira.
If they finish as they do, presuming Pereira has the transponder, and I confirm he does have the transponder on the bike, it's just come up on our timing screen. This championship's still on. If they finish as they do, it's down to 2 points heading into race number 3. This time it is winner takes all. And man, oh man, the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup in 2024. Talk about drama as they fly round. Final lap will be starting very, very shortly as we see some of our riders heading through the final turn. There is your race leader, the number 31. 1 lap left to go. We thought maybe the transponder wasn't on the bike. That would be disqualification. That'd be championship over in a second. But it's come up. It's all okay. And Emilio Pereira suddenly is in the driving seat. He's already won other championships this year, and the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup could be heading his way if he continues this form, continues this pace across the rest of the weekend. If they finish as they do now, Nuth's advantage down to just 2 points. A few more corners to negotiate, a bit of lap traffic to work through for El Toro on the number 31. What a performance it has been. What a weekend it has been for that young man. And now as he rounds the final few corners, it is game on in 2024. Emilio Pereira takes the race win in race number 2 and brings the championship right down to the wire. What a performance from the 31. What a ride. And talk about getting the momentum in the championship late on. As Tommy Williams comes home in second, Jensen Cedras comes home in third, Nelly Nuth in fourth. The championship gap down to 2 points. Unfortunately for Tommy Williams, he is out of mathematical contention now for the championship and for the vice championship as well. We'll have to settle for third place in the standings, but 2 points in it. Winner takes all race 3, Zach Sweeney.
Let's bring it on. Oh my goodness me. Those two have been trading victories all season long. These young riders, they're still learning and getting to grips with how to ride the bike. The championship sometimes is the last thing they think of and how to deal with that pressure. And yet, it's the closest championship of all 10 that we've got in 2024 for FAB-Racing. Of course, these young riders, stars of the future, starting it today. There you can see the celebrations ready to be taken place. There's Gino, Emilio's brother, there, ready in front of the number 1 board to see his brother take the top spot and edge himself closer and closer to what could be a second title in 2024 and his first FAB-Racing British mini bike championship. It's so close, and we've got one more race to decide the rookies.
Emilio Pereira, he's been in the driving seat the last couple of rounds. I mean, since Rara, he's had 4 wins out of the last 5, 3 now on the spin as well. The boy is on absolute fire, and it's a winner-takes-all race number 3. Someone call up Hollywood, because you couldn't write this. They'll be back later on to decide who is the 2024 FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion. Coming up next, race number 2 for the OH Logistics LC40 Elite. A fantastic race yesterday, and although the championship is done and dusted, we saw Mason Frederick put in the race of his season, quite frankly, taking a fantastic win on that air-cooled bike as well, of course. Here in the LC40 Elite, you can use either the liquid-cooled, the more powerful bike, or you can use the less powerful air-cooled bike that you see in the Pros and the Rookies Cup. We had a lot of action to enjoy yesterday and some fantastic racing. Can Frederick do it again, though? Rex Austin as well, he looked on good form, picked up P3 as your champion of 2024, Logan Cousins. Ultimately came up short in his battle with Frederick. We believe there was a mistake at some point. We didn't quite catch what happened, but he went from not comfortable, but enough breathing room in the lead of the race to come home a distant P2, but it was an enjoyable battle while he was up there nonetheless. Let's run through your grid. It is your champion of 2024, Logan Cousins. He starts on pole with race winner in race number 1, Mason Frederick, starting alongside Rex Austin and Tommy Keats are on the second row with Caelan Ratcliffe in P5, Max Johnson in P6. Arthur Rich and Maxwell Keats, they're on row number 4, and Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson rounds out our 10-rider grid. Once again, a fantastic race yesterday. As always, in the Premier Junior Mini-Moto category here at FAB-Racing. And we're set for another barnstorming race. Again, we saw that Mason Frederick was able to keep pace with Logan Cousins for the early phases of yesterday's race. Of course, Cousins does have the machine advantage. He is on that liquid-cooled bike. It's a little bit more powerful, but he's also been flexing his muscles all season long, been showing why he is a deserved champion, been riding out of his skin. But a mistake, we believe, yesterday, ultimately coming to naught. Of course, the LC40 Elite brought to you by OH Logistics. It's a championship that a lot of runners have had to sit out for due to injuries. Unfortunately, of course, we lost Oliver Hall due to a broken arm while training just before round number 4 at Rowra. Arthur Rich as well had to sit out a big chunk of the season. He'd won a couple of races, and ultimately they've plummeted down the championship. So consistency can be key, and always is key. And of course, it's great to see Arthur back. We hope to see Oliver back in 2025. He's had to sit out the rest of the year as a result of that injury, but it hasn't taken away from the championship action at all. Cousins and Frederick on the front row of the grid, and we are set to go racing for race number 2 in the final round of 2024. It is all eyes to the red lights. It is lights out, and we are underway. Great start there by Logan Cousins. He slots into the lead as Frederick files in behind him down into turn 1. And now they launch their way down this small back straight before the big right-hand double apex to turn 2. Caelan Ratcliffe trying to keep in tow, but I believe Tommy Keats was able to get the advantage coming off the line, and indeed he was. So Keats now up into 3rd place. He had a great race one yesterday. Let's see if he can continue that form moving forward. All of them making their way through the pack, trying to filter into formation. It can be very chaotic early doors as you just try and find where you're supposed to sit in the race, where your race pace is, what your plan is. Right now, though, the man without a plan is Logan Cousins, because he just needs to get on the thing and go fast, and crucially avoid the mistake that he made yesterday, whatever that mistake was, to take what should be yet another win in 2024. But Mason Frederick keeping him honest as they finish lap 1. Cousins leads, Frederick P2, and now that is Rex Austin, in fact, that's up into P... No, it is Tommy Keats that's up into P3, in fact. No, it is Rex Austin. Not sure what's going on there. Rex Austin up into P3, apparently. But just behind him, Caelan Ratcliffe as well. Yeah, exactly. There's Max Johnson trying to find his way through. Not quite able to. On that occasion, that's the number 8 of Tommy Keats just ahead. So making some good progress on that previous lap. Of course, for Mason Frederick right now, all he needs to do is finish ahead of Rex Austin in order to clinch that Vice Championship in this race. He's doing a brilliant job of doing it thus far. 8 laps left to go, 7 at the line. Frederick right now is in prime position to take P2 in what has been such a tight Elite Championship behind Logan Cousins, who's been dominant in his stature. There's Maxwell Keats looking to the inside, not quite able to find his way through in their fight with Max Johnson, and of course Tommy Keats just ahead. Logan Cousins still leads, only by half a second from Mason Frederick though, so I think Frederick could well be in prime position to maybe attack, especially if Cousins fought under the pressure like we saw yesterday. Absolutely. It was a similar story yesterday where Cousins was just pulling ahead by a couple of tenths, lap after lap after lap. Then there was that error, whatever that error may have been, and it handed Mason Frederick the victory. He ultimately was able to remount and did come home in 2nd place, but was just too far back, and that's Frederick on the floor. Mason Frederick's gone down coming out of the infield hairpin. He was running in P2, your race 1 winner. Looks like he lost the front of the bike on the corner exit. He's managed to remount, but where has he come back onto the racing track? Should be about P4, I believe. It is P4. Not too far behind the guys now fighting over the remaining podium places. But now that is all the pressure off of your champion's shoulders. Logan Cousins now has a monstrous lead. Yesterday, he was the one that made the mistake. Today, it's the number 5 of Mason Frederick. Well, it swings and roundabouts, of course, for Mason Frederick. All he needs to do, I correct myself from earlier, he just needs to score a point in order to clinch that Vice Championship, which right now he's doing plenty of, even if he finishes 4th. Of course, Frederick, with the new helmets fielded by Josh Day, he was very thankful of that in his interview yesterday. He's looking brilliant, very sharp, ready to take to the Italian Minibike Championship
championship in a couple of months' time to run in their final round. So you're getting some good track time in good practice, and hopefully now going to have a good race with two of his closest rivals, not only in the elites, but also the AC40 pros, which we'll see decided a little bit later on. So again, some good learning experience, maybe to see how the pace racks up relative to Ratcliffe, and more importantly, Rex Austin just ahead. But with 6 laps left to go, make that 5 as Logan Cousins breaks the beam to kickstart the 5th to final lap. Be interesting to see how much inroad Mason Frederick has made. And just having a quick look as they round the final corner, it's quite significant. He could still be going on for second place.
Absolutely. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon ride or still morning actually, should I say, for your champion Logan Cousins. Nobody else inside. He could just cruise on home from here. Mason Frederick has got a race on his hands though. 5 laps left to go, realistically 4.5, and the man who was running in P2 is right on the tail of the podium places. As you can see, Caelan Ratcliffe looks like the exhaust a little bit loose on that mini moto, bouncing a bit as he comes over the curbs. Hopefully everything is okay with that number 96. But now we've got a three-way fight in our hands for P2, P3 and P4. Frederick already thinking about launching attacks. We've seen on the mini motos all weekend, it is a viable option to make a move into that hairpin as they now come to the paddock bend and out into the final few corners. And these guys are neck and neck. 4 laps left to go at the line. Can Frederick force his way through the number 96? As they rocket down the front straight, trying to keep in the tow, but it was Ratcliffe that got the better exit of the final corner, so he'll hold position. But look at Rex Austin as well, having to go defensive behind Caelan Ratcliffe in a bit of an awkward situation because he's having to defend and attack at the same time. Preferred the wider double apex line to turn 2. Means he's able to hold on to P3. Mason Frederick's got some work to do if he wants to get back up to second.
Yeah, of course, he's been fighting with the 2 ahead of him for pretty much all season in 2 separate categories. That's why from Caelan Ratcliffe, able to carry more speed through the left, but does compromise him ever so slightly into the right. Frederick there, you can see, taking a wider line to try and get the exit, potentially to have a look to launch one up the inside into this hairpin. Don't think he's quite close enough on this occasion, but he's running out of time if he wants to clinch second place to take what would then be second place in the championship. And what a nice way to do it would be, of course, through the final corner to start the 3rd to final lap. Rex Austin leading this train of 3 young rivals that have been battling all season long through race after race, round after round, all over the country. Comes down to this, of course, in the elites, and Frederick just not quite find the gap. There it is though. As soon as it's open, Frederick fills it up to 3rd.
Wonderful stuff from Mason Frederick to slot into the podium places. Ratcliffe's going to try again though, but Frederick just takes his line and closes the door. Up the front, Logan Cousins, well, he's so far ahead he could probably spend another week at school, come back and still finish this race. 12 seconds was the gap at the line last time. Frederick looking to the inside again, once again seeing him trying that move into that hairpin. It didn't work last time, didn't work this time, but he knows there's a gap there. He knows there's an opportunity. He may as well go for it. Runs a little bit deep coming into the paddock bend, but gets away with it. Ratcliffe was unable to capitalise on the gap that was there on the inside. It's going to be the penultimate lap of the race for this group now. Bit of lap traffic up in front. That's the 126 of Oliver Wilson. Lovely, gets out the way. Though, of course, no blue flags, but you'll often see riders being very sportsmanlike, getting well out of the way of battles up the front of the pack. Don't want to ruin anyone's fun, don't want to ruin anyone's races. So nice from Oliver Wilson there, him to get out of the way. Now Frederick looking to the outside of Rex Austin, now trying to switch back. Does it work? Does get great drive out of the corner, but unable to make the up and under come into fruition as they work their way back into the middle sector and into the hairpin section once again. Does he try it again? Again a look. Austin this time went defensive though, so Rex Austin's clearly worried about the pace of the 5.
Yeah, I think so. There it is. Last lap flag shown to our race leader and our champion of Logan Cousins. Before today, it's 11 race victories, 13 podiums, and he's searching for his 12th victory in 2024 in what has been a dominant season in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite British Mini Bike Championship, and Logan Cousins doing what Logan Cousins does best. Here at Ellough Park, it was second best yesterday. He is making sure that he takes straight to the top step once again to kick off Sunday's action.
Well, it's been a very casual race for the number 7, probably the easiest one he's had all season. A bit of pressure at the start of the race, but Logan Cousins, what a performance it has been once again for your champion in 2024. A bit of traffic to contest with as he rounds the final few corners, but it's going to be another win for Logan Cousins. It was second in race number 2. It's P1 in race number 1. The number 7 takes a dominant victory. As we focus back onto our action, Frederick has got through Rex Austin late in the day. Don't know where he made the move, but it doesn't matter. Rex Austin falls to third as Mason Frederick recovers to second at the death. Brilliant recovery ride from Mason Frederick, with Rex Austin in P3 and Caelan Ratcliffe in P4. But it is Logan Cousins that once again takes a dominant victory. He's had countless this season. The only times he hasn't taken a win, he was second 3 times and 2 times his DNF. That's how competitive, how fast that young man has been this year. And it's yet another brilliant win.
It is indeed. Logan Cousins is going to be happy with that. Also, Mason Frederick, after a strong season, 2 victories, 13 podiums over 2024. He clinches the LC40 Elite, brought to you by OH Logistics, Vice Championship. He's 55 points ahead of Rex Austin, and that means he cannot be caught into the final race later on, of course, of their season in 2024. Logan Cousins, though, like we said, it's been dominance defined in 2024. He's just been, whatever round we take to, he's been on the pace. And like you say, it's either P1, P2, or he doesn't finish, which doesn't happen often. The majority of his races, he's got the best win percentage in this championship, and he's a very worthy champion indeed.
He absolutely is. Probably the most dominant OH Logistics LC40 Elite season we've ever seen, quite frankly. It's just been absolutely absurd, the performance, the pace from the number 7, Logan Cousins. Mason Frederick, a great recovery ride after dropping down to P4 with that accident earlier on. Let's see if he's able to stay on the bike in race number 3. Maybe both himself and Cousins can put on a bit of a show for the final race of the year in 2024. They'll be back out later on, of course, as will all our other classes. But there we see, in the winner's circle, Logan Cousins once again. Race number 2 awaits us in Moto Team. We saw both our champions crowned in race number 1, of course, so pressure is off. Gary O'Keefe in the open class, taking a brilliant championship and allowing himself to get married as well, as we discovered yesterday. And of course, Sean Whitaker on his retirement tour, taking the championship as well with a wonderful ride. Sean Whitaker's had a bit of an up and down weekend. He's struggled for reliability in the pit bike 140s, but in the Moto Team he has looked absolutely superb. So let's hope for some more of the same here in race number 2. But of course, we can't count out the man, the myth, the legend, that number 96, Will Howard. He's back here at Ellough Park, and he is back to his brilliant best on that ridiculous machine underneath him, with a ridiculously good rider on it. He's been dominant this weekend. Let's see if he can continue that dominance. Of course, it is Will Howard that starts on the pole position. His best lap time, 0.3 quicker than the number 8 of Team Acme Racing. Sean Whitaker starts 3rd with Harrison O'Keefe in P4. Jacques Van Eden returns this weekend. He starts 5th alongside Ben O'Keefe. 4th row is Team Ernie the Badger and Malcolm Stein on the 11. Gary O'Keefe and Madison Martley round out our top 10, and Kieran Evans is our 11th and final rider on the grid. Should be a very exciting Moto Team race, as it always is in Moto Team. Of course, 2 different classes to remember. Cheap and cheerful motorsports, but that is absolutely not a bad thing, because it always puts a smile on your face. They're on the grid now, getting ready to go racing in race number 2. Again, championships already decided in both classes, so pressure's off. It's now just about going out on the racetrack and having a fun time. There we see Flag Marshal Lee Clowes getting ready to send them on their way, and she does point to the lights. It's time to go racing. We go in race number 2. The 65 gets a huge pop-up off the line, and there's problems to O'Keefe, slow away from the line. I believe the number 11 had to take some big avoiding action there as they came through. I believe it's Jacques Van Eden that's leading the way now up at the front on the 17. What a crazy start we have just seen there as they fly their way down into the infield hairpin for the first time. Both Harrison O'Keefe and Ben O'Keefe had big problems away when the red lights went out. and it just caused chaos behind him, but it is Jacques Van Eden leading, but for how long? Because Will Howarth is right on his tail and is already in the lead. Blink and you missed it. Howarth flies through with a textbook overtake. Lovely stuff from the 96, and now he can set on his way. It's Howarth that leads overall, Jacques Van Eden in P2, Team Acme Racing in P3, Sean Whitaker on the number 1, your open standard class champion even. He's in P4 overall just behind them.
Yeah, Will Howarth doing exactly what Will Howarth does best. There you can see the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe. Often, unfortunately, I don't know if that qualifies for a disownment from the family, having bike issues. I don't know. That's one they're going to have to decide, family affairs or whatever. But he's down. He's out of this race. There you can see the fight, though, raging on. The 17 of Jacques Van Eden trying to keep Team Acme Racing at bay. Also, Sean Whitaker. That's the fight for the standard lead. Of course, Jacques Van Eden in the open class. So there's no points here. But oh my goodness me, what a look that could well be from Team Acme. Nearly went to the outside of the left, had the inside for the right. Now I've got the inside for the chicane. Through goes the number 8. Has to make that next left-hander and even more of a corner, but that does slow them down ever so slightly onto the brakes. But Jacques Van Eden doesn't quite have the response. Of course, again, they're not fighting for points in the open versus the standard. It's only class-on-class, intra-class battles. Sean Whitaker finds his way through as well. Of course, he's already won the championship, but he wants to win as many races before the season ends.
Awesome racing that we see there. Through goes Sean Whitaker, once again confirming that overtake. Of course, a big shame Harrison O'Keefe down and out of this race before it got underway. But on the plus side, he has technically smashed the lap record by about 10 seconds because he wheeled the bike back across the timing line, and the time between that was 42 seconds. So a new lap record somehow for Harrison O'Keefe without even properly completing a lap. Hopefully he'll be back out in race number 3. I don't think it's quite on the same level crashing on the final corner as you're about to win. I don't think, getting a poor start and the bike breaking down here, I think he'll be all right. I think the family, the O'Keefe clan, will still let him have a car journey home with him. We'll see how it unfolds in race number 3, but I can see him wheeling his way back through the paddock. Real shame for him. There's one of the other O'Keefe's 4. That is Ben chasing down the number 11 of Malcolm Stein. This is not for position. They're in 2 different classes, but they're going to go out there and give it a good go anyway. The 64, can he find his way through the number 11 as they push their way around to start the next lap? 8 laps left to go for this group this time by, and that's the 64 looking to the inside of the 11, and that's a lovely opportunistic move, and that's the 96 with a big issue. Will Howarth stopped to the side of the road. That's coming out of turn number 2. What's gone wrong for the number 96? I don't think I've ever seen it have a mechanical problem, and suddenly Team Acme Racing lead overall.
And this could be a fight between Acme and Sean Whitaker for the overall and the standard lead. Sean Whitaker already eyeing it up to the inside of the hairpin. That is a move he's going to get sealed. Of course, it is going to be battle between the pair of them. There you can see Will Howarth. He's found a nice little shortcut between turn 2 and the end of the circuit, albeit not one he's going to be allowed to take. The back to the racing, though, and it's Sean Whitaker, as we said, that now leads from Team Acme. 7 laps to go as they cross the line. And Sean Whitaker on a retirement tour, our standard champion, searching for the overall victory here at Ellough Park.
Sean Whitaker, as we said yesterday, he's so focused on this weekend. He wants to have such a good weekend. He just refused to talk to us when we were running down the paddock. And what a reward it would be for all the years of effort he's put into FAB-Racing. Of course, he's already wrapped up the standard championship. He could be winning the standard class here today and taking an overall victory as well. What a treat it would be in race number 2, but he's got to absorb big pressure from the number 8 bike before he gets it done. These two have bolted away from the pack. The nearest rider to them is Jacques Van Eden, who's leading the open class. He's some 8 seconds away. The number 8, almost unseated out of paddock bend, stays on, but that's going to cost him some time as they cross the line once again. 6 laps left to go this time, and it is Sean Whitaker that leads overall and in the standard class. Team Acme Racing now 1.3 seconds back. Can the number 8 close the gap back down?
I don't think so. I think Sean Whitaker has got the measure this time. Will Howarth has done a similar thing actually to Harrison O'Keefe. He set a fastest lap, albeit not the way that he'd have wanted to do so. I think whatever issue befalled him a couple laps ago, he's managed to sort, but the damage has been done, and he is firmly out of contention, especially with only 5.5 laps left to go. Sean Whitaker, though, is leading Team Acme Racing. They're running their way through into the final third of the lap, and Whitaker has boasted many a victory this season, upwards of 5 coming into the final round here at Ellough Park. Of course, took the standard victory yesterday, with it the championship, and today he's got no no intention of slowing down, let's say. 5 laps left to go at the line. Sean Whitaker, Acme Racing is still within arm's reach, but just not quite close enough to really do anything.
This is a bizarre situation we find ourselves in Moto Team, because typically for the overall lead, it'll be a standard bike first on the road and an open bike in second, and there'll be a bit of a gap between them. It's more about the intra-class battles further down the order. But not only have we got a great battle on our hands for the standard win, but for the overall win as well. That is a very, very liberal take on track limits from Team Acme Racing there. Just going to say that. Put it out there. Whatever the stewards decide is what the stewards decide, but in my opinion, just ban him, because that's disgusting behaviour. But it's gained him a lot of time in the process as well. The number 8 now right on the tail of the number 1 of Sean Whitaker once again as they work their way. Bit of traffic up in front of them. That looks to be like it's 2-3-1 of Kieran Evans they are trying to face. Harrison O'Keefe apparently has been disqualified from the race, so I guess that's what you get for setting a lap time 10 seconds faster than everyone else for the 65. As Kieran Evans very nicely gets out of the way of our leaders. Again, no blue flags, doesn't have to do that, but he chose to do so in a sportsmanlike manner, so very, very kind of the 2-3-1 of Kieran Evans, currently running P9 and last of our runners overall. Back to the action though, 3.5 laps left to go, and Team Acme Racing once again, interesting view on track limits, but they are right on the tail of the number 1.
If you can get away with it, you can get away with it. At the end of the day, anyone that races anything will search for whatever advantage they can get. Have Justin Wilhowe pull his way into the pit lane as well, so that's going to be him out of the race. Unfortunately, the bike issue has not gone his way. Sean Whitaker versus Team Acme Racing, though, following that battle, Acme Racing have ever so slightly turned the wick up as they'll start their third to final lap. This time by as they break the beam. Sean Whitaker is leading, but that pressure not going anywhere. He's going to have to be dealing with it. Of course, the sun in full shine, so the shadows are very prominent. That's one of the references the riders can use to gauge the gaps. And, well, that's a shadow I don't think you can really miss. The Team Acme bike, of course, very, very close to Whitaker. But at the moment, again, not applying the pressure, not showing the nose, not really going for many moves. And Whitaker not really under too much pressure right now. I say that, though. You can barely see Team Acme tucked up so close behind the number 1.
It's getting very, very close out there. The bright and colourful number 8 of Team Acme Racing facing down the all-black number 1 of Sean Whitaker, looking like he's trying to do an impersonation of Knight Rider or something out there as the number 8 looks to the outside, maybe tries to get the up and under. Whitaker covers it off nicely and will maintain the lead into the final few corners. Can the number 8 get the drive? Not quite. Going to have to tuck in for the toe. Maybe try a dive down into turn number 1. And does look to the inside, does get on the brakes, does get the move to the inside. Block pass on Sean Whitaker. And that is lovely, lovely from the number 8 to take the standard lead and the overall lead. 2 laps left to go. Can the number 1 work his way back through?
Well, let's find out. Team Acme have just found an extra little bit of pace that I don't know if Sean Whitaker has got the answer to. They've been championship rivals all season long. In the end, it did go the way of Sean Whitaker. But Team Acme now able to find their way through. A lap and a half left to run. The gap around about half a second, a good couple of bike lengths at least. Sean Whitaker trying everything he can to re-close that gap, but the opportunities are wearing thin. They run their way into the final sector for the penultimate time before they see the last lap flag and go for their final tour, their penultimate final tour of Ellough Park in 2024. And here we go, the final lap of race number 2. Sean Whitaker has actually got a sensational run out of that final corner. Has a look towards turn number 1. No way through on that occasion for the standard class champion here in Moto Team in 2024. But the lap is long and he's got turn number 2. Not quite close enough on that occasion. But if he can get a good run out of here, it could well be a look into the hairpin.
It's going to be close, close, close. Can the standard class champion find a way through? The man who was his biggest rival, the team that was his biggest rival this year in Team Acme Racing. Only a handful of corners to go. Time is ticking and running out quickly for Sean Whitaker. It's going to be last chance saloon. Can he find a way through? The number 8, though. Great drive out of the chicane into Paddock Bend for the final time. It is going to have to be a last gasp effort for Sean Whitaker. Can he get it? Acme defensive into the final few bends. A small mistake from Whitaker. And it's going to be the number 8 of Team Acme Racing that takes the overall victory, takes the standard class victory by just a quarter of a second from Sean Whitaker. What a race we've just seen from Moto Team, though. Absolutely fantastic from all involved. but it is Team Acme Racing that stand atop the podium in the overall and in the standard class as well. Sean Whitaker P2, Ben O'Keefe third overall and in the standard class as well. A great result for the number 64. Meanwhile, in the open class, Jacques Van Eden, he was P4, set to take the victory in that one. We're still waiting for a lot of the riders actually to come across the line. But Team Acme Racing showing great determination and fight to take a well-deserved standard and overall win.
Yeah, the lead changed hands multiple times that race. Of course, Jacques Van Eden got that early lead off turn number 1. Acme were then able to fight their way through. Then Sean Whitaker found his way through into the lead. And then a couple of laps later, Acme lined up the move and got it precisely into turn number 1. After all of that, it was Acme from Whitaker, Jacques Van Eden, winner in the Open, and the final place on the overall podium as well. Ben O'Keefe from Malcolm Stein finishes P2 in the Open and P5 on the road. Team Ernie the Badger from Gary O'Keefe, our Open class champion in 2024. The Triple Eight at Madison Martelou behind, and just then is Kieran Evans. A DNF for Will Howarth, uncharacteristically not classified in the end. And Harrison O'Keefe, a DQ after an inspiring race start, it must have been said, for him to round things off. But of course, Moto Team have got one more race later on, and hopefully we can have a similar battle between Acme and Whitaker, or just in general, don't really care who, just a good race.
Yeah, no, Moto Team once again providing up the goods. One more race for them to come this season a bit later on, and of course no more championships left in this class, so they can get out there and have some fun. Time for race number 2 in the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre, and a race that could very much see a championship decided. Byron Johnson leads by the 25-point gap that he needs at the end of this race to be crowned champion. Travis Shaw currently in P2. Frankie Watson only a further 7 points back in P3, but this weekend Travis Shaw and Frankie Watson look like they have the edge on Byron Johnson, so this could very well be going down to race number 3. It should be very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold.
Frankie Watson, though, will line up on pole position. Sebastian Gazlowski should be lining up alongside. He did have a bit of an off in practice, so we'll have to wait and see if we can see him out on track and see if he'll take it to the front row. Travis Shaw from Bradley Curtis, then a potential champion of Byron Johnson. Just got confirmation that Gazlowski is out on track. Super Seb will be taken to the grid, but Byron Johnson from 5th place, he's got some work to do ahead of Archie Hooper on row 3. Riley Paisley from Harris Watson is row 4 ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody and Daisy Polden to round off our top 10. Isabel Wingate ahead of Callum Maxwell, and Jensen Ansell, our 13th and final rider to take to the Metricate Mini GP 50 British Championships, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre, race 2 here at Ellough Park. Byron Johnson needs to be outscored by Travis Shaw. Frankie Watson needs to outscore Byron Johnson by at least, what is that going to be, 7 points going into the final race. In fact, no, he needs a little bit more than that just to make sure he covers off the countback. On pole position, though, he is in prime position, but he didn't get the best of starts yesterday. All eyes on Frankie Watson from pole.
Frankie Watson looks like he's got a lot of pace on board as we wait to get going. Sebastian Gazlowski, great to see him making it out there after a big crash in the warm-up, and his all eyes to the red lights. A championship on the line. We are going, race number 2. Big pop up there from Frankie Watson. Super Seb gets away well, tucks to the inside and takes the lead of the 64. His first race win in the category yesterday. He takes the lead early doors today, as well as there's Bradley Curtis sliding through on Travis Shaw on the number 4. He was looking phenomenal yesterday as well on that number 71. But it's the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski who leads early doors. He was looking so confident in the warm-up session, so smooth, and was lapping half a second quicker than anyone else before his accident, almost mirroring what Toprak did at Magny Core and WSBK on Friday. But he's back on the bike and already showing that he's ready to take some more race wins.
Super Seb getting his maiden victory yesterday. Bradley Curtis as well, birthday boy of Saturday, almost came tantalisingly close to that maiden victory, and right now he could well have a decent shot of doing it. They round off the first lap. It's Gazlowski from Watson that cement themselves as an early lead, but Bradley Curtis in hot pursuit for a 3-bike train that we could have for the fight at the front. Byron Johnson, though, only in 5th place behind the 2 riders he needs to be in front of to clinch the championship in race 2.
As it stands, goes to race number 3, final race of the season, and what a conclusion to the 2024 Mini GP 50s Championship, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. But that would be but there's still a long way to go. 10, almost 9 laps left in this race, and anything can happen in motorsport. And as a great man once said, it normally does. There we see Bradley Curtis chasing down Frankie Watson himself all over the exhaust pipe of Sebastian Gazlowski, who's had that weight off his shoulders just lifted. He's finally got his first win in the 50s, and now he can unleash himself. But Frankie Watson trying to have a word about that, gets to the inside. Sebastian Gazlowski tipped the bike in, and the number 14 was there. Watson to the lead with a nice little move up the inside in turn number 1. And as these two continue to fight, look at Bradley Curtis closing in corner by corner. 64 had a little bit of a look to the outside of the exit in turn 2, but couldn't quite make it work. But pushing it very, very hard are our leaders. Frankie Watson knows he needs this race win to keep his championship hopes alive. Byron Johnson still down in P5, struggling for pace this weekend, seemingly the championship leader, and seemingly going to get outscored by his main 2 rivals as well to take it down to the final race of the season. There is Travis Shaw, currently in P4. He was 25 points back coming into this race number 2. If they finish where they are now, it'll be 23 points. It's a big ask to try and close that gap down in race number 3, but it can happen. Meanwhile, at the front, Frankie Watson, he's starting to pull away a little bit.
We saw a DNF from Byron Johnson earlier for race 2 of the 70s. A similar fate can still happen in race 3, so you can't be going, oh, well, it might not happen in race 3. Push it as long as you can get, because like you say, anything can and will happen in motorsport. Put your best foot forward, do everything in your power to put yourself in that driving seat to at least have a chance should luck shine your way. But Frankie Watson, the most race wins of anyone this season. He had 6 coming into Ellough Park. He's searching for his 7th with 7 laps to go at the line. Bradley Curtis is looking nasty in that rear of Sebastian Gazlowski, as well as they run on to the pit straight to start the 7th to final lap. And Frankie Watson just looks safe out in front. He's got the pace, he's got the measure. I think we've got to fight for 2nd instead.
Bradley Curtis, of course, led the vast majority of race number 1 yesterday. Down goes Gazlowski. He's crashed again. 2nd crash of the day for the number 64, a low side coming out of turn number 2. You can tell he's frustrated. You can tell he's angry. The handlebars bent out of commission, but he's up on his feet, which is good to see. That is the 2nd crash today for Sebastian Gazlowski in race number 2. What a shame. The pace was phenomenal once again, but just pushing a little bit too hard. The front end of the bike giving up on him as he came out of turn number 2. A roving marshal trying to get the bike bent back to where it should be. With 7 laps left to go, that promotes Bradley Curtis into 2nd, promotes Travis Shaw up to 3rd, and promotes Byron Johnson into P4. So that now changes things. Bradley Curtis is now under big-time pressure from Travis Shaw, and Frankie Watson has a huge lead. 4 seconds almost, I think. The 71 may have had to get out of the throttle just in safety. Didn't want to follow Gazlowski into that accident, but that is essentially handed the race win to Frankie Watson on a silver platter. It is now 100% about the fight for 2nd.
It is indeed. Travis Shaw, of course, wants that to put himself on the best footing possible going into the final race later on. As things stand, we're going to have 3 riders in mathematical contention for the championship. It will be 25 points covering Byron Johnson from Frankie Watson and then Travis Shaw. It should be a fantastically scintillating final race of the season, but of course it all relies on Byron Johnson not scoring any points. So as things stand, Byron Johnson is doing everything he needs to do to clinch the MotoGP Mini GP 50, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre British Championship. Of course, that promotion to 4th place gains him 2 points. 2 points he's going to need later on if he wants to clinch the championship.
Bradley Curtis, as I was saying before we saw Gazlowski go down, he was so strong yesterday. Led the vast majority of the race. Got caught out by a very late move by Gazlowski, and in a very small error, which had it happened at any other corner apart from the exit of turn 2 would have been negligible, the impact, but almost threw him off the bike, and ultimately fell down the order as a result. But looking much more confident today, even if he is in P2 rather than leading the race, and doing well to hold off the pressure of that number 4 bike. Once again, these two fighting. Frankie Watson's able to extend the gap even further. 4.5 seconds now, the gap at the line last time. These two, they know that the win is as good as gone if Watson stays on the black stuff. Little bit wobbly there coming into the corner from Travis Shaw on the brakes. Maybe just a bit too aggressive applying the front brake, but looks to have got away with it. But it's going to be 3 laps left to go in the blink of an eye. Well, it could be anyone's guess. Travis Shaw, he would love to get up into second to increase his chances of trying to take the championship in race number 3, although the gap will come down and all 3 riders will be mathematically eligible for the championship in race number 3. It is still very much Byron Johnson's to lose. He's still got a big points advantage. Travis Shaw wants to try and minimise that as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly, because like I say, right now, Byron Johnson just has to score a point into the final race of the season with only 12 riders out on track. All he has to do is finish, and that is enough in order to clinch the championship. Travis Shaw right now needs to minimise that gap, get it as close down as he possibly can, and then hope and pray, and then even beyond that, win the race, which in of itself is going to be difficult when you've got riders like Bradley Curtis, Frankie Watson, who himself wants to throw his hat into the ring in terms of this championship. There he is, birthday boy of yesterday, searching for a second consecutive P2 here today at Ellough Park. Of course, he had a pretty good run of form last time out at Ellough Park. It was 2 consecutive P2s and a 3rd podium as well. In fact, it was, 2 P2s and a P3 for Bradley Curtis. So he knows his way around Ellough Park quite well. He was so close to his victory yesterday. Can he get it in race 3? We'll have to wait and see. A lap and a half left to run. There is Bradley Curtis keeping Shaw at bay.
Absolutely, it's going to be tight between these two. Frankie Watson now 5.5 seconds up the road again. If he just stays on 2 wheels, the race victory is his. But as these two now come up to a bit of lap traffic, that's Callum Maxwell on the 111 who gets out of the way very nicely. So no issues there. Again, championship, as we've been saying all race long, Byron Johnson will be still in the lead of the championship coming into race number 3, but he still holds all the cards. That being said, both Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw still will be in the fight. On the subject of Frankie Watson, final lap for the race leader. He's got a commanding lead. There is Gazlowski. He's been able to rejoin the race, actually. He's down to P11. So a real shame for him, but at least he's been able to get the bike back in working condition and rejoin the racetrack. But the number 14, well, he can cruise on home now. It's going to race 3 without a shadow of a doubt. Frankie Watson, what a ride it has been. Domineering, in fact, showing he's got the pace and showing he's taken this championship fight right to the wire. 3
corners left to go. They're negotiating the traffic quite well. Sebastian Gazlowski, of course, finding his way through. This is going to make it very confusing for Lee Clouds to tell who's on the last lap and who's on the final lap. Of course, Frankie Watson rounds into the final corner for the final time, and it's going to be a sensational 7th victory of the season. He's making the improbable chance of a championship very possible here today. Frankie Watson is victorious for race 2 of the MetroKit Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. The celebrations are in full force as he clinches redemption for yesterday. Frankie Watson is now within the grasp of the championship, but all eyes on Byron Johnson as we head into race number 3 of the day later on. But Frankie Watson, that is a ride that he can be happy about.
Absolutely, what a ride there from that young man. Byron Johnson will lead the championship heading into the final race by 20 points over Frankie Watson. Travis Shaw 20, another 2 points back, should I say. So the odds may very much still be in Byron Johnson's favour, but in race number 2, Frankie Watson dominates by 5.5 seconds to take the win. Bradley Curtis and Travis Shaw rounding out the podium. Byron Johnson, a quiet race for him, but he still takes home P4 and has all the cards heading into race number 3. Archie Hooper was 5th with Riley Paisley P6. Harris Watson was 7th with Isabel Wingate in at P8. Sebastian Gazlowski ultimately finished 9th. A nice little recovery there and some strong points after an unfortunate low side earlier on, with Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out our top 10. Daisy Polden was P11 with Callum Maxwell in P12. Unfortunately, we lost the 22 of Jensen Ansell. So that is a championship that is going down to race number 3. And although Byron Johnson holds all the cards, as I said earlier, anything can happen in motorsport, and it normally does. We are due for another race of drama and chaos, and at the end of it, the Mini GP 50s champion, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre, will be crowned, and it is anybody's guess who is going to be on top at the end of that one.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship, title decider.
We are moments away from potentially the start of a new era in mini F1 sidecar racing. Jason and Leo Greenstreet hold a 35-point advantage in the championship over the 26 of Mick Williams heading into race number 2. If that gap is 25 points or more at the end of this race, then they are crowned champions in 2024, the first time in a long, long time that the 26 will not be champion of the Mini F1 sidecars. Mick Williams and the 26 outfit have to outscore the 90 by 11 points at least to take it to race number 3. When we've only got 7 sidecars out there, that is a big, big ask. You're having to ask for a Greenstreet DNF in essence. We did see the 90 coming to blows with the number 26 yesterday. We might be seeing more of that today. And as it is, the championship leaders starting on pole position, their main rivals, the eternal sidecar champions. But how much longer? Mick Williams on the 26 starts alongside the 44 of Mick Lee, and Daniel Lee starts in P3 alongside Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet on the 11. Row 3 is Chris Impey and Dave Caves on the 457, Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook on the 369 in P6, and Mark Barker on the 230 starts in P7. Today's the day, Zach Sweeney. This is the race potentially where a new age is dawned in Mini F1 sidecar racing. We are only 8 laps away from the number 90 potentially being crowned as champions.
It's been a titanic battle. Of course, Mick Williams missing lids, missed out on 50 points. How could the championship be looking in those shoulda, the coulda, the woulda scenarios? The bottom line is Jason and Leo Greenstreet have been here. They've been arriving. They've taken 8 victories this season. They have been the benchmark of Mini F1 sidecar in 2024, but a late charge from Mick Williams could well see the championship restored for the 26, or will we see a new era, a new champion and a new rider pairing sat on the throne? The championship to be decided potentially. Lights are on for the penultimate time in 2024. Lights are out. Let's go racing. Good start from pole position for the Greenstreets. There's 5 bit of contact as Mick Williams darts to the outside to try and take the lead. Gets back underneath the number 90. That's 2 races and 2 bits of lap 1 contact for our 2 championship protagonists. Defensive goes the number 90. Remember, Mick Williams needs to outscore the Greenstreets by 11 points to even have a chance in race number 3. But right now, the 90 with an early lead.
When we spoke to Mick Williams as he dives to the inside, do the Greenstreets get the up and under? Yes, they do. Still maintain the lead. When we spoke to Mick Williams yesterday, he said that, he was even surprised he was in this position with a new passenger on the sidecar this year. He thought this was very much going to be a learning year for him, getting used to being back on the bike. But he knows he's in a championship fight. The second that visor goes down, it's all about the racing. We've seen 1 bit of contact in this race away from the line. 2nd bit of contact this weekend between the 90 and the 26. But this race is going down to the wire, and we could be seeing more drama in the Mini F1 sidecars. What has been arguably the greatest season of Mini F1 sidecar racing in history in FAB-Racing, and it's all to be decided here in race number 2. Look at the number 11 in P3. That's a great start for Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet. Getting too excited to get my names out, but what a start for that squad as we seemingly have a bit of a 3-way fight for the lead. Mick Lee in the number 44, I think, encountered an issue at the start. The only other race winning outfit this year besides the 19 and 26, they've dropped down right to the back of the pack as it's 7, nearly 6 laps left to go. The Greenstreet's not a comfortable lead. Little bit of breathing room back to Mick Williams.
Quick little look back from Leo Greenstreet just to assess the situation, but even then, even if they finish 2nd, it's not enough for the championship to go into race 3. The Greenstreets have to finish 4th or lower with Mick Williams winning this race to even take the championship to race 3, and even then it's only going to be an uphill battle. Defensive into turn number 1 though. This race should hopefully be a barnstormer nonetheless. 6 laps left to go at the line, and the 26 is applying the pressure to the 90. Let's hope that we can have a fantastic race between the pair of them. Mick Williams with a slight bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 2. The Greenstreets hold firm. They look smooth, they look in control, and they look composed at the front.
The Greenstreets look absolutely incredible in the warm-up session this morning. Mick Williams, of course, traditionally doesn't go out in Sunday morning warm-ups, So, we didn't have to gauge what his performance was like, but he's sticking with the green streaks. Again, if they finish as they do, nothing Mick Williams should do. The 90th champion, Mick Williams, needs to outscore the green streaks by 11 points, which is a monumental ask, given how well that number 90 is running. They're really going to need the green streaks to encounter a mistake or a problem to take this to race number 3. Of course, touching wood that we don't want to see any mechanical failures at all. We just want to see straight fighting out on the racetrack, and that's what we're getting at the moment. 5 laps from destiny for the number 90. They've spent years working to be at the pinnacle of Mini F1 sidecar racing, and they are moments away potentially from being crowned champions in 2024. But does the 26 have an answer? Can the 26, the eternal sidecar champions in FAB-Racing, try and push their way through to take the title fight, at least to race number 3? It's anybody's guess. Right now, though, the 90 in control.
Yeah, exactly. 4 laps to go at the line. Mick Williams trying everything that he can, at the very least, wants to take the win away. But at the moment, it seems the green streaks are in control. There is a move. They're getting very frisky into that hairpin, late on the brakes, pretty much rubbing nose to rear end, their nose to tail as they run out through the final corner towards turn number 1. We know how strong Mick Williams is on the brakes, forces the green streaks to go defensive. The 26 looks to the outside, no way through there, but maybe the acceleration is there. You see how tiny the 26 is compared to the 90. That lighter, more nimble chassis could well be assisting them in the acceleration, maybe enabling them to dance around the outside of turn 2, maybe to tee up a move into turn 3.
It's getting really close. Oh, they touch again. That's, I think, the 3rd time this race now. Another middle left. Oh, and that's a problem. Mick Williams slow. Mick Williams slow. Is it over? I don't believe it. Mick Williams could be down and out of this race. A touch with the number 90. And the 26 at the side of the racetrack coming out of turn number 3, the infield hairpin. They get the bike going again, maybe. Come on, the 26. They need to outscore the green streaks by 11 points to take the championship fight to race number 3. And the dream could be over as they stop at the side of the track. 3 laps left to go for the 90. 3 laps for them to be crowned champions. As Mick Williams, a slight nudge to the back of the green streets, a mistake of his own doing. He's been able to get going again now, but down at the back of the pack, the odds are very much now in the favour of the number 90.
Well, here we go. 2.5 laps left to run. Jason and Leo Greenstreet have been the benchmark in 2024, and they're moments away from clinching glory in the FAB-Racing British Mini F1 Sidecar Championship here at Ellough Park. The second time of asking. They dominated the first time. They've arrived here at the back end of 2024, here in September, the sunny skies of Ellough, and they're raining down on the green streets, who look impeccable here as they ride their way through to start the penultimate lap.
Imagine the emotions running through the heads of Jason and Leo Greenstreet right now. Everything you have worked for across all the years of doing it, and all the struggle of building that sidecar from the ground up and making it faster and faster, and you've potentially just been handed it on a silver plate with 1.5 laps left to go. The nerves have got to be there for certain for the number 90. Mick Williams is still in this race, but currently running in P6. It is all but over. The green streets have one hand on the trophy, and in a handful of laps, they'll be grabbing hold of it with the other one as they come through the hairpin section. And in fact, they're actually almost lapping the 26. That's how far ahead they are now. It's going to be in a handful of corners time. 1 lap to go for the number 90 to realise their dream.
Here they go, onto the final corner, and with a lap away from victory, the green streets see the final lap flag, and it's going to be a sight for sore eyes. A battle through the season. They of course dominated Lid, they dominated Ellough Park, they took a small slump at Three Sisters, and then into Raura they knew the competition was real. Mick Williams was an adversary once again. Clay Pigeon, they dropped back, only taking 1 victory that weekend. But here at Ellough Park, they have been the talk of the town, the championship decider, history potentially repeating itself, the contact, the story, the narrative between 2 tyrants of this championship. 3 corners left to run as Jason and Leo Greenstreet have just moments away from clinching championship glory into the final hairpin for the final time. They accelerate their way out, and then they've got 2 more corners left to run before they see the checkered flag wave in their favour. When one empire falls, another one rises, and it's the Greenstreet's day in the sun here at Ellough Park, and they slam the car in excitement. The championship is over, and the number 90 wins in 2024.
Years of effort, years of struggle and pain come to a climax in race 2 at Ellough Park. Number 90, Jason and Leo Greenstreet, you are the 2024 Mini F1 Sidecar champions. So much effort has gone into this for that outfit, and finally they can say, we have done it. We are on top of the world. Take a bow, Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Unbelievable. There we see Jamie Alexander and the other Greenstreet, Isaac, his passenger, congratulating them. It has been an incredible, incredible season. They are on top in 2024. Congratulations to Jason and Leo Greenstreet.
It's not been easy, and you can see how much it means to them. A DIY championship. They do all the research, all the development, all of the testing, and they bring it out on track, leave the talking out on track. The effort that goes into maintaining that sidecar, to making sure it arrives on race weekends on top form. And Jason and Leo Greenstreet have been the men to be. Oh my word, what a season it's been. A historic one at that. And the Mick Williams reign of terror is over. The number 90 has challenged, and they have taken the throne. They've conquered the Mini F1 Sidecar Championship.
Of course, you got a feel for Mick Williams there. He was giving it a fantastic, fantastic go. The slightest bit of contact, probably the lightest piece of contact we've ever seen between the number 90 and the number 26. We've seen some fair bits of contact over the year, and for whatever reason, it just brought the sidecar clunking to a halt. And while they were able to finish the race down in P6, it was ultimately too little, too late. A real shame for them, but it's Jason and Leo Greenstreet taking the win, taking the championship in 2024. The number 11 of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet come home in P2. I believe that's their best finish ever in the Mini F1 sidecars. So a huge congratulations to them, and indeed it is. It matches their best finish ever. They also achieved a second at race 2 at Lid. P3, meanwhile, the 44 of Mick and Danny Lee able to recover from their first lap woes. But it is a huge congratulations to Jason and Leo Greenstreet, champions of the Mini F1 sidecars in 2024. Incredible, incredible stuff from that number 90. Incredible work, incredible job. Well done. Race number 2 in the Extreme 200s Championship coming up. Of course, the championship done and dusted a few rounds ago at Clay Pigeon, but we're still looking for an exciting race, and it was an exciting race yesterday as well. Wilson Dilks, your champion, starts on pole position. Henry McCartney starts alongside Harrison Day in P3 and Archie O'Brien in P4. Austin Johnson is 5th with British Challenge Cup rider Clayton Edmonds in P6. Finley Polehill is 7th with Harry Payne P8. Matthew Thomas 9th, and Taylor Tomlinson rounding out our top 10. Harley Baker's in 11th with Leo Soyu in 12th, and Lucy Curtis rounding out our 13 bike grid. Should be, Zach, a very, very exciting one, given the quality of racing we have on display in the Extreme 200s this weekend.
What a battle we had yesterday as well between Henry McCartney and, of course, Wilson Dilks. They were sort of charging each other to new heights. It was McCartney that was able to beat Dilks on that final lap. Of course, Archie O'Brien did get a good start this time yesterday as well. We've got some of our favourites from the 70s joining. Of course, our champion of Dilks winning both the Extremes and the 70s this year, but also the likes of Archie O'Brien and Harrison Day there on the second row, hoping to maybe advance their way forward. But Henry McCartney is a star of the FAB-Racing paddock, and when he's here, he is electrifying, chasing down the 2024 Extreme 200 champion. I think we're going to have a similar effect here today. They've all lined themselves up on the grid. Lee Clowes points them to the lights for the penultimate time in 2024 for the Extreme 200s. It's eyes to the lights. We go racing, and a good start for our champion. Harrison Day pulls alongside Henry McCartney into turn number 1, but the 15 doesn't quite have the metal to go the long way round. Not quite got the agility. The number 1 plate soaring out in front as the top 3 begin to break away on lap 1.
pushing hard already. There you see Harry Payne on that pit bike style bike, surrounded by a grid full of Avalis and Metric kits, the 190s and the 70s that'll be out there competing in this Extreme 200 Championship. Oh, a little bit sideways there from Wilson Dilks. He comes through the big left-hander. Henry McCartney, maybe a gap. Doesn't go for it as Harrison Day goes down. That's coming through turn number 4, the big left-hander. Looks to be okay. He's up on his feet, but bike maybe bent a little bit out of shape. A real shame there, but we go back to the action up in front. It is still Wilson Dilks that leads, but runs off the racetrack a little bit as Henry McCartney tries to draw alongside. Can't quite get out into the lead. Little check back. Don't worry, Henry, you've got a big gap back to Archer O'Brien in P3. You can just focus on the battle ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be getting too caught up as to what's behind you as you lose focus on what's in front. The race is only going to be ahead of the visor, not behind it. Focus forward, focus at the task at hand as to attacking Wilson Dilks, because he's not going to be easy to beat. He's done it once, though, this weekend as Henry McCartney. He was patient then. He could well be patient now. We've got a long race, 10 laps left to go at the line. Wilson Dilks, of course, both on the Metric in the 70s and now on the Avali in the Extremes, as he's been all season long, getting the experience on 2 separate bikes. He rides perfectly on both of them and has been the man to beat. Henry McCartney, though, with the drive off that final corner, looks to the inside of T1, but no open gap through.
Very similar to what we saw in race 1. Oh, that's another crash, and that's Matthew Thomas, who's actually gone down on the opposite side of the barrier to Harrison Day. He's saying, come on over here, lad, what's happened? He's up on his feet and looks okay. That's a bit bizarre, though, isn't it? Again, that's 2 separate accidents on 2 separate sides of the racetrack. Matthew Thomas has now gone down as well. Harrison Day watching along. A real shame for the 47, but potentially down and out of the race as well. Back to the action in the lead, though. As I was saying, very, very similar to what we saw in race 1. Wilson Dilks leading, Henry McCartney right on his tail, but unable to wind a way through for most of the race. He ultimately did get through in the end. Can he do a similar thing in race number 2? 9 laps left to go at the line, and these 2 Avalis are pushing each other to the absolute limit. The 1 against the 31. Who's going to be on top as they rocket their way out of turn 1? Well,
let's find out. Plenty of time left in this race. Of course, McCartney, as we've touched on, left it very late in race number 1, which is a risky tactic, but a rewarding one at that, because it leaves little to no opportunity for a counter-attack, but you're leaving it all on the line, playing this patient game. But being sat behind right now, he's gathering data, he's learning where he's quicker, where he's slower, where he can break ever so slightly later, and that's going to be data that's going to be invaluable for him to use as he tries to pursue for the race lead. Wilson Dilks has dominated this championship, but time and time again he's had rivalries, and there's the move from McCartney, sends the move into the final corner. Wilson Dilks sees it coming, but doesn't quite get the drive to counter immediately into T1.
Lovely little block pass there by Henry McCartney, forcing Wilson Dilks to roll off the throttle, sit up on the bike and fall back down into second. But for how much longer? Because he's straight back on the attack again in that classic Wilson Dilks fashion, just crawling all over the back of Henry McCartney, and surely looking for any form of gap to try and find a way through the number 31 as they come through the middle sector and into the tight and tricky hairpin chicane section down the back end of the circuit. McCartney not feeling the pressure, though, so far, not feeling the need to go defensive as they come down into Paddock Bend with a bumper crowd watching along here. Race number 2 of the Extreme 200s. 7 laps left to go at the line. Henry McCartney now leads. Wilson Dilks had a little bit of a look down at turns 1 and 2. Decided against trying for a move, though, across the rest of the lap. Maybe he's just sitting back, resting, and seeing where McCartney might be a little bit slower, seeing where the gap might appear, just creating this picture on his head of where he needs to set the move up.
Yeah, exactly. Just, again, Wilson Dilks, he knows how to attack, but he's not really had to do it many times this season. He usually just pole position, twist the throttle, and away you go. Pretty much has been Dilks' recipe for victory in 2024. It's been actually quite a scarcity thing to not actually see him attacking for the lead, but now he's got to do it if he wants to come out on top for what would be the 11th time in the Extreme 200s in 2024. Actually, it's more than that as he comes into Ellough Park. So he's been so dominant, but right now he doesn't want to be snatched away of another victory here at Ellough Park. Of course, they run themselves on to the 6th to final lap. There you can also see a close battle. Finley Polehill now ahead of Archie O'Brien, and in behind that you've got the 27 of Austin Johnson applying some pressure. So the big brother of Byron Johnson, who of course could be wrapping up in the 50s and potentially the vice championship in the 70s later on, doing the Johnson family name proud and applying some pressure for the podium.
Yeah, quick Gene runs very strong in the Johnson family. Austin, a champion here before at FAB-Racing and putting on a great display as well. Archie O'Brien ran quite wide coming out of turn number 1 earlier on in the lap. It didn't seem to affect him too much. He's still hot on the tails of Finley Polehill in P3. 5 laps left to go in this group get to the line. Right now, it's all a bit of a stalemate. No one's really able to launch a move. Maybe Wilson Dilks can for the race lead. Not quite once again. Favouring that look to the inside does Wilson Dilks. He's been trying that all weekend long. He loves just poking a nose to the inside here at Ellough Park. That's one of the great things about Wilson Dilks. Every single track you go to, he's got a different move that he likes. When we go to Three Sisters, for example, he loves to swoop around the outside. Here at Ellough Park, it's much more late on the brakes, down the inside, use the block pass. He can race so many different ways. That's why he's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British champion. That's why he's the Extreme 200 champion, and that is why he is one to watch for the future. Right now, though, Henry McCartney has got the better of him. The 31 doing an outstanding job, and he goes down low side for the 31. Commentators' curse strikes as he comes through the penultimate corner. Henry McCartney, a disappointing low side, and comes off the bike, able to rejoin the race. But what a shame, we've seen yet another victim. Maybe the track getting a bit too warm for front tyres. That's the third rider we've seen low side in this race. And now Wilson Dilks can cruise on home and bring it home easily. But what a shame there for Henry McCartney. He'll rejoin in about P7. That means Finley Polehill, Archie O'Brien, Austin Johnson, they're now fighting for P2. But Wilson Dilks, well, he's now been served this race. And that is a real shame for Henry McCartney. What a race that was going on between the pair of them. Another rider down.
Yeah, it unleashes Wilson Dilks now to go free. Of course, it's the final race of the season. The championship's wrapped up. There's nothing to lose, so you throw it out there. You do all the talking on track. You leave it all out there on the line. You throw everything out onto the table, and you try your best. And if in the end you have a slight little slip, then at least you tried. You don't have any regrets coming out of 2024, because it's a long winter to be sat on said regrets. Now's the time to try different things, push a little bit harder, find that extra tenth of a second of pace. 3 laps left to go, make that 2.5 as Dilks is a little bit ahead of these two. This is Finley Polehill versus Archie O'Brien. Both of them now promoted onto the podium. Of course, only one of them is going to be getting that silverware for second.
I think Austin Johnson may have made a bit of a mistake somewhere, because he was right with this pair, and now he's dropped some 4.5 seconds back from them. So I think an issue for Austin Johnson. We see as well Archie O'Brien's not as close to Finley Polehill as he was, so I wonder if there was some sort of a coming together between those two, or some sort of problem. But 2 laps left to go for this pair, fighting over the podium places. Finley Polehill with a bit of breathing room behind him. Can Archie O'Brien find that little bit extra that he might need to slide up into second place? We'll have to wait and see over the remaining couple of tours of this racetrack. Flying their way round. Once again, everyone just running over the curbs and then swooping their way into this massive left-hander. And we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen as they come through. Yellow flags being waved here. And that's White crashed down at the penultimate corner. Who's gone down there? That's the 20. Is that the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, maybe, or the 22, perhaps? Either way, or maybe the 24 of Harley Baker. Looks like Matthew Thomas was also involved. He was able to rejoin the race. It's the 24 of Harley Baker, in fact, that's been involved. So another incident there for Matthew Thomas. But as we focus back to the race leader, Wilson Dilks, well, he's got a huge lead and is looking mighty comfortable, is the champion. He's been phenomenal all year long. A great fight with, of course, his rival Henry McCartney. Unfortunately, the 31 came down about halfway through this race and let Wilson Dilks cover the rest of it. Into the final few corners he goes. Yellow flags are still out, but it doesn't matter because there's no one around him to even bother about. Wilson Dilks will take another victory in the Extreme 200s here in race number 2, and it is perhaps one of the most comfortable of the lot. Domination from Wilson Dilks once again in 2024, and the Extreme 200s champion looks around and sees nobody in sight. What a performance from the number 1 to take home a great win. Henry McCartney gave him a good go before that mistake at the penultimate corner brought him down, but it is Wilson Dilks that takes a fantastic victory here in race number 2 of the Extreme 200s, and a win by some 5.7 seconds as well. He takes a brilliant win. Finley Polehill and Archie O'Brien rounding out the podium places. Very close between those two. Unfortunately, Archie O'Brien just couldn't quite fight his way through. Austin Johnson was fourth with Henry McCartney recovering to P5. Harry Payne was in P6 with Taylor Tomlinson on the 77 in P7. Hamish McIntosh in P8. George Acme in P9 and Leo Soliu P10. Unfortunately, we lost three riders: Harley Baker, Matthew Thomas and Harrison Day from that one. That's it though for race 2 of the Extreme 200s. They'll be back out later on for their final race of the season. So then, that looks to be it for this morning's running here at the final race, final weekend, should I say, of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship in 2024. I believe we are heading into our lunch break. So we'll be back out a little bit later on, of course, for what will be actually our final races of the season.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, while we wait, we've got half an hour until we're back out on track, of course, for the senior mini motos, their second race before we finish off with the pros and the pit bikes. And then it's into the final races of this season. Of course, over Saturday, we had a chat with some of our paddock riders out there. We had a walk through. We spoke with some of the championship contenders, how they were feeling coming in to the weekend ahead. Of course, some of those championships have been decided. It's interesting to see how they were feeling, though, and sort of what the overall vibe was coming into the final round of 2024. Obviously, a reflection back on some of their highlights, their lowlights, and the plans for the future. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ross McIntyre. We'll see you after lunch.
Four-time Pit Bike 140 champion Jamie King, and what a way to celebrate final round here at your home track once again. You got to be feeling good about this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully, to be honest with you. I was hoping for a little bit of rain, to be honest with you, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it today anyway. So, yeah, home track. We got a new set, fresh rubber in yesterday, so hopefully that's going to make some difference. But we've obviously got Chris here back this weekend, so it's always going to be tough when he's here. And I think we've got Tractor Boy as well making a comeback on the 140s, who's also really quick. So it's not going to be an easy weekend, but we're going to give it our best shot.
So maybe some more celebrations. I'm noticing you haven't got the number 1 plate on the bike yet. Is that going to be handed over at some point?
I don't. Maybe we'll have it for the last race tomorrow. We'll see. But I'm going to keep with the trusty 76 at the moment, so we're going to stick with that.
So, as I said, 4-time champion. It's been a good year for you. What's the plan moving forward into next year? Just continue where you left off in 2024?
There's a few things we're looking to do a bit different next year. I'm going to try and compete in 2 championships next year. It'd be expensive, but we're going to try to do it. And we've got a little 300 Kawasaki that I'm not going to do a full season on, once again, because of money and expense, but we're going to do a few rounds on that. Maybe my local ones like Snetterton, and I really enjoyed Donington, so we're going to try and do that as well. So a few different things on the car, but we'll be at every Fab round doing the 140s again, and trying to win another championship maybe, and just having a good time like we always do.
5 times sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But, final rounds, few celebrations, and then just enjoying yourself at your home track.
Yeah, definitely. Might meet you in Wetherspoons again tonight.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Jamie.
Speak to you soon.
A lot of championships up for grabs here at the final round here at Ellough Park. One of them is going to be the AC40 Pros. We're here with the 96, Caelan Ratcliffe, who's in hot contention for that title. It's been a 3-way bout pretty much the entire season for you. How are you feeling coming into the final round knowing the championship's at stake?
I feel really good with this. I like this track. As you know, my rookie year I came 3 thirds for the triple third, so hoping I can get quite good results and try and get second, or at least first.
Had practice yesterday. Are you feeling confident on the bike, ready to go get those good results?
Yeah, the first practice I had to miss because my engine was a bit ruined, so I had to miss the first session, but then I got to do all the other ones.
Obviously this weekend you're going to be fighting with Mason Frederick and Rex Austin. Are you confident you can tip those two to potentially get the championship?
Hopefully, yeah, but I can get first, but it's going to be really hard, and I'm just going to try and aim for second.
Talk about your season thus far. I mean, have there been any sort of big highlights, any moments that you've really enjoyed this season?
I mean, one has been at Rowra when I've got the 2 firsts, but I crashed out in the last race to get second overall.
Of course, this season could still end on a high note, but what are the plans for 2025? Is there anything in the works, maybe going to be working up the classes?
So I'm going to go in metric at 50s and there's going to be like 30 people, because most of the rookies are skipping the pros and going to the 50s, so it'll be quite hard, but I'm going to try and get up there in top 3 for the 50s.
Best of luck this weekend, Caelan. Thank you for coming and have a chat with us.
Thank you.
Number 4, Travis Shaw, getting ready to go racing here at Ellough Park. What could be a very, very big weekend for you with your championship fight. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
I'm feeling good, and I just want to push on as hard as I can, go for the championship.
That's what we want to hear. Second time here at Ellough Park in 2024 as well, so we've had some experience racing at this track this year, although it was very, very wet last time out. So you feeling confident on the bike this weekend?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. I was going good yesterday, and then I crashed, so just hoping I can build back up the confidence and try and go for pole.
Absolutely, and I mean, the bike looks in good shape. You've just come in from a session, so clearly all running well. So as you said, plan just to push on and try and fight for the championship. Do you know, you feeling confident about that as well?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident enough that I can go and win it. I'm looking good this weekend, so I think I can go and do it.
Well, fingers crossed. Thanks very much for talking to us, Travis, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
The MotoGP Mini GP 50 Championship is coming all the way to the wire. Here is one of our championship contenders, Frankie Watson, here at Ellough Park. It's been a pretty titanic battle all season long in the 50s. You've been riding really well, and, well, you got one final chance to maybe go and chase Byron Johnson for the title.
Yes, we've all been battling hard. Some races, someone was quicker. Some other races, someone else was quicker. And it's really all just been down to consistency this year. So, yeah.
Coming into Ellough Park, of course, we had the round here a couple of months ago. I mean, weekend seems to be clear skies and dry. I mean, how are you feeling in the dry conditions here at Ellough Park?
Yeah, I feel good. I've been first and second in the practice sessions yesterday, so yeah, I feel good.
Feeling confident, and of course, looking back on the season, it's been a fantastic battle between yourself, Byron Johnson, and the rest of the 50s. Hopefully for you, of course, you win the championship. That, of course, could be the highlight of the season, but has there been any other ones that you look back on and think that was quite a fun weekend?
Yeah, I've got to say Rara here, even though I crashed out the lead, but in the third race I won it. So yeah, it's been a good season.
And of course you have been riding on the 70 for some rounds this year as well. Is that going to be the main focus going into 2025?
Yeah, I think so. I think we might do the 50s again, but we don't really know at the moment.
Well, best of luck, of course, for you for the championship. Hopefully for you bring it home and just give us some good races.
Yeah, hopefully, but I'll see what I can do.
Best of luck, Frankie. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Mini F1 Sidecars Championship hotter than ever in 2024. We've got the pilot of the 26, Mick Williams. Mick, well, you've won many championships in your time. Maybe another one this weekend as well. How are you feeling coming into the final round?
Well, I'm feeling okay. Wasn't really expecting to be in the because we're trying to get to grips with stuff with Jack this year, the new passenger. But yeah, so it's going all right, but it is what it is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's still very close. It must be said it could go either way this weekend between yourself or the Green Streets. And it's been a great year racing between the pair. You obviously had some incidents on track, but it's been exciting to watch. What's your game plan heading into Ellough Park?
Well, there isn't really one. To just go do what we do and hope for the best. Like I say, we weren't expecting to be in this situation because we shouldn't be really. But so we've got nothing to lose. So yeah, just go do a normal plan. That's it, really.
So you're confident at the end of this weekend you can be champion once again?
Well, I wouldn't say confident because we're going to try, and then it is what it is. Like I say, we didn't come here this year for the championship, so if we do, it's a bonus. If not, we're not going to be disappointed.
That's awesome stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, Mick, and best of luck this weekend.
No worries. Thank you. Cheers.
A champion-elect in Moto Team, Gary O'Keefe. You just have to start race 1 to pick up the title in 2024. And well, we told you this time last year. I don't think you would have believed us. It's been an incredible year for you. How are you feeling?
I think my talent's shown through. The reason why I'm number one is, or almost number one, is because I live with a beautiful woman, and I've recently got engaged, and she said that she would marry me on the only if I won the championship. So I really had to pull my finger out this year, and that's why I'm on the brink of winning now. and therefore should be getting married at the end of this month if I complete my mission today.
Well, congratulations in advance for that one. That's great to hear, and of course some motivation for you as well. I mean, the cards are very much in your favour. You literally have to take the green flag in race number 1 and you're crowned as king in 2024. So fingers crossed it all goes well. Any celebrations planned if that's the case, apart from getting married, of course?
I've got a t-shirt ready, and that's my only celebration so far. Yeah.
Oh, we look forward to seeing the t-shirt potentially. Let's talk about the whole O'Keefe bunch though while we're here. Of course, none of the others are around at the moment, but it's been a great year for you guys. And as you said, if we asked you this time last year, one of you could be champion and you guys are out here winning races in 2024, I don't think you'd have believed us. It's been an incredible year for you guys, and it's been great watching you out on track, so you must be having a lot of fun.
We're having great fun. We're just hoping that one of us doesn't repeat what happened at Ellough 4 or 5 months ago when he crashed on the last lap about to win the race. So that's what we're hoping for today.
I believe you said he was disowned last time, so this time he is actually going to be walking home if that's the case.
We didn't speak to him for 3 weeks. The whole family, the whole clan didn't speak to him for 3 weeks. Harry O'Keefe is his name, in case anybody's forgotten.
Well, let's hope Harry doesn't repeat that again, and let's hope you can make the green flag in race number 1. We wait to see the t-shirt. Gary O'Keefe.
Thank you very much.
Despite the fact that they're on one of the first steps on the ladder up motorcycle racing, these young rookies have put on an absolutely fantastic championship battle. We're here with one of them, of course, El Toro, Emilio Pereira. So far this season, you've got 5 wins, 11 podiums, and you're only 19 points off Nelly Nuth for the championship. Of course, last time we came to Ellough Park, you took a win and 2 second places. Surely you'll feel the confidence that the championship must be yours.
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident into this round because I won the championship in BMB and I've already broke the lap record twice today and yesterday.
So you've got to be feeling that at the very least you're going to be having a good shot. But Nelly, she's been so quick all season long. Is that something that you can sort of compete with, considering it's dry here at Ellough Park?
Yeah, I think that I'm going to win the championship because Nelly is not at her best pace today and yesterday, and I'm winning nearly in every single one, so I feel like it's going to be good.
Of course, the hope is that you win the championship this weekend, but looking to 2025, what's the aim? What's the championship you're aiming to win in 25?
From the 50s in mini GP 50s.
It's a big step up from the mini moto. Is it a step you're ready to take?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the power and the gear changing, so it's going to be fun.
Well, best of luck for you for this weekend. It's going to be a tight weekend all the way through.
Yeah, well, at the end of it, it's rather me or Nelly that's going to come out on top.
Best of luck, as we say, and thank you for coming to speak to us.
Thanks, bye.
Here then with one of our championship contenders, a man who's limping a little bit, but hopefully all right, Byron Johnson. Byron, how are you feeling coming into Ellough Park?
Good. I need to work on my lap times a bit though, but I feel strong.
Well, it should be interesting to see. Of course, we came here once before this season. Pretty happy hunting ground for you. The final round, the championship decider. You feeling confident?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we want to hear. So you've obviously been out a few times already this weekend. How's the bike feeling? How are you feeling?
The bike's all right. I seized it and had a crash today.
So do you think you can walk away from this weekend as a champion in 2024?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what we want to hear. Best of luck this weekend, Byron. We'll all be watching.
Thank you.
As always here in FAB-Racing, a whole host of young female talent. Of course, we have our all-rider female competitor cup in collaboration with House of Moto, and 2 of our young stars here with us this weekend. We've got Lucy Curtis and Daisy Polden. Great to have you guys here talking to us. Start with you. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
Quite confident, but I've had loads of problems with my bike, so I've been on my spare bike with loads of timing issues and gearbox issues, but as soon as we get that sorted, I'll be good.
Come to Ellough Park once before this year. I think it's been fairly happy hunting ground for everyone that we've spoken to so far, and nicer weather as well this time round, so hopefully a little bit less chaotic. So you looking forward to the final round?
Yeah, actually, to be fair, I can't believe it's the last round already. I did quite well last time I was here, ended on a big crash, but I'm fine. Yeah.
So looking to try and not have a big crash this weekend, and also, get some strong results, pick up some strong points to end the season on a high.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Lucy. Let's move on to Daisy. Daisy, it's, we've got some bikes going out in the pit lane at the moment. You're probably going out as well. Getting down, getting focused to get out on track?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and be quite focused in between my races to try and get on a grid position in my qualifying and try and do my best.
Absolutely, and it should be a great weekend for you as well. I remember you had some pretty strong results here last time as well. Let's talk about the House of Moto Female Ryder Cup. You two are both doing very, very well in that. You're looking to, finish off the year and maybe try and, look at the top half of the points in that?
Yeah, well, I'm third in the Girls' Championship already, and I really want to try and keep that third position to finish off the end of the season, so hopefully I can do that.
Well, wait and see. Thank you very much for talking to us, girls, and best of luck out on track this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
So then, the Vice Championship in the LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70s British Championship is hotting up, and arguably the prime contender here with us, Archie O'Brien. It's been a big season for you. You haven't yet won a race yet. You've been close, but just luck hasn't been on your side. But you look very confident this weekend at Ellough Park. Are you hoping to break that wind duck and get that Vice Championship?
Yeah, a win would be nice, but we're just hoping to get a nice clean weekend, no crashes, no bike problems, and then we'll just see what we can do from there.
Absolutely, and talk about the Vice Championship, it's very, very close. You've got a lot of riders hot on your tail, so is there still a little bit of pressure there, or is it because the main championship's done and dusted, it's now just kind of visor down, get on the track, go racing?
Just got to get the best results I can and kind of beat Byron, that's all we've got to do.
Back at Ellough Park for the second time this year, of course. Bit nicer conditions this time, it must be said. So do you think that'll change things? Because obviously everyone's had the track time, but very different conditions, so it could shake up the order a little bit.
Yeah, obviously you've got a few people that aren't as experienced as me and Wilson, who have been here before now, so they're stronger this weekend, and it's looking to be a good, close weekend. I think there was 4 of us in qualifying, all split by 4 tenths, so looking close.
So get out there, have some good fun racing, hope to get a win, hope to get the Vice Championship. Is that the game plan?
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much, Archie. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
The AC40 Pro class is down to 3 in the championship battle. Mason Frederick has boasted so many wins, so many podiums, and is within touching distance of Rex Austin for the title. Mason, how are you feeling coming into the final round at Ellough Park?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I think I've got this one.
You're feeling confident then, of course. We can see you got a new helmet. Is that going to give you some good luck? Extra couple of tenths of a second out on track?
Yeah, love the new helmet. Thanks to Josh Day for painting it.
Keeping with the orange theme, I mean, of course, it's a little bit of a drier weekend this time at Ellough Park. Did you enjoy the wet weather, or are you sort of looking forward to it being nice and grippy today?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it being nice and grippy. I mean, the wet was good and bad at the same time, but yeah.
What's been your favourite moment then, of course, of the season? Hopefully it's going to be this weekend where you potentially win the championship, but looking back, I mean, you've got so many race wins. I remember Three Sisters was a really good one for you in terms of pace. Is there any others that really scream out as highlights?
Yeah, hopefully I get first in championship. I really liked Lid. That was one of my favourite tracks. So yeah.
Looking forward to 2025. Of course, you've tested on the 50 a little bit. Is that going to be the aim for next year?
Yeah, hopefully.
And what's going to be the new challenge then if you jump onto the geared bike? Are you ready to take that step up in terms of speed?
Yeah, it doesn't feel that much faster. It's just the gears. It's hard.
Best luck for this weekend, Mason. Thank you for coming to chat with us, and the helmet looks lovely.
Thank you.
The LS2 helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship is getting very close in the fight for the Vice Championship, and one of the riders who could be taking it this weekend, Harrison Day, on the number 15. Harrison, it's been a good season for you, I'd say, and, potentially picking up some rewards at the end of this weekend. How are you feeling looking into the final round of the season?
Well, I'm just looking to enjoy it. There's not really any pressure considering it's still my first year on a geared bike. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Absolutely. I mean, what you've achieved this year, given, how much experience you have compared to the other riders, is absolutely fantastic. So to even be fighting for the Vice Championship is a phenomenal year for you. Ellough Park, though, back here for the second time this year. Bit different conditions from the first time, but you've got at least a few races under your belt here this season already. So is that going to maybe change things up, maybe add some confidence to you?
Well, this weekend I've already gone, I think, 2 seconds quicker than I did in the first round in the dry. And it's going to be wet tomorrow. But we just got to wait and see what results come.
You said you were running pretty well in qualifying earlier. Is that showing some pace, maybe? Already kind of sticking your elbows at showing what you've got?
Well, we're just this season is just experience for next year and data.
It's fair enough. So it's very much planning for the future then. So even if, you do pick up the Vice Championship, your focus is already on 2025.
Yeah.
What does 2025 hold then? More of this, more winning, maybe a championship?
We're going to try go for a championship, then work our way through the ranks.
Well, we'll wait and see. Thank you very much, Harrison, and we'll see what you can do out on track this weekend.
Thank you.
One of the riders on their first step up the motorcycle racing ladder. Randy Carter, of course, racing in the Rookies. It's been a good season so far for you. Has there been a lot of lessons that you've been able to learn on the bike?
Yeah, I did have a little spill yesterday and hurt my leg, but I still got on to the next race and I finished 11th.
Awesome stuff. So on the brink of a top 10, is that going to be your aim for this weekend, the final round of 2024?
Yeah, I might be aiming for top 5 or top 10.
Going to be going for it, and obviously looking back at the season as a whole, of course, racing in the Rookies be one of your first seasons properly racing on bikes. What have you really been able to learn, and how are you on the bike now compared to where you were at Lid?
Well, at Lid I was 8th, but here I came 11th, so I'm gonna try and aim for 5th.
Big steps up, and of course the top 5 in what is a really competitive class, it must be said. Of course, looking forward to 2025, are you going to be taking the step up into pros?
Well, in 2026 I'm moving up to pros.
So you're going to do an extra year on the Rookies. Do you think it's needed after 24?
Yeah.
Best of luck this weekend. Hopefully you can go and chase that top 5. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Now then, a man who's been on a mission in 2024, Wilson Dilks, the LS2 Helmets MotoGP 70 British champion and champion in the Extreme 200s as well. Wilson, it's been such a great year for you. You've wrapped both of them up already as we come into the final round. First of all, congratulations. Second of all, I guess this one's just about going and having some fun on the bike.
Yeah, definitely, because the season's been hard, but it's gone good towards the end, so we're just trying to enjoy it.
And especially with the LS2 Helmets MotoGP 70 title, I mean, that's a championship that's been won by a long list of names who've gone on to have fantastic careers in bike racing. So, obviously this is great stead for you, but looking forward to next year already, what's your plan for 2025 with that title under your belt?
We might do some 70 rounds, some maybe one-offs, but then I might be going over to a different championship to ride in a different class.
So of course, you're not quite old enough to get into the British Talent Cup yet, which, I mean, to be fair, doing what you're doing at your age is incredible, but still a bit of time before you can move on. So I guess it's now just about getting more and more time on the bike, growing your pace, growing your experience, then, getting into British Talent Cup when you can finally get in and just setting the world alight.
Yeah, our plan is to get one towards December-ish, so we can train all through the winter on it, and hopefully for the next couple of years, so I'm ready for BTC.
So you said this weekend it's just about getting out and having some fun after a hard season. We've already come to Ellough Park once already this year. Granted, it was a lot more rainy than it is at the moment. So you've got that experience under your belt. You're looking pretty good out this morning. Of course, you missed yesterday's practice because you were at school, back to school, hard to believe, I know, and you just started secondary school as well, so well done on that, by the way. I hope it's gone okay. So are you just kind of looking to kind of gauge on that experience from earlier in the year to get out there and just show what you can do to cap off what's been a fantastic 2024?
Yes, hopefully.
That's great stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, Wilson Dilks, the 2024 Extreme 200 and LS2 Helmets MotoGP 70 British champion.
Thank you.
A man who is moments away from being on top of the mini moto world, keeping the family name proud. Matt Birkin, you need, I believe, about 11 points to be champion in 2024. So still some pressure this weekend, but it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it should be fun. Probably still going to try really hard and just have a laugh. See how it goes.
I mean, knowing you'll probably be in a wall at some point, but we'll wait and see.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, we've been to Ellough Park once already this season. It's a pretty happy hunting ground. Well, I mean, that being said, last time I think you and your brother both came off as well at one point.
Only finished one race.
Yeah, you did only finish one race, you're right. But still, let's try and avoid that this weekend. Again, 11 points and then the pressure's off your champion in 2024. You know, presuming it all goes your way, what's the celebrations looking like?
Just get very drunk like every other night we come. That's about it, really. I'm not really that bothered. I just want to have some fun.
Oh, I mean, you can have some fun and win a championship at the same time. That's not too bad, is it?
Nah, it's not too bad. Rather have a lap record. I'm not going to get one.
Well, we'll wait and see what you can do. As I said, though, keeping the family name proud, following in your brother's footsteps after last year. So, you feeling confident that he's not going to disown you after this one?
Well, I disowned him last year, didn't I? Because I won it the year before. Then I crashed. Then he won it. Then he crashed. So I think that's what happens if you win. You end up hurting yourself for a year after. So I'll try not to do that.
So, aim of the game, win the championship for the second time and then try not to break anything so you can still compete next year.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, to be honest.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us, and best of luck this weekend. We'll see if you can get those 11 points that you need.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
The MetroKit Mini GP70 is brought to you by LS2 Helmets. Of course, the championship has already been won by Wilson Dilks, but the runners-up prize, P2, the Vice Championship, is coming all the way down to the line between three riders. This is one of them. Finley Polehill, 1 win, 7 podiums thus far this season. It's been an impressive run in 2024. How are you feeling coming into Ellough Park for the final time?
Great. Well, I missed yesterday, so I'm a bit on the back foot, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
How'd you get on last time we came here? Of course, it was a little bit more slippery. Seems to be quite dry this weekend. I mean, is it going to be a lot of different adaptations for you compared to what it was when it was slippery?
I hope so, because it was raining. My visor steamed up, so I couldn't see a lot last round, so it put me on, yeah, it didn't really help at all.
Is the Vice Championship something you're aiming for? Of course, you're racing with Byron Johnson and Archie O'Brien for second place in the championship. It's doable. Is that your aim for this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. I want to try and beat them. I've ridden with them since the pros, so I think I have a good shout.
Where do you reckon you're going to get them? Where's the advantage for you relative to O'Brien and Johnson?
Hopefully quite nice and close, but yeah, see how it goes.
2025, of course, is soon upon us. What's the aim? What's the bike you're going to be riding on? What's the class you're going to be racing in?
I think I'll still be on the 70, but the aim is definitely to win the championship.
Well, best luck, of course, for not only this weekend, but 2025 as well.
Thank you.
Now then, another 70s rider here in the paddock, and a bit of a fan favourite, I think it's safe to say. Matthew Thomas, great to hear from you this weekend. The second time we're here at Ellough Park. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
Good. Me and my team are working good. We've got bringing down times. We're aiming for 48 seconds.
That is great to hear. We've come to Ellough Park once this year, of course. It's a track, I think, you seemed confident here last time, so are you feeling confident this weekend?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. Talk us to a bit about the bike then. We can see your number 47 there in the background. That's your 70 bike. What's it like riding these things around here?
It's a lot more challenging than any other bikes. Maybe the Moto Team might be more challenging, but I think the 70's picked it.
I mean, obviously they're very, very fast, very, very powerful for these small kart tracks, so it takes a lot to be quick around here. But again, you seeming confident. But how's the bike feeling as well? Saw you in practice yesterday. Looked okay?
Yeah. Yesterday was a lot more warmer, perfect temperature for the track. So there's going to be less grip here today, but hopefully we've got more times coming down.
Of course, given it's the last round of the season, what does the future hold for Matthew Thomas 2025? What's the plan?
Probably hopefully getting into the podiums, probably maybe win a couple of races.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much, Matthew. We'll see you out on track.
I've got one more thing to say. Also, Annabelle's granddad died of a heart attack, so hopefully she can make it for the next year. But all thanks, but hopes for her.
That's a lovely message to Annabelle. Again, thank you very much for talking to us, and we'll see you out on track.
Thanks.
Another champion already coming into this weekend here at Ellough Park. Logan Cousins, champion in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite. First of all, Logan, congratulations, a phenomenal achievement for you. But coming into the final round, there's no pressure on your shoulders. What's the plan? Just go out, have some fun, win some races?
Yeah, I mean, mainly just go out, have some fun. I'm trying to beat the lap record round here, so hopefully that goes well. But I'm doing all right, yeah.
That's great to hear. Talk us through your season then. Of course, you're already champion, which is a phenomenal achievement. But how did the year go? You know, you picked up some fantastic race wins. It's been a really strong year for you. Can you look back in 2024 and be proud?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, I hope so too. Looking forward then, 2025, of course, you've won everything there is to win now in mini motos. You've won the Premier Junior Mini Moto class here at FAB-Racing. We may be going to see you stepping onto a bigger bike?
Yeah, I mean, next year I might do the 50s or 70s, but hopefully that goes well.
So we'll wait and see then. Have you done any time on the 50 or the 70 at all?
I did 2 sessions yesterday, but then the gearbox broke, but hopefully next year I'll be able to.
So you've already got a bit of track time on it, so next year you can turn up and, you know, show what you can do on a geared bike?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. And so 2025, are you maybe going to continue with the mini moto as well, or is it going to be mainly focusing on the bigger geared bike?
Mainly focusing on the bigger gear bike.
That's great to hear. Well, once again, congratulations, Logan, for your championship. A phenomenal year for you. We'll see you out on track and next year in 2025.
Bye.
Another mini moto rider here with us this weekend, Tommy Keats racing in the Pros and Elites Championship. Tommy, great to see you here at Ellough Park once again. Second time we've been here this year. How are you feeling coming into it?
Good.
Just good?
Yeah.
Well, that's fair enough. You know, good, excited, two good emotions, I'd say it's safe to say. Final round of the season, though. Talk us through your year in 2024. You know, how's it been for you? You know, how far have you grown as a person, as a rider?
Well, at the start of the year, I did Lid, and then from the start of Ellough onwards, I done the Pros and Elites, and I think I'm around like 7th or 8th in both championships, and yeah.
So you'd say it's been a good year then overall?
Yeah, very good.
So what's the plan moving forward to 2025 then? You're going to stay on the mini motos, maybe thinking of doing something else?
I think I might be doing the Elites and maybe the Metch kits, 50s.
That could be a bit interesting then. Have you been on the Metch kit at all before, or are you going to be training on it over the winter?
Yeah, I've been on it around one track.
So at least you've gotten used to it a little bit. You know how it works. And what's the difference between the mini motos and the bigger gear bikes? I mean, obviously it's a lot bigger, a lot faster, but how different is it to ride?
Well, there's a lot of things at once. Like the minis are just a twist and go, and then the Metch kits you've got to do all the clutch, back brake on your right foot and everything.
Well, that's great to hear. Well, we'll see you this weekend and in 2025 as well, Tommy. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Mini F1 Sidecar Championship leader here with us now, Jason Greenstreet, pilot of the number 90, and well, it's getting very, very exciting this year, and it has been exciting all the way through as well. I mean, you've spent years working up to this point where you could be in a position to be taking the title, and you're one weekend away from it. How are you feeling?
Not completely confident, I guess. Anything could happen. There's like 3 people in the mix at the front, possibly another one coming. It could go many different ways, so we can't count our chickens yet, I don't think.
Nonetheless, it's been a great year for you guys. I think it's safe to say. Of course, last year you were very much the challengers, I think, but very strong challengers. This time, you know, you were very much the ones on top for most of the season. So, you know, even if it doesn't go your way, unfortunately, this weekend, is it still a year you can be proud of?
Yeah, we know, we're running a good pace. We struggle for finances the whole time, so literally every meeting is on a shoestring, and it's only just scraping in. So given the circumstances and the amount of stuff that's coming against us, you can't really grumble, can you?
Your passenger Leo's run off, unfortunately. But talk about relationship between you two on the bike. How crucial is it, both the passenger and the pilot, to be in absolute synchronisation all weekend long?
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial. There's if he's not doing the right thing, we go off. It's as simple as that. He's easily the best one out there, in my opinion. He's very spatially aware, which not everybody is, so that all helps. He'll get himself out of trouble. If he knows something's coming, he'll make sure he's as safe as he can be. And I don't need to think about where he is. When he's doing his thing, I know that he accommodates if he finds something's a bit, different or odd, and he will manage that mid corner. So I'm very, very happy with what he does.
You've got the advantage heading into this weekend with the championship lead. It's not massive, but it's still advantage nonetheless. If it does go your way, what's the celebrations looking like?
To be honest, I haven't really prepared for any celebrations because, again, I'll try not to count my chickens before they've hatched. We don't want a big letdown, do we? So if it comes, it comes. We'll just take it one race at a time, see what happens.
Well, at the end of this weekend, we could very well see a new team on top of Mini F1 Sidecars. Thanks for talking to us, Jason, and best of luck in your quest for the title.
Thank you.
Well, we have already spoken to Emilio Pereira, and we would have loved to chat to the current AC40 Rookies Championship leader of Nelly Nuth, who has had such a sensational run of form in 2024. She's in the zone, she's locked in, and she's ready for the weekend ahead. So she's not in the mood for a chat, but of course we'll still hype her up. She is on top form coming into this weekend, off the back of Clay Pigeon and what was a titanic battle between herself and Pereira. Of course, let's not forget, she's not only in the contest for the Rookies Cup, she's also in the shout for the House of Moto All-Female Rider Cup. What she has to do is start race number 1 in order to be the best FAB female rider of 2024 as well. So it's been a sensational run of form to see the young girl, who of course has been taken to the national stage as well with news coverage. She's a star for the future. One of the riders that has had quite literally an up and down year in 2024 is, of course, Riley Paisley, one of the riders who has now taken to both the MetroCup MiniGP 50s and the 70s as well. You've combated injury this season, but you've come back, of course, for the last couple of rounds, and you've hit the ground running. You're getting some fantastic results and final round in 2024. What's the aim?
Well, me and my dad have had a little discussion, and at the start of the weekend, my goal was 53s, but then I did a 52 in practice yesterday, and then I've just did a 51 in qualifying 1 on the 50.
Feeling confident into the weekend then, looking to get some good results. I mean, not quite in the shout for the championship, but podiums, wins, is that on the cards this weekend?
Not a win, but I'd like a top 5.
Then, of course, looking back on 2024, we'll ignore the injury you had up the hill at Three Sisters, but apart from that, I mean, that's obviously the low point. What's been the highlight of 24?
Probably lid round 1, where I got I think it was this race 2, and I was battling with Seb for the podium, and I finished 4th, and I was really happy. So yeah.
A great start to the year then. Of course, now we're all the way at the end of the year here at Ellough Park for the second time in 2024. Are there any new challenges compared to when we were here last time?
Well, here last time, the first time I was here was last year, and I was doing 56s, and then the time we came here a few months ago, before I obviously broke my leg, I did a 54, and then yesterday I beat that, and doing 51s is really up my game, and I'm hoping for a top 5 this weekend.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, as the final round of FAB-Racing in 2024 continues its Sunday action as we're about to embark for 13 more races to conclude what has been an enthralling season. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, Ross McIntyre alongside me in the commentary booth to bring you all of the action. We're heading straight back into the on-track action with the senior mini-motos and their race 2. The championship has been wrapped up. It returns back to the Birkin household, with Matt Birkin taking a sensational victory and with it the championship. It wasn't without its issues though, and David Meyer having the off. It was a pretty fireworky race over Saturday and into Sunday with the seniors, as we usually expect. I don't think it's going to be any different.
I don't think so either, when you consider the fact that once again it's Matt Birkin and David Meyer on the front row. We can expect fireworks in the senior mini-motos. Will Howard starts from P3 alongside Reece Gentry. Third row is Mark Payne and Nick Bennett, with Keaton Payne P7 and Chris Yeomans in P8. Luca Allen returns with Callum White rounding out their top 10. Gary Aldridge is 11th with Lamar Morgan in P12. Isaac Greenstreet starts 13th. George Renix is 14th. Ross Michael 15th. Steve John 16th. And Jerome Richards and Rob Gentry round out our grid of 18 riders in race number 2 of the Senior Mini Motos. Again, championship done and dusted. Matt Birkin was crowned king for the second time in his career yesterday in race number 1. So now there's no pressure on the shoulders of anyone. It's all about racing out there and having some fun. And if the Senior Mini Motos know how to do anything, it is how to have some fun. The riders then making their way out onto the grid. You can see Matt Birkin has hastily drawn a 1 on there and what looks like a pen, to be brutally frank. The former number 5 riding with the number 1 plate once again in 2024 and through to 2025. Senior Mini Motos championship done and dusted. All the pressure is off. It's time to go out and have some fun to get the season to an end. Race number 2 starts now. After a long delay, it's lights out and we're underway. What a rocket ship start from David Myatt. The 22 takes the lead. Matt Birkin drops down to P3 as the 96 of Will Howth slides up on the inside. Down at turn 1, the 100 of Rhys Gentry also trying to work his way through the champion as they make their way through the next couple of corners. There we see Keaton Payne in the background. We've also got the 711 of Nick Bennett getting involved in the picture. He had a DNF yesterday, a mechanical issue. Let's see if he can keep pushing onwards today. David Myatt, though, fast charging from the start, leads, but for how much longer? Because look at the 96 of Will Howth looking to the inside, getting to the inside and getting through. Matt Birkin tries to follow him through as well. Almost 3 abreast coming into Paddock Bend. Somehow David Myatt retakes the lead. Will Howth way too late on the brakes, shoves David Myatt out wide and takes the lead. He'll lead the opening lap. Matt Birkin will be P2. David Myatt drops down to 3rd.
Not the best of starts from Matt Birkin, but he's been able to recover quite nicely. Ducks to the inside to take the lead of the race. Will Howth, unsuspecting to a very late dive, tries to get back underneath going into turn number 2. The 96 not quite able to find his way back, and our champion of 2024, after a slow start, finds his way back to the front. Will Howth with a quick counter-attack though to the outside of turn number 3. There goes David Myatt as well on the inside of the hairpin. A little bit of a tight line, so Will Howth gets the acceleration, but towards the fast left-hander of turn 4, David Myatt tries to search his way through. Look for Will Howth. Rhys Gentry as well. 4 bikes in contention for the lead early on.
Oh, this is what Senior Mini Motos is about, isn't it? Top 4 neck and neck. Nick Bennett right behind them with Keaton and Mark Payne getting involved. Luca Allen also not too far behind. This is why we love the big men on little bikes. Matt Birkin will lead once again as there goes Keaton Payne through on the 711 of Nick Bennett. Look at Will Howth, ducks out of the toe, then ducks back in, trying to see if he can gain an advantage on this year's champion. Unable to quite find their way through as the bikes chatter away over the bumps. No suspension on these mini motos, and there's someone going slowly down at turn 1, I believe. I'm not sure what happened, but looks to be okay. Matt Birkin and Will Howth have disappeared from the likes of David Myatt and Rhys Gentry. And in fact, where is David Myatt? David Myatt nowhere to be seen as the front 2 trade places. What has happened to the number 22? What has happened to our vice champion in 2024? It was problems yesterday. It could be more problems today for David Myatt.
Yeah, it could be. It was a mistake that cost him yesterday. This time it could well be a mechanical problem or whatever. We'll update you as soon as we know. 6 laps left to go at the line. The fight between 2 absolute characters in the FAB-Racing paddock. It's Matt Birkin versus Will Howth. Yellow flags waved in the first sector, so no overtaking. I think that might be the answer as to what's happened to David Myatt. Of course, I think you can see him there off the bike and out of contention in this race. So it's down to 2 at the front. Rhys Gentry has fallen off a little bit, and there he is picking his bike up. Gloves are off, and well, that's not the way you want to go out for your penultimate race of the season.
What a shame for David Myatt. Came into this weekend with such high hopes. He knew he had a chance, albeit a slim one, at the championship, and now he's had 2 DNFs on the bounce. Will Howth and Matt Birkin going side by side through the big left-hander, and now through the hairpin chicane section and down into Paddock Bend. These 2 are leaving it all out on the racetrack, aren't they? And I can guarantee underneath the helmets, 2 very, very big smiles. 5 laps left to go at the line. Birkin still leads from Will Howth. Birkin fastest lap last time as well, a 53.907. But Will Howell's best lap time also in the 53 is a 53.986. They're running very, very close. Will Howell looking to the inside. Once again, couldn't quite find a way through. Will Howell does have the lap record around here in the senior mini motors, set back in 2021 of 53.014. So they're lapping some way off that, but they're getting very aggressive as Matt Birkin gets pushed off the side of the racetrack. This could be Will Howell's opportunity. It is Will Howell's opportunity up into the lead of the race.
Nicely done. Great little bit of side-by-side action between two of them. Great respect shown as well. It takes two to tango at the end of the day, and they're giving us an absolute show. 4 laps left to go at the line. Howarth leads Birkin, of course, the 96 from the number 1 plate as they run their way into the penultimate corner. Once more, Matt Birkin, has he got the acceleration towards turn number 1? Will he be able to go for a late dive? He pulls out of the slipstream, he looks to the inside, he's later on the brakes, and back into the lead goes Birkin.
Lovely, lovely racing here in the senior mini motos. Here goes Will Howard ducking to the inside. Can't come into fruition, but maybe it can. Oh, Will Howard, that is special from the number 96. Kept it pinned on the inside and flies on by into the lead of the race. But these two are trading blows like a heavyweight title bout every single corner, every single lap. So how's Matt Birkin going to respond? A bit of lap traffic gets out of the way, very politely believe that was Steve Johns on the 77. They've just gone through. Little bit of a pickup on the front end of the bike there for Will Howard. Matt Birkin means he can gain a small amount of time, but not enough. It'll be Will Howard leading this lap, 3 to go.
Yeah, very much so. Matt Birkin persisting. Will Howard like a wasp, but it will not leave you alone. Inside line towards turn number 1, and Matt Birkin finds his way back through. Will Howard immediately back underneath him, though, to retake the lead. And in the end, Matt Birkin has to renege that position as they run their way through turn number 2. Will Howard once again leads. They're swapping positions left, right, and centre. It's going to come down to the final lap.
I think we might be seeing some of the old classic Birkin racing coming out very shortly, and by that I mean win it or bin it. Checkers or wreckers, as they'd say over in the States. Because the championship's all over and dusted. All they're racing for now is the pride and the glory of a win in race number 2. And Birkin's going to leave it all out on the table. But so will Will Howard, who's run an incredible race so far, withstood incredible pressure from the 2-time champion, picking up the title this year in race number 1 yesterday. Penultimate lap of the race. Here we go at Ellough Park. Some more riders flying their way round. We saw there Luca Allen on the 28 putting some pressure on Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne in front as they continue on to complete some racing. Nick Bennett sliding on through. Not quite on Keaton Payne though, as there's someone down at the side of the road there. Real shame. Hopefully everyone's okay. Looks like they're going to be able to rejoin the action. Yellow flags being waved though, so hopefully everyone is okay. The 711 of Nick Bennett holding off the number 85 there. So very interesting to see how that's all going to unfold, making their way through the middle portion of the racetrack. Nick Bennett again. Been a disappointing last couple of rounds for the 711, looking to pick up, where he feels he should be this season with some strong results.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's been on the podium a couple of times this season. He's been in the top 5 at the best part of the races as well. Really been fighting towards the sharp end. Was really competitive at Rowra. Really competitive here at Ellough Park, though. Once again, Matt Birkin finding his way to the inside of turn number 1. And what a better time to do it than now. Final lap of the race. And Will Howard and our champion go side by side through turn number 2. The long way round does not work. Will Howard leads. What can Matt Birkin do to respond?
Lovely move once again by Will Howard. Caught Matt Birkin unawares for the second time. An identical move to the one a few laps ago. Make it their way cleanly through the traffic. Left, then right. Into the hairpin chicane section, over and under the crest they fly. Will Howard breathing room behind. It's going to have to be last chance salute from Matt Birkin, but you've got to think he's got to at least try it as they bomb into Paddock Bend for the final time in race number 2. Will Howard's lead should be enough, and it is enough as they come round the final turn. A battle for the ages, but Will Howard has slain the beast. He takes race number 2 here at Ellough Park. Matt Birkin will have to settle for second. But what a fantastic battle we have just been witness to. Respect shared between the riders. They know they've just put on a performance for all of us watching along. And boy, oh boy, did they deliver. Will Howard with a fantastic win in race number 2. Matt Birkin, the first race this year with the number 1 plate on the bike, can only be number 2. Will Howarth wins by 0.3 of a second from Matt Birkin. Rhys Gentry, meanwhile, rounding out the podium. Keaton Payne still into 4th with Luca Allen 5th. Mark Payne P6. Callum White, the other Birkin boy, in P7 with Nick Bennett in P8. Gary Aldridge P9 and Lamar Morgan in P10. Jerome Richards was 11th with Rob Gentry in P12. We lost, unfortunately, George Rennick, Steve Johns, of course, the 22 of David Meyer. We also saw that Isaac Greenstreet, unfortunately, did not start this race due to a mechanical issue. But boy, oh boy, what a race. And still one more to come this season from the senior mini motos.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from all of them. Of course, Matt Birkin, Will Howarth, bring on more of that, please. Maybe into 2025. Of course, the seniors, they've got their final race of the season, and hopefully we're going to have just a big firework display as we had in race number 2.
There we see riders making their way over to the grid boards. Of course, it will be Will Howarth coming in to the middle, the number 1, after a fantastic race. What a time to be here at FAB Racing. They'll be back out for one final race this season, later on, race number 3 in the senior mini motos.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB Racing Mini Bikes British Championship Title Decider.
Rex Austin, Mason Frederick, who will be the one to come out on top in 2024 and the AC40 Pro British Mini Bike Championship? We come into their penultimate race here at Ellough Park. They're making their way to the grid, and it is, of course, our 2 championship protagonists that line up on the front row. Caden Ratcliffe was close, but not enough yesterday to stay in championship contention. He's ahead of Preston Baker on row 2, with Max Johnson ahead of Arthur Rich, Tommy Keats, Maxwell Keats, and all Keats 4th row ahead of Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson. All Rex Austin needs to do is outscore Mason Frederick by 7 points to seal the deal. But Frederick on top form yesterday, taking that victory in race 1. Ross, what can we expect?
We can expect drama, chaos, tension, and all of the above here in the AC40 Pros race number 2. Again, Frederick seemingly with the advantage of momentum heading into this one. 3 race wins on the bounce. The last 2 at Clay Pigeon, and of course race number 1 yesterday. But the championship, it goes in the favour of Rex Austin. The championship gap was closed by 5 points yesterday. That means 19. Frederick wins the last 2 races and Austin comes second in the last 2 races. It's not enough. Rex Austin on that 991 is still champion. And of course, we can't count Caden Ratcliffe as well. We can't count him out. Although he's no longer in championship contention, he's still been part of that big 3, as we've coined them all season long. He's still been fast, he's still been furious, and he will still be in there today, causing havoc and could potentially upset what is now our 2 championship contenders.
The interesting thing, though, is the last time Mason Frederick won 3 races in a row, he followed it with 2 consecutive DNFs. Will history repeat itself, and will that be the way that the AC40 Pro Championship slips out of the young man's hands? It's been titanic. They've been trading race wins, and now it could well be decided. Frederick from Austin on the front row, the penultimate time this season. Will we crown our champion? Let's find out as we go racing. Caden Ratcliffe gets a good start from the second row of the grid, but it's Frederick that leads from pole. The 93 of Preston Baker tries to attack, but there's not much that he can do on Rex Austin as Frederick leads towards turn number 2. The 93 tries to put some pressure onto the championship leader, but nothing that can really materialise there. The 991, though, dropping back ever so slightly, and they're pretty spaced out, the majority of the top 4. It's not until you get to the fight for 5th that you really see some close action, but Frederick putting his best foot forward and accelerating towards championship contention.
Dream starts for the number 5. Mason Frederick rocketed away at the line and took the lead away from pole sitter Rex Austin, and is making good on that as well. He's already trying to fly away into the leaders. Austin still facing a little bit of pressure behind from the likes of Caden Ratcliffe and Preston Baker, themselves having a bit of a battle for the final podium place as they all swing their way around to the end of lap number 1. It will be Mason Frederick that leads the way. Rex Austin second, Caden Ratcliffe third, and Preston Baker just behind them as well. If they finish as they do, championship gap down to 14 points heading into the final race in Rex Austin's favour. Frederick, of course, all he can do is win and hope that bad luck or poor performances come the way of Rex Austin. That's his best chance at winning this championship. Austin has the championship lead. He has that advantage on his side, even if the momentum is with Frederick. As there we see the 96 and the 93, Caden Ratcliffe and Preston Baker putting on an impressive battle as they fly through the quick right-hander before the hairpin chicane section. Baker looking left and looking right. No way through the 96 at the moment. The 96, of course, will be wanting to work his way forward. Even if he's out of championship contention, he wants to end his year on a high.
Yeah, exactly. He has already won a race this season. That was back at Three Sisters, but you always want to add more to the tally, more trophies to the cabinet. 6 laps left to go at the line, of course, as they tick past to just start their 7th lap to go, so it will be a while till we see 6 to go. But of course, Mason Frederick putting his best foot forward. He's the one with the pressure on his shoulders. Rex Austin, granted, he's got it all to lose, but P2 is enough to seal the championship. He's exactly where he needs to be. Mason Frederick has to hope that he drops back, and with Caleb Ratcliffe and Preston Baker having an awesome battle here as the 93 gets underneath the 96, defensive goes that yellow machine into turn number 4. There's not really much opportunity for Rex Austin to fall backwards. I think it's just going to be a fingers crossed game going into race number 3, but of course motorsport can and will bite back if you let it. Complacency can fall victim onto Rex Austin. He's got to be careful to keep his head in the game, score the points that he needs to, and more importantly, stay on the bike.
Absolutely. Although he may be sitting comfortable in the championship heading into race 3, if they finish where they are, it can all change on a dime. And as you said, anything can happen here at FAB-Racing. There is the 141 of Max Johnson. He had a pretty big shunt yesterday. Great team, okay, and back on the bike. He's currently leading Maxwell and Tommy Keats, the two brothers. Tommy had a fantastic race number 1 yesterday. Maxwell running pretty well today. And that is Maxwell trying to find his way through. The number 24 facing down the 141 of Max Johnson as they head out of turn number 3, the infield hairpin. Now turn number 4, that huge left-hander. Oh, look at the bikes wobbling away. Max Johnson just shattering underneath him. Of course, no suspension on these mini motos. It's a really rough ride out there for these young riders as they push their way through Paddock Bend. A huge crowd watching along here at Ellough Park. They know how important this race is, championship rides, but they're also enjoying all of the action that we're seeing across the field and have done all season long in 2024.
Yeah, exactly. Into turn number 1, there's a 3-way battle, and I've got to say, I've been so impressed with the pros. I mean, that big 3 fight that we always talk about, Frederick, Austin, Ratcliffe, they've been trading blows, giving each other the swings all season long, but throughout the rest of the field as well, it's been electric as we see this battle between Johnson and the 2 Keats. Of course, both of them trying to find their way through on the 141, but in fact it's a civil war at the Keats household, side by side, as Tommy Keats tries to find his way through on Maxwell. No way through into the left-hander at turn 4, and all they're doing is hampering themselves and pretty much minimising their chances of being able to catch for the top 5.
Absolutely, of course. When you battle, you lose time, and that allows riders in front of you to get away and riders behind you to catch up. I'm not sure they're too worried about the latter after Rich behind them at the moment is about 3 seconds back, so they're going to have to lose a lot of time to fall into his clutches. But looking at Max Johnson, you can see already visually the gap extending by a couple of tenths over the previous tour as the Keats begin to duel out on the racing surface. 4 laps left to go then in race number 2 of the AC40 Pros here at the final round of the 2024 FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. There we see briefly Caelan Ratcliffe and Preston Baker still doing battle for the final podium place. And then this titanic tussle that we're seeing for P5, Max Johnson, Maxwell Keats and Tommy Keats leaving it all out on the racetrack.
They are indeed. 3 laps left to go at the line, and what a battle this is turning itself into be. Don't forget as well, Caelan Ratcliffe and Preston Baker right on cue there. The 96 keeping the 93 at bay. This has been a race-long bout for the final place on the podium. Of course, Caelan Ratcliffe has done it 12 times this season. Preston Baker only 6. He wants his 7th. 2 laps to go at the line as we head on to the penultimate tour of Ellough Park, and there's the inside line potentially from Preston Baker. Not quite close enough on that occasion as Caelan Ratcliffe is able to do enough just to thwart the attack, position the bike where it needs to be, usually just ever so slightly off the racing line, more to deter the move than to actually properly defend. It puts the eggs into Preston Baker's basket, puts the ball in his court and says, you've got a choice. You can send it to the inside and risk it. You can try and go around the outside. Either way, it's a risk. Right now, I'm doing enough. I've got the quick enough exits and I've got the track position as well.
Preston Baker's been fantastic this year, it must be said. Of course, he's picked up a race win, race number 2 at Three Sisters, the 3rd round of the year. Of course, a few podiums along the way and mainly just strong points finishes for that number 93. We know what he can do on the racetrack. And well, Caelan Ratcliffe should know as well, should be maybe feeling that pressure from the number 93 as they start their penultimate lap of this race. Bit of lap traffic up in front to contend with now. That could cause some issues in this battle. Again, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. It's all about just making your way through, negotiating your way through the slower bikes out on track. And it can so often flip a race on its head if it holds up one rider or gets in between you as you're going down into a fast corner. As there we see very big defensive lines there from the number 96. Caleb Ratcliffe is seriously worried now about Preston Baker behind. He is desperate to hold on to this podium place and is running full defence mode as they head through into the final couple of corners. We're shortly going to be on the last lap of this race. Mason Frederick, well, he's checked out. Rex Austin in P2 running in no man's land. It's all about that final podium position.
It is indeed. Mason Frederick doing everything he needs to do to take the championship to the final race. If it is the case, and Mason Frederick once again wins as he has a good little flick up with his visor. Not entirely sure as to what he's doing that for, but then it would mean that Rex Austin needs to finish P4 as P5 would see the championship be tied and Frederick would win it on countback should the number 5 win race number 3 as well. So the championship is far from over and this young man is doing everything in his power. He's been let down by 3 DNFs, costing him maybe 75 points or so this season. What could have been if it had kept it on the bike, but he's firing back on all cylinders and giving himself every possible opportunity here at Ellough Park. He's just put the visor down and he's twisted the throttle exactly where he needs to. He rounds through the final corner. He sees the checkered flag first. The championship goes to race number 3 as Frederick ticks off his 8th win of the season here at Ellough Park.
4th win on the bounce, and although his title rival may hold all the cards heading into race number 3, Mason Frederick has just told Rex Austin, game on. 5.5 seconds was the gap of the line. Domination defined by the number 5. Mason Frederick with an outstanding win here in race number 2 at Ellough Park, the final round of the 2024 FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship. What a performance from Mason Frederick. The gap now between himself and Rex Austin, 14 points as they come into the final race of the season. Frederick wins by 5.5 seconds from the championship leader. Caleb Ratcliffe holds on to that podium place with Preston Baker less than a tenth behind at the line in P4. Max Johnson was 5th with Tommy Keats in 6th, followed by Maxwell Keats in P7, Arthur Richard P8, Danny Longhurst in P9, and Oliver Wilson rounding out our finishers here. Well, what a race that was. Again, the championship now going down to the final race. You can see already members of the Fab paddock ready to congratulate our top 3 as they go to the podium boards. Rex Austin, Zach, again, he's got a 14-point lead in the championship heading into the final race of the season, so he does have that advantage, but Mason Frederick clearly has the momentum, clearly has the confidence on his side.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to finish at 4th place, and that is all. There's nothing that Frederick can do, even if he wins the race. That is all that Rex Austin needs to do to clinch the championship, and there's never been an opportunity, bar one, that he's finished lower than 4th. That was race 3 at Clay Pigeon, where he unfortunately only finished 9th after issues, but apart from that, it's been top 4 finishes all the way through for Rex Austin. Can he seal the deal? We'll find out, of course, in race 3 a little bit later on for the AC40 Pro class. Mason Frederick, Rex Austin doing battle. They've shared between them 15 wins, 32 podiums. Nothing has been able to separate the pair of them, and we get a titanic battle later on for race number 3 of the AC40 Pro class to round off 2024 of FAB-Racing.
Race number 2 in the Pit Bike 140s, and this is sure to be exciting. We saw Jamie King doing his best Reese Peacock impression, winning the race at the final corner, a home win for your 2024 champion, but it is Richard Holmes-Williams that starts on pole. Pit Bike Sonic Jamie King alongside with Chris Wells, the 2023 champion in P3 alongside Alfie Garrett. Row 3 is Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence, the 2 inseparable this year out on the racetrack, it seems, with James Ratcliffe in P7 and Sean Whitaker P8. Daniel Gilbert and Rory Jones round out the top 10 with Bradley Powell in 11th, Robert Leveridge in P12 and Will Garrett in P13. A fantastic race yesterday, Zach, to end off Saturday's action. We saw perhaps the latest of drama with Jamie King literally winning on the final corner. And importantly for Jamie King, his premature celebrations, he didn't actually celebrate too hard, so he's actually feeling quite good today, he told me. So we'll see how he goes.
It's good. Fresh tyres as well on the bike of yesterday, so no excuses. Of course, it's been a hard-fought battle. He's taken his 3rd win of the season. He's taken 4 championships. Can he take 4 wins? Maybe even stretch it to 5 if he's able to do the double on Sunday. Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic, alongside Richard Holmes-Williams on the front row of the penultimate race of Pit Bike 140s, one of the classical championships of FAB-Racing. We get underway here at Ellough Park. Good launch, it must be said, from our pole sitter, but not a good one at all from Jamie King as he drops to 3rd place. Going backwards off the start is the last thing he wanted. He immediately finds his way back through, now fielding the number 1 plate on the front of that pit bike. They work their way through. Jamie King starts on the back foot, but immediately back to apply the pressure to Holmes-Williams.
I feel bad for Keaton Payne, who got a great launch, but just boxed in by everybody in front of them and has to now settle for 4th place. He probably got the best start out of the first 2 rows, but that's racing. Sometimes doesn't always go your way as good as you can nail it out on the racetrack. It looks like it's going to be Richard Holmes-Williams leading the way on the first lap as they negotiate their way down into Paddock Bend. Jamie King managing to work his way back up into 2nd place. They all fly through single file. And maybe a problem there for one of our riders, going quite slowly, struggling with the gearbox and running wide, so maybe potentially some issues as they now fly down into turn number 1. Jamie King and Chris Wells just behind, of course, on that number 62, formerly with the number 1 plate on the bike. But he's now gone back to the old number, no longer champion, as Jamie King is on top. But Chris Wells still has the ability, still has the speed. He's had more race wins this season than anybody else, I believe, even though he's not been here for half of it. And indeed, he has 7 race wins, despite the fact he's missed 3 rounds, which is just ridiculous from the 2023 champion. These top 3 all glued together. Holmes-Williams, King, Chris Wells, 3 of the finest riders you'll find in the UK on a pit bike, and doing battle here in race number 2.
Exactly that. Of course, Chris Wells, he did 6 in a row at Rowra, did the sweep for both rounds, took a win at Three Sisters before he had to leave, and his form this season has been impeccable. He looks to the outside of our champion, but no way through. 3 riders in contention. Jamie King half defensive, half attacking. He's really sandwiched in between 2 fantastic riders. Forwards to attack, backwards to defend, and Pit Bike Sonic can very easily get overwhelmed here. The suspension compresses as they run their way in towards turn number 3 under the brakes. Jamie King trying to attack, but it's that constant thing. You've got to keep a rider like Chris Wells at bay while you're wanting to fight for the lead. Chris Wells couldn't get the best of starts yesterday, couldn't really compete at the front end, but now Jamie King, it's a 2v1 fight if he wants to win this race, as Chris Wells starts to the inside, very nearly making contact, but he's through into 2nd.
Jamie King left the door open. Chris Wells didn't need an invitation. Up into 2nd place slides the 2023 champion. That's given a bit of breathing room to Richard Holmes-Williams, who sets the fastest lap on the previous tour of 51.335. Very, very fast indeed. Still some way off of the lap record set by Reece Peacock in 2022. But running very, very quickly is our front 3, and still very, very close, because now that Wells is clear of King, he's able to turn up the wick and is immediately on the attack on the 126 as well. Look in the background, Alfie Garrett's still there. He's got through Keaton Payne, who's now fighting with Bailey Lawrence once again. And those two just inseparable. They've been fighting almost every single race this year in the Pit Bike 140s, but they do love to put on a show for us and do always put on a fantastic battle. Waves from the jubilant crowd to the camera when they should be watching what a brilliant race is occurring right before their very eyes. Holmes-Williams, Wells and King going 3 by 3 down into turn 1. Chris Wells take the lead of the race. Can Richard Holmes-Williams try and counter? No, the tractor boy's going to go backwards into 2nd. 8 laps left to go, and Chris Wells into the lead.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Chris Wells, just riding the bike exactly how he needs to, positioning it and just being really decisive with his moves, not really hesitating at all. And oh my goodness me, we've got a rider down there. That's going through turn number 2 that they're off on the tyre barrier and presumably out of this race. They seem to be okay, just ever so slightly hurt, and hopefully we'll see them back out later for race number 3. The fight goes on at the front though. Holmes-Williams trying to apply some pressure to Chris Wells. The 62 robbed of his number 1, but he's back on top form to take his 8th win of the season potentially. Still a long way left to go in this race, 7 laps of it, and Richard Holmes-Williams gets back underneath him in the fight for the lead.
Yeah, big shame. I believe it's Robert Leverage maybe who's gone down there at turn number 2, or possibly Ashley Powell, Back to the action at the front, though. Yellow flags coming through turn 2, so no overtaking here allowed. So watch what you're doing, Jamie King. I see you trying to look to the inside there. Chris Wells, though, leading the way. Richard Holmes-Williams looking for a way back through. Again, we saw yesterday the race won on the final corner, so it realistically could be anyone out of this top 3 taking home 25 points, even if the championship is done and dusted. And, well, they're 3 of the best riders on pit bikes in the UK, and they are putting on a display for us now. Holmes-Williams, a bit slow out of the chicane. I think just made a small error, but it's not affected him too much. Still on the attack on Chris Wells as they continue to push onwards. 6 laps left to go at the line this time. Wells still leading, but it's not comfortable. He's still under big pressure from both Richard Holmes-Williams and Jamie King behind.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Jamie King to get back into this race. He's just really in his shadow more than anything, not really able to do much to get ahead. He's there, he's on the pace, but he's going to have to be really reliant on Holmes-Williams and Chris Wells coming together, battling or anything along those lines to really get himself back involved, because right now they're all equal on pace, but at the moment it is just a stalemate between Wells, Holmes-Williams and Jamie King. 5 laps to go at the line for the penultimate race of the 2024 Pit Bike 140 Championship, and Wells has not been scared to back down from a fight. Bit of lap traffic as they go into the hairpin. They make their way through quite easily on Will Garrett, that is. They've had to lap, so no blue flags, but nice gentleman agreement there to allow the 3 leaders through. And look at that, Jamie King dropping off the back of the top 2 now. The gap between P1 and P2, about half of what it is between P2 and P3.
That being said, not over yet. Still 5 laps left to run within this contest, and plenty of time to Jamie King to get back on their tails. There's Alfie Garrett on the 20, currently running P4. He's in a bit of a no man's land right now. He's got 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds in fact, to Jamie King in front. He's got 3 seconds behind to Keaton Payne, so he really just needs to stay on the black stuff, and he's up for a very, very strong finish as he works his way through some traffic in front and through into the hairpin chicane section down at the bottom end of the circuit. Probably one of the trickiest corners on the FAB-Racing calendar through there. Coming over the undulating off-camber section, then onto the brakes and whipping the bike down to the right, then over to the left for the chicane. Very, very tricky. Back to the leaders, though. Wells still leading from Holmes-Williams, still in front of Jamie King, who's not closed the gap down as much as he would have liked, but still very much in the hunt. Can still smell the blood of the pair in front of him as they fly around through the middle section. Richard Holmes-Williams, what does he have in his locker? Can he launch an attack on Chris Wells?
Let's find out. Of course, only time will tell. The 62, Chris Wells with a white helmet, and then in behind the 128 of Richard Holmes-Williams came ever close, was 12 thousandths of a second away from clinching victory this time yesterday for race number 1. Will he be able to do it for race number 2, or is he going to fall short of the 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion that is Chris Wells? 3 laps left to go at the line. Jamie King has fallen out of contention. Pit Bike Sonic out of this race and dropping down way out of the order for 3rd place. What is the gap at the line? It's half a second for P1 and P2. It's 5 seconds back to Jamie King. Goodness me, he's dropped back loads. And there we see, that's why Jamie King off the bike out of this race.
Oh, what a shame for Jamie King. Coming down into Paddock Bend, he's off the bike in what should be a championship celebration. His homecoming here at Ellough Park. It was a race win yesterday and one of the finest race wins you'll ever see in a Pit Bike 140 race. Race number 2, it's all come undone, whether there was a mechanical issue or a mistake from King. Regardless to say, race 2 done and dusted. It's just going to have to focus on in race number 3. As there we see the and there's been a problem as well. There's been a big problem. That is Richard Holmes-Williams, who's dropped back massively. Second place, Richard Holmes-Williams, the pole sitter, down and out as well. In the space of a lap, we've lost 2 of our 3 front runners. What's going on here at Ellough Park?
Engine problems, it seems. Couldn't quite manage to get the bike in gear or whatever it was. Nonetheless, the bike is still running, but not running optimally for Richard Holmes-Williams. That's going to promote Alfie Garrett to P2, and then Keaton Payne back onto the podium in 3rd place. A lap and a half left to go. What is going on in this race 2 of Pit Bike 140s? This is absolutely historic here at Ellough Park. Once again, the pit bikes deliver. There is Chris Wells. Reliability has been on top form for him, but not even that. He doesn't even need to rely on reliability. He's just got the pace. He was leading anyway, and Jamie King and Richard Holmes-Williams falling victim to issues. Final lap to go as Chris Wells wants to lead home his 8th victory of the season.
Lady Luck clearly woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning for many of our riders out there in the pit bike 140s, but Chris Wells, well, as I said, he's not been here most of the season, but when he has been here, he has won. It's been 7 race wins so far this season, competing out of 9 races that he's been here for. He has been the class of the field every time he turns up at FAB. And there's a reason this man is the 2023 champion. Although the championship may have gone elsewhere this year, whenever Chris Wells shows, he shows his class and shows that form is temporary and talent is permanent. Bit of a stoppie into Paddock Bend. It was hard fought, unfortunately it became easy late in the day as both King and Holmes-Williams encountered issues, but Chris Wells takes a fantastic victory. Race number 2 in the pit bike 140s goes the way of the 2023 champ. The 62 plate back on the bike and bringing him some luck here. What a race from Chris Wells. Absorbed the pressure perfectly. And as problems started to befall his rivals, he stayed focused, committed, and stayed on top for his 8th win of the season. Unbelievable. Incredible.
Exactly, unincredible, maybe. I don't know. 6 plus 2, what does that equal? 8. And he ate up this race, did Chris Wells. He was cooking today. 5 seconds clear of Alfie Garrett from Keaton Payne in 3rd. Bailey Lawrence from Dan Gilbert in 5th as James Ratcliffe continues in 6th. Rory Jones in 7th for the number 7. Then we've got Bradley Powell, Will Garrett. Richard Holmes-Williams should have been in P10, but unfortunately was DNF at the end. Jamie King as well suffering issues, as well as Robert Leveridge and Ashley Powell. Of course, the riders going to be making their way to the podium. Pretty weird podium, it must be said, with Chris Wells assuming, of course, unsurprisingly, the number 1, but Alfie Garrett up there in 2nd. Keaton Payne has been able to take what is going to be his 8th race podium of the season. So all the 8s really in the pit bikes. We'll wait for them to jump to the podium. There you can see the 112, that's Keaton Payne there ready. And of course the pit bikes will be out later on for race number 3 to round off their 2024 FAB campaign. Well, the premier class of British mini bike racing, the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, and the championship has already been won by Wilson Dilks, but the vice championship battle is coming down to the wire. Byron Johnson versus Archie O'Brien. We've got a young rider joining me in the commentary box. We've got Frankie Watson, who's not out on track for the 70s. Of course, you're fighting for the 50 championship, but you've ridden a 70. What's the challenges then that Archie and Byron are going to have to face into race 3?
Well, the 70 is very, it's a bit more when you get on the gas, it's easier to high side and have moment on the rear, but the 50, when you get on the gas, it's not as bad. So I think Byron is definitely more, if he gets into the front, it'll be very hard to pass, but Archie, if he gets into the lead, I think he's just got to pull away and see what happens.
Of course, coming into this race, it's the final race of the season, and there's an 11-point gap between Archie O'Brien and Byron Johnson. Goodness me, great English that was. Anyway, as it's the final race of the season, Byron Johnson needs to outscore Archie O'Brien. That DNF in race 2 could cost him, right?
Yeah, it could massively cost him. Like, for me, in the 50s, a lot of my DNFs have cost me in this championship, so, yeah.
Exactly that. Of course, no points scored, whereas Archie was able to come home and secure 4th. Let's run you through the grid. Harrison Day, of course, taking a sensational pole position ahead of Byron Johnson. It was, of course, Harrison Day that won race 2. Can he repeat that in race 3? Archie O'Brien lines up 3rd ahead of Wilson Dilks, our champion in 4th. Travis Shaw from Harry Payne, the front 3 rows, with Taylor Tomlinson and Finley Polehill row 4. Hamish McIntosh from Matthew Thomas ahead of Beth Ashby, Riley Paisley, Harris Watson and Lucy Curtis, our 14-7-row rider field for the final race of the premier race of British minibike racing. Frankie Watson, of course, you must be excited to see how this race is going to go. Who do you reckon's coming out on top? Is it Archie or is it Byron?
Well, it's a very difficult question. I think it will be Archie because of the points difference, but the result of the race could be completely different, but yeah, I don't really know.
All questions will be answered in due time. Of course, with the championship wrapped up, our eyes focus to second. I mean, Archie's had an impressive run of form. He's not even won a race this season, and right now he's teeing up to potentially finish second in the championship. That is how impressive that young man has been. All he has to do is finish inside the top 3 in order to seal the championship. If he finishes 5th, then Byron needs to win in order to seal the vice championship. Of course, he's got a good chance as well of taking the 50s, and that would be a historic season for Byron Johnson to, of course, come runner-up in the 70s and win the 50s. But will he be able to do it? The final race of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship here at Ellough Park. FAB-Racing in 2024 comes down to this. Good start from the front row from Byron Johnson and Harrison Day. Johnson finds his way through into the lead of the race. That is good stuff. In the background as well, Wilson Dilks fights with Archie O'Brien over 4th place. And right now, it's doing enough to clinch the Vice Championship for Byron Johnson through the first couple of corners. And Byron Johnson, Frankie, has got a really strong lead from Harrison Day.
Yeah, what a start that was from Byron. He always has strong starts in the 50s, but that was an excellent start. And I think also Taylor Tomlinson's up into 5th place.
He is indeed making some swift progress from 6th on the grid ahead of Harry Payne and maybe knocking on the door of Travis Shaw. There is, of course, Byron Johnson. Right now, Archie O'Brien is in 4th place. That scores in 13. Of course, 25 for a win. It will go the way of Byron Johnson unless Archie O'Brien can spring something magical to find his way through on Harrison Day, our pole sitter, who's dropped down behind Wilson Dilks as well. So he's gone from 1st to 3rd, and Harrison really struggling with his starts today.
Yeah, he's struggled with his starts. I don't know what his start was like in the first race, but it wasn't a bad start, but it wasn't a great start, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, just all day, not really getting up to grips with how you need to start, whereas Byron Johnson has been electric. Wilson Dilks already won the championship, 13 race wins as well in the 70s up until this point. He's upwards of 25 for the season if you combine his extremes, and he wants one more, sends the move to the inside of Paddock Bend. Nicely done from Wilson Dilks, but Byron Johnson straight back up the inside. Beautiful defence from the 37. He's back into the lead, and he needs that for the Vice Championship. Wilson Dilks straight back up the inside, Frankie.
Yeah, well, that was smart by Wilson and smart by Byron, because Wilson went up the inside and Byron knew he was going to run wide. But then by also doing that, he ran wide into the first corner. So it was Wilson getting on the brakes a bit later and up the inside.
Exactly that. Archie O'Brien can only watch the battle and the potential Vice Championship slipping away. He's there in 4th. If he gets up to 3rd, there's nothing that Byron Johnson can do. As things stand in 2nd place, it's enough, but you don't want to be at the mercy of Wilson Dilks winning this race. He's already able to extend by a good couple of bike lengths, and at the moment, what can Byron Johnson do? How can he switch back on and get back after Wilson Dilks?
Well, it's very difficult to chase Wilson. Once Wilson gets into his rhythm, he's gone. So I think what they're going to hope for is a Wilson mistake, but other than that, it looks like Wilson's going to control the race.
Yeah, it seems so. Byron Johnson unlocking defence more so than trying to go and attack Wilson, trying to keep Harrison Day at bay. Archie O'Brien bunched up. Look for Finley Polehill as well, starting further back. He sends the move to the inside of Archie O'Brien, who does see it coming, tries to get back underneath, but dropping to 5th place now does Archie O'Brien. The gap between 2nd and 5th in terms of points is 9, so it's still good enough for the Vice Championship, but he wants to be more secure than that. Harrison Day sends the move to the inside. Of course, that back hairpin, and Finley Polehill was trying to eye up the switchback. This race so far has been absolutely scintillating. We've got so many riders nose to tail. Frankie, what do you make of it so far?
Well, it's been like a Moto3 race because it's up and down, but Finley's made a very good start from the beginning, and he's up into 3rd place, and I think he's going to go after Byron.
I think so. Finley Polehill, if it wasn't for a poor qualifying, he might well have been able to challenge at the front this weekend. Starting 8th, has had to claw his way back through the field, and he's done so on pretty much every occasion. He's not finished outside of the top 5, and he even took a podium earlier on in race number 2. For race 3, he wants more than that, though. He wants to climb the steps of the podium, get after Byron Johnson. Harrison Day loves that move into the inside of the hairpin, but it's left him susceptible. Archie O'Brien rocket ships his way through. Spider-Man into 4th. Nicely done from the 91. Right now it's enough. Harrison Day's wide. He's lost 2 more places.
Yeah, that looks to be a big mistake there. I think when you try go up the inside and it don't work, it makes you slow on the exit. And he done that twice, so yeah, he's cost himself a lot of time.
He has indeed. There's the fight. Finley Polehill trying to find his way through on Byron Johnson, who's done a brilliant job of jumping onto the 50, jumping onto the 70 and back again all season. But right now, he's got to focus, because if he wants any chance of clinching P2 in this championship, he's got to give it everything and a little bit more. Finley Polehill ramping up the pressure with 6 laps left to go at the line. Wilson Dilks seems unstoppable out in front. But what's the fight for second going to look like? Finley Polehill all over the rear end. We know how brave he can be on the brakes. But what can Byron Johnson do? I mean, we've got a really strong attacker versus a really strong defender. How's this one going to go?
Well, Byron is so hard to pass, and he's just showing it again here. Because, what a minute. Nearly. Finley nearly went up the inside there. But it's going to be very difficult to get past Byron.
It is indeed. There you can see Archie O'Brien as well, trying to show his nose. He tries to get through on Finley Polehill, has a little look, has to sit the bike back up going into turn number 4. But now Finley Polehill is in a sticky situation. He's sandwiched. He's got to look forward to attack Byron, but also backwards to keep Archie O'Brien at bay. And that's a really tricky situation to be in, isn't it, Frankie? Of course, for you, I mean, how do you focus? Do you focus in front? Do you focus behind? And how do you deal with being second place in that 3-bike train?
Well, I always try to attack as much as I can, but if the front is pulling away, then I've got to focus behind. But you've always got to try go in front, but if you can't, you can't. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. 5 laps left to go at the line. Byron Johnson ducking all over the circuit to give Finley Polehill 0 opportunity to even have a sniff at second place. Right now, it's not enough for the Vice Championship, but he's going to defend all the way to the wire anyway. The 37 exits out of turn 4. Is it enough into this fast left-hander? Not quite enough for Polehill to have a sniff at that position. Through the right, up over the crest, into the braking zone. And is that somewhere maybe Finley Polehill can eye up a move? Or do you reckon it's going to be at this hairpin? Maybe so. Johnson ever so slightly defensive, and that's going to force Finley on the inside. Here comes Archie O'Brien trying to get underneath, gets the acceleration. Could we see a double switchback as O'Brien tries to get back underneath onto this pit straight?
Well, Finley's very strong into the second hairpin, because in the extremes he did quite a lot of switchbacks into there, and it's a good overtaking spot because you don't really expect it into there. So that would be a very surprising move, but it would work.
There we go, duck into the inside as Byron Johnson shuts the door in his face. There was a gap, but not for very long. 3.5 laps left to run in the premier class of British motorsport. And of course, when it comes to these young riders, they're the stars of the future here today, showing how good they are. Byron Johnson showcasing his defensive mettle against Finley Polehill, who's climbed the order through from 8th. He goes for second into the hairpin, and the 199 seizes his opportunity. Byron Johnson tries to counter-attack into the next hairpin, but it's not enough. And Finley Polehill finds the gap through into second place and up now with 3 laps left to go.
Now I think Byron's going to struggle now. I don't think he can catch Finley because it looks like Finley has a lot more pace than him. And now I think he needs to worry a bit more about Archie.
Yeah, he thinks so. Of course, at the moment, Archie has done enough for the Vice Championship. And at this moment in time, if you're Archie, you know you've got P2. Do you go and fight Byron Johnson, or do you just stay where you are and stay safe?
Well, I would always push, but in his position, you'd like to just settle down a bit. So I don't really know what's in his head, but someone's gone wide.
Yeah, I think that might be Taylor Tomlinson on the 77. Indeed, it was that white and green machine, that wide at the hairpin sort of chicane, weird hybrid corner. 2 laps left to run in this race. Wilson Dilks leads by 5 seconds clear of now Finley Polehill, who's climbed his way through. Do you know what happened in qualifying? Why was he so far back, considering his pace has been so strong all weekend?
I don't think he did any of the practices on Friday, so I think he kind of went into qualifying in the unknown, but everyone else did the practice. They knew what the track was like. Oh, and what a move that is by Archie. Oh, that's a spectacular move.
Beautifully done into turn number 4. Saw the gap. There was a slight little wave from Byron Johnson. Looked back over his shoulder. Archie O'Brien saw the gap. He seized the opportunity and found his way through. Right now, he's into third place, but there's the move. Byron Johnson loves sending it on the brakes into that final hairpin. He emerges side by side with Byron Johnson. There is, of course, our champion of Wilson Dilks. He's got the number 1 plate on the front. He's got a T-shirt to celebrate as well. What a season it has been. The final lap of the 70s in 2024, and it's been dominated by this young man, Wilson Dilks, who's ticked off race win after race win. He won an absolute rampage of form, 7 race wins in a row, from race 2 at Ellough Park all the way to race 1 at Rowrah. He has been the benchmark this year in the Premier Class, the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 champion of Britain. It is Wilson Dilks, a star of the future, out of the final corner for the final time in 2024. Dilks takes his 14th victory on the road to the championship, and what a championship it's been. The fight for P2 in the championship came down to the final race, and it goes the way of Archie O'Brien, who hasn't taken a single win, but his consistency has proved vital. He takes second place. There is our champion, Wilson Dilks, a celebratory T-shirt. Of course, there you can see how happy he is. The celebrations in full force. What a season it's been. There he is, a smile to the camera. And what a year it's been for Wilson. I mean, you guys are quite close friends. I see you walking around playing football in the paddock. What's he been like this year? Has he been nervous, shaky, happy, confident? What's Wilson Dilks' mood been all season?
Wilson's never nervous. He's never shaky. He's never like that. He's always full of confidence, and he's just one of those people that doesn't care, and he just has so much confidence on and off the bike. So what a season it's been for him. Obviously done the double in the extremes and the 70s, and yeah, he's deserved it.
He has indeed. There he is, a victory lap. Of course, we've just been told Byron Johnson had a crash on that final lap. He did. He finished P9 in the end. Yeah. So obviously going to drop back and only finish third. But if you're in Johnson's position, I mean, it's understandable maybe to have pushed to have any last-ditch effort at maybe clinching that Vice Championship. Of course, we'll run you through the full results of the final race of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship when we get a moment too. But Frankie Watson, I mean, you've raced in this championship a couple of times this season. How strong has the grid been?
It's been super, super strong. I've got 1 podium this year, but that was very, very tough, and yeah.
The competition has been tight. Of course, it was Wilson Dilks, our champion, and for the 14th time taking the victory at a Finley Polehill, who ascended his way through the ranks from 8th place to P2 and climbing his way through the order all weekend long. Archie O'Brien taking another podium and what has been a road to the Vice Championship. Harry Payne from Harrison Day, the top 5 in the race. Of course, Mini GP 70s all the way through. What a race it's been. But now we head to the rookies for their championship decider.
To MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship, title decider.
It has been a long season in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, and it all comes down to this. 2 points is the gap between Nelly Nuth and Emilio Pereira. Winner takes all. Emilio Pereira's been the man on form. He's had 3 race wins on the bounce across the last 2 rounds. But Nelly Nuth, she has been the star all throughout this season. Can Pereira upset the party, or can Nuth hold on to take a fantastic championship in what has been a fantastic year for that young man overall? Of course, starting from the pole position, it will be if I can find the pole position. Starting from the pole position, it will be Emilio Pereira, as I said that, but Nelly Nuth alongside. All eyes on that front row. Tommy Williams starts P3 with Jensen Cedras in P4. Freddie Taylor 5th with Joey Athasich in P6. Noah Barford is 7th. Austin Dilks 8th. Finley Stiles 9th. And Reed Sachs will be rounding out the top 10. James Dermer is 11th with Randy Carter in P12. Seth James 13th. And Emerson Oakley in 14th. Ethan Bain is 15th. Logan Paisley 16th. Daisy Grayson 17th. Austin Baton 18th. Claudia Dubman 19th. And Oscar McAllister rounding out the top 20. Casey Reeson is 21st with Taylor Toole 22nd. And Caleb Beatty in P23 rounding out our grid. Here we go then. Final checks with the roving marshals, the parents of the paddock. Emilio Pereira and Nelly Nuth. It is all eyes on the front row. El Toro versus Nuth. As our eyes go to the red lights in this winner-takes-all race for the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup in 2024. Race number 3. It is lights out and we are underway. Good start there by Emilio Pereira. Nelly Nuth gets away well, gets to the inside and takes the lead at turn number 1. Similar thing happened in race number 2, but Pereira already trying to fight back, can't quite do so. Down into turn number 2 is the front pair already starting to pull away from those behind. Watch out for Jenson Cedras, watch out for Tommy Williams, they've been fast. Watch out for Emilio Pereira as he slides on by. Can Nelly Nuth get the comeback? I don't think she can, and it's advantage Pereira early on in race 3.
It's the race for the championship, and it might well be slipping out of Nelly Nuth's fingers. Emilio Pereira was there, and now she's under pressure from Jenson Cedras and Tommy Williams, as she has been all weekend long. El Toro charging away out in front. He is absolutely smashing every apex, trying to extract the most lap time. Nelly Nuth is wide. Cedras tries to find his way through, and the Rookies Cup, the most race wins, has gone the way of Nelly Nuth. But here at Ellough Park, it might be unwinding as Emilio Pereira leads the first lap.
She came into this weekend with a strong lead in the championship, but Emilio Pereira could be about to do what seemed to be the impossible as he leads here on lap number 2 in the final race of the season. Nelly Nuth under huge pressure from Jenson Cedras. He doesn't care about her championship fight. He just wants to make his way and get to the highest position possible. As up the inside there goes Tommy Williams on Cedras, gets the move done as they went 3 abreast into the infield hairpin. Down at turn number 3, almost banging elbows is Cedras and Williams as they slide through turn 4. And look at Finley Styles. He started really, really strongly. Now up into P5. He's got through Freddie Taylor. The number 19's on a tear right now.
He really is. Finley Styles we saw with some absolutely barnstorming moves in race 2. Nelly Nuth is wide, side by side with Tommy Williams as they emerge into that final corner. It does stop her from being overtaken, able to get that run into the final turn. But Pereira is stretching his legs and running away with not only this race, but the championship as well. They've shared a titanic battle all of 2024, and right now it seems the only thing that can stop Pereira is himself. Is Jenson Cedras is wide as he's side by side with Finley Styles into T2.
Through goes Styles. What a start for that young man. The number 19's looked racy all weekend, but Finley Styles is flying, and so maybe is Tommy Williams. No. Nelly Nuth closes the door and holds on to that P2, but again, it's not enough. This is winner takes all. Whoever finishes in front of the other one is the champion between Nuth and Pereira. And right now, Emilio Pereira will be swinging the championship fight right as the death, as it's more heartbreak for Nelly Nuth. She drops down to 3rd, but maybe not for much longer as Tommy Williams does he run wide? No. The 51 confirms the news. And Nelly Nuth's race goes from bad to worse, and now she has a mountain to climb if she wants to claim the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup Championship in 2024. And look at Finley Styles trying to get involved now as Nuth briefly slides back in front. But look at how racy the 51 is. Through goes the 51, maybe through goes the 19. Yes, he does. Nelly Nuth. She's got one championship already this weekend and the highest achieving female racer award, but the one that matters to her the most, the Rookies Cup, is slipping out of her grasp.
It is. She's getting swarmed by everyone here. She started 2nd. She's tumbling down now. And oh my goodness me, Nelly Nuth is just getting overwhelmed left, right and centre. Finley Styles found his way through. But now, of course, it's Jenson Cedras applying some of that pressure. Emilio Pereira, meanwhile, is not waiting for a second invitation. As soon as he saw a chance to go, he bolted away at El Toro. 4 laps to go at the line, and Nelly Nuth is seeing this championship slip away. Right now, she's hanging on to the podium with the skin of her teeth. She's dropped down to 4th. She wants to advance, but there we can see Tommy Williams closing in for what could well be the race lead.
Emilio Pereira could be about to do the impossible and win this championship as Nelly Nuth continues to tumble down the order. As we've said time and time again, whoever finishes in front out of Pereira and Nuth is the champion. And Nelly Nuth, man oh man, it has not been her race so far with 4 laps to go. She struggled at Ellough Park when we came earlier in the year. Maybe it's just her bogey circuit, and once again struggling here in race number 3 when push comes to shove. That being said though, Tommy Williams is flying 56.983, almost breaking the lap record set by Emilio Pereira. in race number 1. I think he might have actually done it. So Tommy Williams has found some incredible pace. Quite fancies a race win to end off the season.
I think he does. The best lap time Pereira set after the restart was a 57.088, which would now fit him as the lap record holder ahead of Pereira in his pursuit for the race lead. Pereira, P1 or P2, either way it's the championship. But of course, you know he's hungry to take the championship, and not only that, his 8th win of the season with it. He doesn't want to settle for second in either the championship or this race. 2.5 laps left to go, and Tommy Williams is applying the pressure. But at what point does the championship take precedence for El Toro?
Of course, he's got to think, my main rival is dropping down the order. There's no point risking a DNF, risking the bike, risking hurting myself. As much as he'll want to race win, and especially, you know, this is the Rookies Cup. These are the youngest riders in the paddock. They've probably got more desire to win outright in a race than anybody else, and especially that young man, Emilio Pereira. The confidence, the calmness, the self-belief, it's beyond his years, and he knows all he wants to do when he steps on the bike is go out there and win. And it's down! Emilio Pereira! More drama as Nelly Nuth struggles. Emilio Pereira, with 2 laps left on the clock, has gone down and dropped down the order. Now where does he come out? He's in P5. Nelly Nuth's in P3, but struggling for pace. With 2 laps to go, does Emilio Pereira have it in him to catch a late twist here at Ellough Park?
A lap and a half left to run. We knew Pereira's biggest enemy could well be himself, and he's dropped it at the final stage of this race. Nelly Nuth is in championship winning position. Will she know that? She's now fighting with Finley Styles for the final place on the podium. Lap traffic to contend with as well. Emilio Pereira, he's got to switch back on. He cannot lose his head. He needs to get back charging after the 44.
It might be too late to make a move, looking at where he is on the racetrack and who he's trying to negotiate his way around with. Nelly Nuth has just been awarded a lifeline by her biggest rival, and she is 1 lap away from being champion.
This is it. Another rider down. Goodness me, on the final lap as we tick past for the Rookies Cup in 2024. Emilio Pereira is closing in on Nelly Nuth. What a historic final lap this could well be. The rider is down, they're up, but the focus is on the championship as Jensen Tedras does battle with a young female rider, Nelly Nuth, a national star on the BBC, right now vying for her first FAB-Racing championship.
But there's El Toro on the 31. He is right behind them. This is coming down to the very death. 2024, the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. It's been the closest it has ever been. Nelly Nuth came into this weekend with an advantage. Emilio Pereira has brought that right down, and they are neck and neck. Whoever's in front wins the title. A few more corners to go. Tommy Williams will win this race, but it's all eyes on the number 44, on the number 31.
Oh, he's done
down
it
again. Emilio Pereira's down again, and that can only mean one thing as Tommy Williams wins. Nelly Nuth at the death is your 2024 FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion. Oh my word. Talk about drama. Talk about leaving it to the death. That could be one of the best races in FAB-Racing history. Unbelievable. And I believe as well, Nelly Nuth has achieved history. I believe she is the first female champion in FAB-Racing history as well. Of course, she's already the all-riding female cup champion. What an achievement for that young lass. But my oh my, you've got to say, Zach Sweeney, she had Lady Luck on her side today.
She really did. Thrown a lifeline yesterday, but you can take a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. She capitalised. She was there, scooped it up with both hands. Luck was on her side, but she rode fantastically. Nelly Nuth, you are a champion of the FAB-Racing paddock. The Rookies Cup has delivered. She'll make her way to the podium. Emilio Pereira, it's heartbreak for El Toro. And you can understand why he would do that on the last lap. He had to throw it. It was all on the line, do or die. He would rather have dropped it than regret not trying.
Well, absolutely. That is heartbreak for Emilio Pereira. As you said, he made one mistake and he could afford making another because all he had to do was finish in front of Nelly Nuth. It is Tommy Williams that takes the victory, the 51, with a fantastic ride. His first win this year, it must be said, and he's left it to the very death. Finley Styles with a fantastic ride into P2, matches his best finish this year. He achieved 3 second places back at Three Sisters. But third place, Nelly Nuth, on a weekend where she struggled and it looked so tight, so close. She is the 2024 FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion. Of course, supported by the team over at the House of Moto. She's been on the news. She is a young superstar already, let alone a star in the making. What a season for her. Jensen Cedras finished 4th. It is heartbreak for El Toro Emilio Pereira, who has been phenomenal all season long. He can only finish in P5 after 2 late mistakes. What a year, what a season in the AC40 Rookies, and what a way for it to end with arguably the most dramatic race of the year. Simply superb. Race number 3 for the LC40 Elites. And it's sure to be a firecracker. It has been fantastic racing all season long from these guys. And although, as we've been saying all weekend, Zach Sweeney, the championship's done and dusted, that doesn't mean we are not going to get a fantastic race. And especially when we consider the dynamic of what we've seen this weekend. In race number 1, Mason Frederick took victory as Logan Cousins made an error. In race number 2, Logan Cousins took victory as Mason Frederick made an error.
Yeah, it's been back and forth between the pair of them, of course, as it has been for the majority of the season. Of course, Logan Cousins has consistently had the measure, and he'll start from pole position ahead of Frederick. Rex Austin will start ahead of Tommy Keats, as Caelan Ratcliffe from Max Johnson, the front 3 rows. Arthur Rich ahead of Maxwell Keats. Danny Longhurst from Oliver Wilson. Our 10-rider grid to round off the final start of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite British Mini Moto Championship here at Ellough Park. It's delivered in bucket loads. And oh my goodness me, what a race we could well be in store for. The Mini Motos have brought all the drama, all the intrigue, and I'm sure the Elites are going to be no different for their final race of the season.
Absolutely, the riders out on the grid. It's been 2 very intriguing racing, a lot more about your own race rather than racing others and just staying on the black stuff. And I got to tell you, outside as well, it's the warmest it's been all weekend. The sun is beaming down. It's been a very long weekend as well, so the heat, the fatigue, it's all going to come into play. It looks like maybe a small problem there for Mason Frederick. Just having a look down at the bottom end of the bike. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen with that one. Just a few discussions with the roving marshals there in the yellow high vis, but hopefully all okay to continue racing. Maybe a thumbs up there. Yep, gives it a rev. Looks like he is ready and waiting to go. So it'll be all eyes then to the flag marshal, Lee Clowes, who will set us on our way for the final time this season in the OH Logistics LC40 Elites. It's go! Great start from Logan Cousins. Frederick gets away well also, but the reaction just not quite as good as Caelan Ratcliffe slots into 3rd place. And once again, the 2 that have been fighting all season long, the best getaway. But watch that number 96. We know he's strong. Round here at Ellough Park, we know what he can do. As Cousins on the 7, the 2024 champion, leads the way from the number 5 of Mason Frederick. Pushing their way now into the infield section, sliding on by, and all of them now already running single file. It's already about your personal race and just trying to put pressure on the rider in front.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Logan Cousins is so good at just getting the start and bolting away, and I think this one is going to be no different to round things off for the season. Logan Cousins, he's won 11 times so far this season. I'm sure the 12th is going to be on the cards for the final race of 2024. It's been close, it's been competitive. Of course, we've got our big 3 in the AC40 Pros racing in the Elites as well. Frederick from Austin, from Ratcliffe 2, 3 and 4. Of course, Frederick and Austin have got their championship to be decided later on, and right now it's Frederick that actually has the measure of Austin in this championship. He wrapped up the vice championship in race 2, and right now he's racing for 2nd best. So too Caelan Ratcliffe in his fight with the number 8 of Tommy Keats just in behind, as the 96 tries to keep Keats at bay. Of course, we saw earlier the 2 Keats fighting with Caelan Ratcliffe for for quite some time, and the 96 was able to keep the pair of them at bay, and I don't think this one is going to be too different at all. That 96, I mean, he's just been there or thereabouts all weekend. Unfortunately, for race 1 yesterday, he had that chain off, didn't he? He had that reliability issue that cost him race number 1, but once the chain was back on, once the bike's been working, he's really been up there in terms of that front running pace.
That being said, you can't take away the pace from number 8 this weekend as well. Tommy Keats has been magnificent, the best form he's been in all season, to be quite frank. Spoke to him on Saturday morning. He seemed quite calm, quite cool, quite collected, and he's been showing it out on the racetrack as well. And it could be a great way to end this season by picking up his first podium of the year as well. The number 96, a little bit wide there from Caelan Ratcliffe. Maybe door open for Tommy Keats. He certainly had a look, decided against making the move on this occasion. Still quite a way to go. 7 tours left of the Ellough Park circuit here in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite. So, time on Tommy Keats' hands. He seems to have the pace advantage as it stands, and Caelan Ratcliffe potentially feeling that pressure. Tommy Keats, he's just playing the patient game. He's waiting for the gap to appear when he can make a surefire move. Again, the door was open there a little bit. Keats decided against it. He's happy just sitting back waiting, maybe trying to force Ratcliffe into a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. You've just got to be there. Sometimes playing this patient game is better than that all-out attack, because you slowly wear down. It's then an attrition race as opposed to an out-and-out brawl. So you slowly wear down the mentality of your opponent, get into their head, send some maybe fake moves, have those phantom punches where you sort of send the move up the inside, then sort of fake them out. They then slide themselves out, make that mistake, and that's when you can go for that high percentage yield move, which I think Keats could well be looking for on Caelan Ratcliffe. Of course, it's the fight for the podium and the final podium of the year, so it's got some weight carried to it, some prestige to finish on the podium for the last race of 2024.
Absolutely. Ratcliffe holding him at bay though at the moment. Just a quick update on the front. Logan Cousins 1.8 seconds to the good on Mason Frederick. Frederick himself 4 seconds nearly clear of Caelan Ratcliffe, as Cousins' fastest lap of the race on that tour of 52.615. He is flying at the moment and has actually just put 1.5 seconds on Mason Frederick on that previous lap. That is ridiculous, and what could be ridiculous, maybe there was a move for Tommy Keats, once again deciding against it, biding his time, waiting, playing that patient game that we know Tommy Keats loves to play. He's so good at just not being too aggressive, which we know sometimes a lot of younger riders can be. They don't quite know the ins and outs of racing. They just want to get on the bike and ride as fast as they can, even when they're at a stage in the Elites Championship, you know, the oldest and most senior junior mini moto championship we have. These riders are still very, very young. Most of them, if not all of them, haven't yet started secondary school. They just want to get out there, go fast, overtake, win. Tommy Keats, a bit more mature than that. He's happy just to sit back.
Yeah, exactly. Just let the pressure build and build, but eventually it's going to get to a point where you can't keep the lid on and the pressure is just going to blow it straight off. I mean, right now that is a show of intent if I've ever seen one. Just dancing around outside, inside, again, maybe putting Ratcliffe under just a little bit of pressure, but playing that patient game, like you say, it's sometimes the right thing to do. They've got no one to fight in front. They're not really under too much pressure behind. What is the risk? What is the reward? One extra place, potentially binning you both off then, is that risk. So weighing it up, and right now Keats has got an opportunity to play the patient game, get some data, analyse where he's quicker, where he's slower, where the move can be made, and then do it in his own time. It's not the shortest of races for the elites. They get a good sort of 10 laps. They're down to obviously about 3.5 now, but you know, he's got the opportunity. He's just waiting for that sort of 80-20 rather than risking it right now and potentially throwing himself and Caelan off the bike.
It's going to be 3 laps to go for this group when they get to the line. Logan Cousins still leading out by 5.5 seconds. Mason Frederick 5.5 seconds to the good over Caelan Ratcliffe. These two separated by just 1/4 second at the line. They are neck and neck out there. Tommy Williams once again looking for a move into turn number 2. Couldn't quite come into fruition, but he's certainly trying. Certainly, well, if it was 4 wheels, I'd say filling the mirrors of Caelan Ratcliffe. Certainly filling his vision if Caelan Ratcliffe were to look behind. But Keats just unable to quite pounce on an overtaking opportunity as of yet, as Ratcliffe nails his way through. Of course, must be said, Tommy Keats on that liquid-cooled bike with Caelan Ratcliffe on the air-cooled machine. So a bit of difference in the mini-motos they are riding. Currently, though, Caelan Ratcliffe able to maintain his position on the podium. Can he stay there for the rest of the race, though? 2 laps left to run in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite season.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming down to the end. It's gone quick. It's quite emotional for some of these riders to have all of their hard works really boil down to this final race, and they're going to enjoy it. At the end of the day, that's what they're here for. They're young riders, you know, they're not making any money out of doing this. They're not quite to the famous stage. They're here because they love it. They're here because they're passionate. They're here because they want to win. So just enjoy the final couple laps of the season before you take a well-earned rest and hopefully come back fighting maybe for the FAB-Racing Winter Series over in Spain at the back end of 24 and into the early stages of 2025 as well. So hopefully we'll see some of our young riders taken there with some winter testing before we're back for 2025 in the FAB-Racing British Championships in the new year. But right now, end this season on a high and then enjoy the rest.
And end this season as it has been all season long as well, with Logan Cousins out in front with another fantastic performance, another fantastic ride for that young man who will surely be stepping up to the bigger Metrokit Grand Prix style machinery in 2025. What a year it has been for him. Just absolutely dominant this year, although it's not been clean sweep. There's been a few DNFs here, hasn't won every race, but every race he has finished has been either first or second. Unbelievable consistency, unbelievable performances across the board. And as he rounds the final few corners to cap off 2024 with a giant smile underneath the helmet, Logan Cousins once again is a race winner in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite and wraps up the season in some style with perhaps his most dominant performance of all, winning by 9 seconds from Mason Frederick in P2. The boy is just fantastic, isn't he? What a performance from Logan Cousins. Mason Frederick in P2. Caelan Ratcliffe held on to that podium place by less than 1/10 of a second from Tommy Keats. Incredible defensive work from the number 96. It's Logan Cousins who ends the season as he started it.
Oh, 50s are going to be good next year. 50s are going to be really good next year. Let's put it that way. If we've got Frederick, Austin, Ratcliffe, Max Johnson all jumping onto the 50, let's bring it on. I mean, 50s have been one of the standout championships this year, but the future of the Metrokit Championships are in good hands with riders like these. Logan Cousins, though, take a bow. 2024 has been all about you in the Elite Championship. He'll take to the podium for the final time in 2024. It is boasted 12 wins. He's been on the podium 14 times. What a season for Logan Cousins as he wraps off the final race in P1. Mason Frederick, P2 in the championship, and it's P2 on the road. Caelan Ratcliffe rounds off the final podium, less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Tommy Keats, who fought him down to the wire. Max Johnson rounds off the top 5 ahead of Maxwell Keats, Danny Longhurst, and Oliver Wilson. Our 8-rider field, the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship, comes to a close in 2024. Hopefully they'll be back swinging and just as competitive in 25.
Absolutely. What a fantastic, fantastic season it has been, especially for that young man in the middle of your picture, Logan Cousins. He can be happy knowing that he is the champion of 2024. Moto Team, 1 race away from the end of the year, and they are sure to go out on high. Of course, the championship's done and dusted. This is now just racing for the glory, racing for the fun of it, and it should be exciting to be sure. Of course, the wind has picked up over the last couple of minutes. You can see when the bikes roll around on the end of their sighting lap coming into Paddock Bend, you'll see the flags up there. They are rip-roaring against their flagpoles. Well, let's run through the grid, shall we? It is Will Howarth on the 96, takes pole position. He had a problem in race number 2. Let's see if he's able to overcome any mechanical issues here. Team Acme Racing in P2 with Sean Whitaker in P3. Harrison O'Keefe P4 with Jacques Van Eden P5 and Ben O'Keefe P6. Team Eddie the Badger still 7th with Malcolm Stein in P8. Gary O'Keefe is 9th. Madison Martlew is 10th. And Kieran Evans in P11. And there you can see, Zach, as I said, the wind really picking up there. You can see on the flagpole. So that's going to create a challenge for the riders. But last race of the season, they're going to go out there and have some fun.
Oh, they are indeed. Of course, Will Howarth, nice to see him back on the bike after having some issues in race number 2 earlier on. But of course, that wind is going to help them kind of going into that hairpin. They get pushed back, so more of a sort of an air brake as they sit up the bike going into the hairpin. Could we see some late sends thanks to that? Of course, the effect is going to be different across the track as you weave in different directions, but most importantly into that hairpin. But Moto Team, they've boasted pretty exciting championship, one of the cheapest forms of motorsport in the UK. It's eyes to the lights for the final time for Moto Team. Both the standard and open champions have been crowned. It's time to end it on a high in 24. Lights are on, lights are off. Let's go racing. Will Howarth leads us, but once again Jack Van Eden with a rocket ship start. I think he slightly was a little bit hasty going into turn number 1, but of course he's going to lead for now. Sean Whitaker, our standard champion, fights with Team Acme, who of course were able to come out on top in race number 2 earlier. At the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe, not this time going backwards off the start as he fights his way into 4th overall. Team Acme though looking to the outside of Jack Van Eden for the final time of lap 1 of the Moto Team in 24.
Harrison O'Keefe, of course, didn't get away from the line in race 2, stalled the bike, and then it just did not start. This time, fighting right up the front with the other standard class bikes as Jack Van Eden there gets overtaken by Team Acme Racing for the overall lead. They're in 2 different classes. Team Acme in the standard, Jack Van Eden in the open, so that matters not for their own individual races, but of course it's all about what's going on in the race for the overall position as well. I think there may have been a problem there for Harrison O'Keefe late on the lap. He's dropped massively backwards, as there we see, who else would it be? It's Will Howarth who goes into the lead of the race. The number 96 rockets back up to the front, as you would expect. Man, oh man, he's so fast on that thing, isn't he? Team Acme Racing, you can't even keep up. That 2-stroke bike is just ridiculous, and Will Howarth ain't a bad rider either. So he now leads overall and in the open class. Team Acme Racing still lead though in the standard class. We'll have the likes of Sean Whitaker and Ben O'Keefe and Harrison O'Keefe as well, it must be said, not too far behind to provide some pressure across the remainder of this race. Shortly to be 9 laps left to go, and it's the number 96, but we did see mechanical issues in race number 2. Let's see if those have been sorted.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Of course, it's not often that we see Will Howarth suffering any form of issue, all be that mechanical or skill. He's quite a bulletproof rider, but yeah, today he's just been tipped ever so slightly. Maybe there will be a slight bit of doubt in his mind, knowing that something could go wrong. Will it go wrong is a different thing entirely, but nonetheless he's riding the bike really nicely, extending that gap to Team Acme, who might well be having to look backwards to Sean Whitaker in the near future. Through a fight between, of course, the fight between Jack Van Eden on the 17 and the 64 and 65 of Ben and Harrison O'Keefe respectively. They're all in the well, one of them's in the open, that's Jack Van Eden leading the way. The 2 behind are fighting for the standard final place on the podium. Of course, Harrison O'Keefe wants to redeem himself and have any way he can find his way back into respectably being a part of the O'Keefe family heritage, and while fighting his way back through on his brother might be one of the best ways to do that.
Absolutely. They might have to Tipex over the scratches on the family tree and etch Harrison O'Keefe back in. Lovely stuff there. Of course, one thing we are forgetting about, this is Sean Whitaker's final race. We've been talking about his retirement tour. After this one, Sean Whitaker is done with full-time FAB competition. He said he might be back in the future for the odd round. So if you're a Sean Whitaker fan, drink it in, because there ain't much of it left, unfortunately. But currently running P2 in the standard class and doing a great job as well. He's had a fantastic weekend in Moto Team. Less so in the pit bikes, unfortunately. But this is the championship that we associate him with most. So this will be the one where we give him the full honours that he deserves, of course. Champion of the standard class once again this year in 2024 with that number 1 plate on the bike. What an incredible year it has been for Sean Whitaker. Back to the action though, out on track. Jack Van Eden once again fast starting and then falling back even quicker potentially. The 17 is under big pressure now from the 64 and the 65.
Yeah, indeed. So there's a look. Nicely done, potentially. Beautiful from Harrison O'Keefe. That's a move. Textbook to the inside of the penultimate corner, technically. That final corner, I mean, it's definitely a corner to people like Harrison O'Keefe and the likes of Matt Burton as well, who have all dropped it on the final lap. So, I mean, it is a corner, but it's flat out usually. So the final proper corner is that hairpin. He was able to find his way through, fire it up the inside and get it done quite nicely. 6.5 laps left to go, and We're seeing a pretty nice battle. Just, again, taking it in, enjoying it. I mean, for some of these guys, it's a lapped race. It's not a timed race. So in theory, they could just take as long as they want and enjoy it. But obviously they're not. They're going to be going for the win. But just taking the sights, taking the smells, taking the atmosphere, because it's the last time this year and maybe the last time ever some of these riders do it.
Absolutely. One thing Jacques Van Eden will need to do, though, is push on, because you were right, Zach. He did jump the start. He's just been given a penalty. I've seen on our timing screens he's dropped behind both Harrison O'Keefe and Ben O'Keefe, and also Malcolm Stein, who's behind this group. So Jacques Van Eden, as Zach said at the time, looked a bit too hasty on the start. Race control, they're situated right next to the start line, so they have got a very good view of what happened. Decided, he was too quick. We didn't quite turn the red lights off when he went, so he has been slapped with what I assume will be around about a 3-second penalty. That's typically what gets awarded for a jump start here at FAB-Racing. So a big shame there for Jacques Van Eden. That's not the way you want to start the final race of the year, with a jump start penalty. But 6 laps left to go, soon to be 5, as Will Howarth is currently rounding the final few corners. And well, still this battle going on. But again, another thing that's going on is Jacques Van Eden, he probably knows that he jumped the start. He probably knows he's got a penalty. We don't know if Harrison and Ben O'Keefe know that, though. So they might think they're racing for position, even though they are in different classes. You know, they're still fighting and getting held up by Jacques Van Eden for overall places. They might not know the fact that he's got a penalty. So they might be pushing really, really hard, thinking, I want to get this one extra place, when in reality they've already got it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously for Jacques Van Eden, he is, well, obviously it's not an on-track battle, it's a race against the clock. 11,000 separate them at the line. Obviously it's a little bit more than that, so that's what Jacques Van Eden's aim is going to have to be, is to ride the bike very, very quickly and try and extend a 3-second margin back to Steen for that second place in the Open. It's quite interesting we have sort of race against the clock. It's a little bit like a time trial between the pair of them. So, of course, while we're not seeing them fight on track, we're seeing them fight on the lap times. Last time by was a 57.4 for Steen, a 57.1 going the way of Van Eden. So let's track this, as we've only got 4 laps to go this time by.
Absolutely. There we see Sean Whitaker and Team Acme Racing fighting hard for the lead of the standard class. Sean Whitaker's last lap time, 53.643, fastest lap out of anybody across the course of this race. And I tell you what, that's actually, relative to Moto Team standards, that's quite close to the lap record. Of course, the lap record set by Will Howarth on that number 96 monster that he has. It's actually one of the only lap records that's been set under the new Moto Team regulations. And even then, there's been tweaks to make the bike slower since then. But very, very competitive lap time from Sean Whitaker. 4 laps left to go. Soon to be 3. And I tell you what, this group, they're keeping Will Howarth honest. Will Howarth is just in front of these guys. At the line last time, it was 1.3 seconds. They're getting a push on. And you can see Will Howarth there. They're not far behind him at all. 1.5 seconds, the gap at the line. 3 laps left to go. Of course, they're in 2 different classes. But we could have another fight for the overall race win on our hands.
Hopefully so. I mean, Will Howarth very quickly responds and takes the fastest lap of the race with a 53.633, just 1/100th of a second quicker than what Sean Whitaker was able to do in terms of PBs in this race. 2.5 laps left to run. Team Acme trying to close in on the gap. Of course, then Sean Whitaker looking into turn number 4, not quite able to find a way through. And there's the number 1. Again, I think probably just working with him. Through the sort of back end of the section of the circuit into the hairpin chicane, sort of weird hybrid complex that you've got. It is a hairpin, but then the next left really makes it like a chicane, whereas Team Acme Racing right now, Sean Whitaker, as we say, directly in behind. As a collective, I don't know, they're keeping Will Howarth honest, but at what point does Sean Whitaker say, well, I want my turn to try and go and catch?
Absolutely. 2 laps left to run. Who's got it in their locker to try and push on for the overall race win? Of course, you've got to remember Acme Racing and Sean Whitaker fighting for the standard class win, not just for second overall. So maybe not as keen on working together. Those two have been fierce rivals on track for the vast majority of this season. That being said, still great friends off of it, as you often find here at FAB-Racing. A real family atmosphere in the paddock. Everyone always gets along. Everyone camps together. You know, just puts the awnings, caravans, tents, whatever next to each other. Of course, once you're on the racetrack, you leave that all outside, but it is a real family affair, and it is always great fun to turn up and do my job every single weekend. As that's we see the 888, the Madison Martlew, unfortunately splitting up Team Acme Racing and Sean Whitaker. Again, no blue flags. That's a real shame for Sean Whitaker. One more lap to go, though. Will Howard's got a lot of breathing room.
He does indeed. I think the open win and the overall win this time is going to be uncontested, unless he drops it. It's not the first time we've seen that. Not only this weekend, but also Ellough Park in general seems to have some last lap bottles from certain riders, but at the moment Will Howarth isn't the Moto Team rider that tends to do that. So he's on the bike, he seems secure, and he's got a good gap to take another victory this season. And what a better time to do it than the final opportunity of 2024. Will Howarth, of course, fought with Matt Birkin in the senior mini motos. He'll do that once again and has given us highlight after highlight in 2024, but his dominant stature in the Moto Team Open class could not be ignored. Once again, it's the 96 that takes the top step and sees the checkered flag first. And for the final time in 2024, it will be Will Howarth on top. On that final lap, it's Acme that take the standard class win from Sean Whitaker, 3/4 of a second back, albeit this time with the fastest lap of the race, a 53.522 to cap off the season.
A wonderful way for Sean Whitaker to end his Moto Team full-time career here at FAB-Racing. It may not be the last time that we see him, but for now it is goodbye, my sweet, sweet prince. Will Howarth takes the overall win. Team Acme Racing take the victory in stand-up with Sean Whitaker in P2 and Harrison O'Keefe in P3. Ben O'Keefe in P4. Jacques Van Eden was second in the open class despite that penalty, ahead of Malcolm Stein in P3. Team Ernie the Badger then in stand-up with Gary O'Keefe, your champion in the open class. He was P9 overall. Madison Martlew in the standard P10, and Kieran Evans in Moto Team 11th. And the last of our riders. That's it then from Moto Team in 2024. They'll be back for more action next year.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship. Title Decider.
The Metrokit Mini GP 50 brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. The British Championship comes down to the final race of the season. Byron Johnson, Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw, all of whom are in contention, all of whom have a mathematical chance at taking the title. Between the three of them, they've boasted 15 race victories and 28 podium finishes. It's been a titanic season in what has been one of the most competitive seasons of the 50s in recent history. Byron Johnson, though, in the riding seat, 20 points clear of Frankie Watson. All he has to do is finish inside the top 10.
Absolutely, but it must be said, Byron Johnson today has not been riding at his best. He had a crash earlier on in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s, and he just not looks like he's at the confidence. Although he has the championship advantage in the table, out on track, he might not do. It is Frankie Watson that starts on pole position. Sebastian Gazlowski alongside in P3 is Travis Shaw with Bradley Curtis in P4. Byron Johnson, your championship leader, he starts 5th alongside Archie Hooper. Row 4 is Riley Paisley and Harris Watson, with Nicholas Dunwoody and Daisy Poldham rounding out the top 10. Isabel Wingate is 11th alongside Callum Maxwell, and Jensen Ansel on the 22, our 13th and final rider on the grid. It's all eyes, though, to those three riders, Byron Johnson, Frankie Watson, Travis Shaw. Again, it's a 20-point lead for Byron Johnson and Frankie Watson. A further 2 points back to Travis Shaw. In the championship table, you put your money on Byron Johnson, but watching them out on track this weekend, it could be anyone's guess, because Johnson, especially today, just hasn't been at his normal brilliant best.
No, absolutely not. I mean, in the 70s he's been really strong, but in the 50s he's not even managed to get onto the podium yet this weekend. He's really been on the back foot for whatever reason, whether that's nerves or just being tentative, trying to push the championship as long into the weekend as possible, and whatever, just be safe. Of course, we've seen harsh levels of competition at the front. Sebastian Gazlowski, of course, has had a couple of offs, but his win in race 1 was historic. Bradley Curtis has been very strong on that 71 machine. Frankie Watson, though, confident as ever and has put his best foot forward to not maybe have a chance at the championship, but the vice championship is, well, definitely anyone's up for grabs in terms of 2024. Eyes to the lights for the final time. This is going to be a good one.
It will be indeed. Frankie Watson and Sebastian Gazlowski on the front row. One of them in a championship fight, one of them looking for his second win of the year. Let's go racing. The Mini GP 50s is underway for the final time. Great start there by Frankie Watson, but Gazlowski looks to the outside, down at turn 1, shoved out, off onto the runoff area, manages to stay on the bike as Travis Shaw up the inside of Bradley Curtis. Nice stuff there. Another one of our riders who is in championship contention. There is your championship leader, Byron Johnson, at the back of your picture. Currently running P5 where he started, but it's Frankie Watson that leads early doors in this Mini GP 50s race. Brought to you, of course, by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Now bombing down through the undulating section into the back hairpin and chicane. Gazlowski under a lot of pressure from Travis Shaw, but Frankie Watson, he already has a bit of a lead coming through there. Byron Johnson under pressure as they cross the line. It will be Frankie Watson that leads this race. Gazlowski will be in second, Travis Shaw in P3, Bradley Curtis in P4, and Byron Johnson 5th. As it stands, as Bradley Curtis moves up into 3rd now, that means that Byron Johnson will still be champion.
Yeah, exactly. Byron Johnson needs to finish inside the top 10 in order to win the championship. If he's 11th, he'll lose 20 points to Frankie Watson. It will be tied and Watson will win it on countback. So he needs to be inside the top 10. Not a difficult task, but easily mistaken. If he just has a slip, has a fall, makes a mistake, misses a gear, anything can drop him through the field. So he cannot get complacent. He's the favourite. He's got one hand on the trophy, but he's still got to deliver in race 3. Frankie Watson, though, has just done anything in his power. Right now, he's scoring the maximum amount of points of this race, putting his best foot forward for the weekend and trying anything in order to win the championship. But right now, it's in the hands of Byron Johnson. Watson's got the points, so too does Johnson. All eyes on that 37.
Oh, look at Byron Johnson dragging the inside foot there. You can tell he's just struggling for pace. He's dropping back big time. But at the same time, he knows he just has to finish. That's probably what's going through the mind of that young man. Again, we said earlier on today, he is a very, very smart rider. He knows what he has to do. In this case, is just finish solidly enough. Even if you're not feeling confident on the bike, if the pace isn't quite there, the ball's in his court. He's got the advantage. He just has to finish. And that is why I predict he's probably not pushing to the absolute maximum, because the 4 in front of them are bolting away. He is stuck in a bit of no man's land right now. It's going to be 8 laps left to go in the blink of an eye, and it is still Frankie Watson that leads this race. Bradley Curtis has worked his way up into P2 ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski. Curtis has been rapid this weekend. Travis Shaw, meanwhile, he can only manage 4th as it stands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Travis Shaw, he's taken 4 wins for the number 4, and at the moment he's going to round off the season in 4th place and 3rd place in the championship. 7.5 laps left to go, and Byron Johnson, like we say, is just going at a sustainable pace, because the position he's in, that's all he needs. It's not the most glamorous way to win a championship, but as long as you take the trophy at the end of the season, doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you come out on top. There you can see Frankie Watson, the number 14, did a brilliant job in the commentary box, doing a much better job, though, it must be said, out on track, showcasing what he can do. He's taken the most victories over anyone in the 50s this season. Has been let down by a couple of DNFs, though, and again, the story of this season could have been so different if just a few more things clicked into place for a few different riders. But at the moment, Byron Johnson's been the man with the consistency, setting the benchmark and doing the best, doing the best job possible coming into this final round, that he's been able to drop off the podium and chill. It's been a weekend for Byron Johnson to almost relax in a sense on the bike, knowing that he's got enough points to fall back on.
Frankie Watson's doing everything in his power right now to try and take this championship, as is Travis Shaw, albeit to a little bit less success as it stands. But Byron Johnson, again, as you said, Zach, he's just cruising. He's lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than the front runners. This is very much bring it home mode for the number 37. He knows all he needs to do is cross the finish line in a strong enough position. As long as he keeps the pace up above some of the back markers, he is golden. Just keep it on the black stuff, keep it on 2 wheels and bring it home, and that young man is champion. of the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. Meanwhile, Bradley Curtis, he's not in the championship picture. He just fancies a race win, and he's looking to the inside of Frankie Watson. Didn't come into fruition, but the 71 starting to turn the wick up as the laps tick away. He's been slowly getting faster and faster and faster, and now he's trying to attack Frankie Watson. He needs to be careful of behind, though, because once those lead pairs start battling, that's going to invite Gazlowski and Shaw into the mix, and they are ruthless when it comes to overtakes. They know if they see a gap, they're going straight through.
I remember Travis Shaw back at Rower and just how much he loved to send that move into Sunny Bend, that left-hander at the back end of the circuit. It was one that he did lap after lap, and here today at Ellough Park, it seems to be that final corner where he just sends the move up the inside without hesitation, and that's that cutthroat instinct that you need. Of course, he won the first race back at Lid through that sort of merciless conviction, and he's been able to boast a couple over the duration of the season. But Bradley Curtis is one searching for his maiden victory. He came so close yesterday, and this time he takes the lead of the race from Frankie Watson.
Lovely stuff there from Bradley Curtis, who's been on the form of his life this weekend. Again, was one lap away essentially from his maiden victory in the 50s on Saturday in race number 1. Now he's got the advantage, now he's into the lead and could end his season off with a bang as he leads the way with 4 laps now left to go. Frankie Watson, what's running through that young man's mind? He's had a brilliant weekend, but does he see it slipping away before his very eyes? He's still going to try and fight because the 14 looks to the inside of the 71 as they fly through turn 2. Now to the infield hairpin at turn number 3. Curtis looking mighty up in front, doesn't feel the need to defend as it stands. But Frankie Watson, he'll be looking for a gap like a predator stalking his prey. Any opportunity to strike and he will be in there trying to get back to the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Frankie Watson at the moment, I mean, championship aside, he's doing enough for the vice championship, but he still wants to be in that winning position because there's still 4 laps for Byron Johnson to, I don't know, get disqualified or fall off the bike or DNF or anything like that. So Frankie Watson can't just settle for second place. He still needs to be in that winning position just in case. He's not going to be taking any chances. Sends the move to turn 1. Curtis sees it coming, gives him the space. Outside line once more for turn 2, and Frankie Watson gets the race win back.
Utmost respect between the competitors out on the racetrack, and brilliant racing as Frankie Watson takes the lead once again. But it's still not enough. Byron Johnson, he's P5 again, just in cruise home mode. He's 17 seconds behind the leader. He's now lapping 2.5 seconds slower than Bradley Curtis is. But it's enough because he just needs to bring it to the checkered flag, and he is the champion. The ball is in his court. He's got the championship advantage, and he's using it to his maximum by just cruising on home. Penultimate lap of the race. Frankie Watson is doing everything in his power as, Gazlowski under big attacks there from Travis Shaw. Not enough though, as Super Seb holds on to that final podium spot. But Frankie Watson is doing everything and then some, but it still might not be enough with 1.5 laps left to run.
He's capped as to how many points he can score, and that's 25. I mean, he lost out yesterday with only getting 16, and right now, I think that would be enough. If he'd have won yesterday, he could well have been in the shout for the championship, or at least it would have been so much closer than it currently is, and that's what hindsight does. It's that powerful thing. Right now, he's doing everything he can, but Byron Johnson doing enough. Obviously saw what happened when you get complacent, when you push a bit too hard in championship position, like we saw earlier with Emilio Pereira in the Rookies, dropping it with 3 laps to go. Byron doesn't want to suffer a similar fate, and is just chilling, is cruising. Final lap of the race, final lap of the season, and it's Byron Johnson's to lose.
It absolutely is. Again, the boy has been cruising in this race, but he doesn't need to do anything else. We know what he can do when he's at maximum attack, but he will see the last lap flag held up by Lee Clowes, our flag marshal here at FAB-Racing, and know that he is roughly 50 seconds away from glory. It has been a long and hard season for that young man as Frankie Watson comes into the final few corners. He will win here surely at Ellough Park. The final race of the season will go his way, and indeed it does. Frankie Watson takes the checkered flag. He has done everything he can in his power to take the victory here. But as he rounds the final section, you can see just how tentative it is going for Byron Johnson. That's the 111 of Callum Maxwell finishing the race. But the 37 of Byron Johnson will come to the line in just a few moments' time. Byron Johnson in 2024 is your LS2 or the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP 50s champion.
Byron Johnson, you are a British champion. My good sir, what a season it has been for Byron Johnson. P3 in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. P1 in the King's Two Wheel Centre Metrikit Mini GP 50 British Championship. And Byron Johnson, the 37, has edged his name into history and has supported his claim as one of the greatest young riders in all of British motorsport. Frankie Watson tried, but in the end, it was not enough to topple Byron Johnson. A wave of respect, a fist bump of respect between two rivals of the championship, and their future is very bright. Do you want to just know, I did the maths. If Frankie Watson won yesterday and did the sweep at Ellough Park, he would have won the championship by 3 points. That's how powerful hindsight is. That's how gutting hindsight is. But in the end, he didn't. He won 2 races this weekend, and Byron Johnson inside the top 5, done enough to seal the championship.
That's sports for you, Zach. That's how motorsports works. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and the smallest of margins can make or break a season. Frankie Watson takes victory from Bradley Curtis. Sebastian Gazlowski rounds up the podium with Travis Shaw in P4, but it is P5. Byron Johnson, your champion of the 50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre in 2024. It is time then for the final race of the season for the Mini F1 sidecars. Arguably the greatest season in Mini F1 sidecar history. And boy, oh boy, despite the fact the championship is done and dusted, we are set for another barnstorming race, if it is anything to go by. Your new champions, Jason and Leo Greenstreet, will start from pole, with Mick Williams on the 26 alongside Mick Lee and Danny Lee on the 44 from P3, Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet in P4. Chris Impey and Dave Caves go from P5 with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook in P6, and Mark Parker on the 230 starts P7. What a year it has been, but one more race still to come. One more opportunity for someone to try and upset the apple cart again. Even though the championship is done, there's still plenty of action to come.
Exactly. Final race of the season for the Mini F1 sidecars. The championship wrapped up, but that doesn't mean we're going to be going out quietly. These riders have just been so electrifying all season. It's been historic, it's been titanic, and the bout between two veterans of the sport, Mr. Mini F1 sidecar of Mick Williams, smashing things, and unfortunately coming short this year. The recent years has been just dominance for the 26, but the Greenstreets have built their empire and they've cemented their place at the top. Will they be able to back up the claim, though? Now, of course, they hold the number 1 spot in 2024. Will they be able to end it off on the biggest margin? We could well see dominance. Could we see more contact? Could we see fireworks? Of course, we do have Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet with their best result off the back of race number 2 as well. All getting told to roll back, but eager, actually, the number 1s. The rules still do apply even when you're champions, guys. Just to make sure you're in it.
Just because you're champions doesn't mean you get to obey your own rule set.
Behave. There we go. They're back in. They're obeying the rules. Lights are on. Lights are off. Let's go racing for the final time for the Mini F1 sidecars in 2024. Mick Williams gets to jump off the line. The number 1 plate already on the Greenstreet sidecar, but they're falling back. The number 1's down to B4 off lap 1. The 26 of Mick Williams through to the lead.
What a great start there by the 26 as the number 1 of the Greenstreets drops back away from the line. The number 11 of Jamie Alexander. What a great start that is for them as they fly their way into the infield hairpin for the opening time. Wow, look at that. Mick Williams not bolting into the lead. A disappointing start for the number 90. I wonder, potentially, if the number 90 and the number 11 have swapped passengers. Of course, Jason Greenstreet on what was the number 90, now on the number 1, normally has Leo on the as the passenger. Then the number 11 of Jamie Alexander normally has Isaac as the passenger. But just looking at where they're standing and where they're going, I just wonder maybe if they've swapped. Maybe they haven't. I don't know. I could be completely talking out of my behind. But it's Mick Williams who leads lap number 1. Jamie Alexander on the number 11 in P2, and that number 1 of the Green Streets in P3.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, they want to kickstart their Champions Tour by winning the final race of the season and taking another one of what has been a historic way to seal the deal in 2024. But, at the end of the day, they're already champions. They've got nothing to prove to anyone, so might as well give the other riders a bit of a chance. Mick Williams out in front, though. Didn't wait for an invitation, took the lead into turn 1 and hasn't looked back at all. We've got 7 laps to make that 6.5 to go. Of course, the 11 versus now the number 1. It's all the ones for the Green Streets, plus Jamie Alexander driving the number 11. Of course, the fight for second is coming down to it. The 11 of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet, they matched their best result in race 2 of second. Right now, they're looking to do it again. We went long enough one bus to potentially come at once here at Ellough Park for the 11.
Granted, that second place in race number 2 came as a result of Mick Williams having had issues with the 26 after contact with the Green Streets. This time looks like they're going to do it on merit, and fair play. Jamie Alexander, a wonderful, wonderful guy, and you can tell how hard he works and how much passion he has for mini F1 sidecar racing. And what a way it would be to wrap up the season with 2 second places to his name. That would be simply fantastic. Still under pressure, though, from the number 91. Mick Williams is starting to pull away in front of this pair. So maybe they'll be putting on a bit of a battle, bit of a display for us and showing us what they can do. The number 11 versus the new number 1. The former number 90 outfit currently at a disadvantage as they make their way through Paddock Bend. Soon to be 5 laps left to run when Mick Williams will cross the line. And, well, it's anyone's guess who's going to be ahead in this battle for what is now second place.
Yeah, of course, just a last little bit of experience for the all the sidecars. Final bit of testing, most of the championship positions pretty much have been wrapped up by this point, so you're going out there to end the season on the biggest high possible. 4.5 laps left to go, and Jamie Alexander, of course, they've been on the back foot for the most part of the season, and especially when Mick Lee in the 44 rose to contention at the front, they really sort of dropped back to fighting for 4th or 5th. But at Ellough Park, they've switched on, they've found some pace. I remember last time we were here, they got me to pick up their sidecar, and just how light it was staggering as to just how little weight was on it, and that nimbleness is really playing into their favour at keeping, of course, a very close team behind, of course, family for the passenger, and I'm sure a close rivalry and close friendship for the driver as well. They're going to round off onto 4 laps remaining. There's the 457 of Chris Impey, and they're, of course, running their way into the final couple of corners as well. They're in 4th place and holding a pretty firm 4th place, it must be said, with 4 laps left to go for the 457. Touching on them, they've got a couple of podiums this season. They got one at Lids, they got one at Ellough Park last time, and unfortunately right now they're going to be just shy of getting into that top 3, but nonetheless it's been a positive season. We've had 7 different sidecars on the podium at least at one stage in the entire season, which again, sidecars have been brilliant in 24.
Absolutely. Even if you go 2 years back, maybe let's call it 3, and you told me there would be 2 different outfits that would even win races, my mind would be blown. 2024, the sidecar revolution has been realised, quite frankly. It's been just an incredible year, and sometimes this was a race where the people watching in the grandstands, they'd go to the toilet, they'd go and have lunch, because it would be Mick Williams running off up the front, and that would be the end of it, and he'd win. But now it's a must watch race. Every single time they come, everybody in the paddock, their eyes are glued, because you don't know what's going to happen, because the competition is so brilliant, the racing is so close, and it really could be anyone who's taken the win, anyone who's taken the podium. And it's great to see how far sidecars have come in the last couple of years. 3 laps left to go, then Mick Williams, well, he's pretty much departed up the road, to put a dampener on me saying that's what he used to do a few years ago. But it must be said, it's a well-deserved win. He's been fantastic this weekend, and that, indeed, as always, that 26 outfit has been fantastic all season long, even if they were pipped to the championship come race number 2. P2 though, Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet on the number 11 doing a fantastic job and holding off that number 1 of Jason and Leo in P number 3.
Yeah, they are. Lap and a half left to run. And of course, the 26 of Mick Williams searching for another win this season. It wasn't quite enough for the championship, but they're going to be searching for what would be a 6th race victory of 2024. And one of the closest championship bouts coming all the way to the final round here at Ellough Park. The Greenstreets were able to do enough to thwart Mick Williams, who tried but unfortunately failed. But their response in the first race, now as vice champions, has been a strong response. And maybe in 2025 we can have a repeat. We can do it all over again. But with a lap and a half left to go, the 11 versus the 1, now this is a battle back at Lid you wouldn't have expected to see. And the progression through the entire season is boiled down to this moment. And the 11 are defending for second place in this race.
This is brilliant from the number 11. Oh, that being said, the number 1 launches it, but gets it way too late on the brakes. Come on, Jason, you're better than that, mate. You're champion, for goodness sake. The 26, though, starts the final lap, and the knockout punch in the championship may have been delivered in race number 2 by the number 90 outfit, but this is Mick Williams. He's posting his training videos. He's getting ready for round 2 in 2025. He wants to take the fight back to the Greenstreets. And what a way to end the year than with a dominant race win to show the Greenstreets that just because I've missed out on the championship doesn't mean I'm down and out. I'm still here. I'm still swinging. I'm still fighting. Half a lap left to go then for the 26. A fantastic performance, a performance of old from Mick Williams. Not like he's lost any of his pace, it's just this year hasn't always gone his way. Into Paddock Bend for the final time, and 2 corners left to go. The 26 will end the year where they typically end years. It's the checkered flag in the final race of the season. For who else but Mick Williams? He takes victory in the final race of the year for the Mini F1 sidecars. What a performance from the 26 outfit that was. And crossing the line in P2, the number 11 Jamie Alexander. That's 2 second places this weekend. Mirrors what they did, or have they even done that before? I don't think they have. Simply incredible from that outfit. They've only ever had 1 second place before in a weekend. That was at the first round at Lid. Now they've got 2 in 1 weekend. Unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly. The first time was so nice. They thought they'd do it twice coming into Ellough Park for Jason and Lewis Greenstreet winning the championship. Jamie Alexander, of course, and Isaac Greenstreet all getting themselves their matched best result. The Mini F1 sidecars in 2024. I mean, just reminiscing and the story that we were able to tell. I thought at the start of the season it was going to be domination from the Greenstreets. I think they won by, 30 seconds, race 1 or 2 at Lid, which was just incredible in its own right, and domination like that is incredible to watch in such a different way. But as soon as Mick Williams was back on track at Ellough Park for the first time, you know that this was going to come all the way to the wire, and deliver it did. The Greenstreets fell off ever so slightly from Rowra, and we thought maybe there was going to be a chance for someone else to go and tip them as the standard in 24, but all the way to the end, and the Greenstreets were able to hang on. I mean, I've got to say, it's my first time commentating on a sidecar season. I've not been disappointed.
Honestly, Zach, I'll see you in a Netflix studio in 5 years when they're making a documentary about this year. It's been incredible for the Mini F1 sidecars. The 26 of Mick Williams takes the win. Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet in P2. The number 1 of Jason and Leo Greenstreet round out the podium. Mini F1 sidecars, possibly the best season they've ever had, is done and dusted. But they'll be back in 2025, and we hope, we pray for more of that. Final race of the year then for the Extreme 200s. A class, a mismatch of bikes, a mishmash of riders out on the circuit, but one that always delivers incredible racing. Again, championship decided long ago. Wilson Dilks dominated on his Avali 190, but that's not to say that we're going to get disappointing racing this weekend, and especially in this final race of the year. It is Dilks that starts on pole with Henry McCartney alongside. Harrison Day starts in P3 alongside the 91 of Archie O'Brien. Austin Johnson is 5th with Clayton Edmonds in P6. Finley Polehill 7th with Harry Payne in P8. Matthew Thomas is 9th as Taylor Tomlinson rounds out the top 10. Harley Baker starts 11th with Leo Solu in P12. And Lucy Curtis rounds out our grid of 13 riders here at Ellough Park. One last time then, the Extreme 200s. Used to be known as the open pit bike class. Then they have started allowing Avalis into it. Well, it's now very much just an Avali class, to be brutally honest with you. But it still provides spectacular, spectacular racing. We've seen Henry McCartney and Wilson Dilks going toe-to-toe all weekend long. Are they going to do it one final time? Time will tell. The riders then making their way out onto the grid. There we see Archie O'Brien in the left of the picture, quickly being overtaken by Henry McCartney. O'Brien hasn't been able to win a single race this year, either in the Extremes or the 70s. Maybe in his final race of the season, this is the one where he's finally able to get onto the top step of the podium and break that wind duck. But what do those around him have to say about it? Wilson Dilks, Henry McCartney, Harrison Day, all of them on top form this weekend. Let's see who's going to be on top at the end of this one. Lee Clowes will point to the lights. It is time to go racing for the final time in 2024. It is lights out. We are underway. Lightning start there from your champion, Wilson Dilks. Henry McCartney away very, very disappointingly. Allowed Harrison Day to slot up into second place. Archer O'Brien got held up by the slow-going McCartney. Almost got overtaken by Austin Johnson behind as they slide their way through turn 2. McCartney aiming to recover from that disappointing start. As there we see Austin Johnson trying to slide through Archer O'Brien as well. But Harrison Day and O'Brien both putting up stoic defences on this opening lap, making their way down. Oh, look at that! Wow, Henry McCartney, what a move! Late on the brakes up the inside. Harrison Day, I was just talking about his stoic defences, but there is no defensive ability that can stop a move like that from Henry McCartney. Back up into second place, but Wilson Dilks already has a lead of around a second looking at the gap visually. Absolutely superb stuff. But it is Henry McCartney currently in P2 on the road, saying he's on P1 on the timing screen. Hopefully that'll update itself in a short moment. And indeed it has. Dilks 1.5 seconds up the road already. Incredible. Harrison Day still taking the fight to Henry McCartney as well after that disappointing start. He'll be wanting to try and work forward to Dilks, but he's got big pressure behind from Harrison Day. Archer O'Brien also still there. Yeah, Archer O'Brien's been really strong this weekend just by being there. He's not really quite gotten involved as much, but he's just been thereabouts, ready to attack should anything go his way. Of course, has taken a couple of podiums this weekend and has just recently got the Vice Championship in the LS2 helmets at Mini GP 70 British Championship. There's Henry McCartney under pressure from Harrison Day, who's now under pressure himself from Archie O'Brien. In the background, you've got the 27 of Austin Johnson, so it's so easy to get overwhelmed from these riders. I mean, they're looking forwards, backwards, left and right. Harrison Day launches a move to the inside. Oh, so too does Austin Johnson to the inside of Archie O'Brien. What a move that was from the 27. It's left O'Brien open as Finley Polehill wants a bite of the cherry, finds his way through, up now inside the top 5 ahead of Archie O'Brien, who falls back to 6th after all of that fighting for a podium, and very quickly now outside of the top 5 as well. Harrison Day, though, while he is trying to apply some pressure to Henry McCartney, he has got to be careful because Austin Johnson has been looking quick, he has been looking racy, he has been looking feisty all weekend long himself. As we tick on to 9 laps to go, it's Dilks from McCartney, Harrison Day and Austin Johnson. That's the top 4. Polehill completes the top 5 as Matthew Thomas is now eyeing up Archie O'Brien, but thankfully his spider senses were able to tell him to defend ever so slightly into turn 2 and keep the Welsh Dragon liveried bike behind. It's been a tough week, tough season really for Matthew Thomas, of course, with the story of his bikes being stolen and then a massive amount of support shown by the FAB-Racing paddock to get him back on track, and he's not been disappointed at all in terms of his results. Boasted many a top 5 finish, and again, big smiles all around for these young riders. There's the move maybe from Archie O'Brien, who looks to the inside of Finley Polehill, tries to get the up and under and get that drive and acceleration onto the pit straight, double up and under, as that fast right-hander is flat, but if you can make it wide and cut back underneath, you definitely get a better run versus someone on that inside. It's not been enough into turn 1, but the fight for second place raging on 3 bikes, nose to tail. McCartney from Harrison Day, who's taken a victory here before, taken 2 victories here before as Harrison Day. One at the beginning of the season, one this weekend, and the 15th, of course, son of Josh Day, having that
rider coaching from your dad and having that support from your family has backed him to be a very confident rider in his own right. And at the moment, he's going to have to use all that experience, all that coaching to keep the 27 of Austin Johnson at bay. We've got 7 laps to go at the line. It's Dilks domination out in front. But Henry McCartney, who's been looking strong all weekend, fighting with Dilks, now having to look backwards if he even wants to hang on to second.
I think it might just be one of those things for Henry McCartney where sometimes you just get caught up in a battle and for whatever reason you just can't escape it. Maybe it's also the fact that this is the first time anyone's really been close to McCartney other than Dilks. Harrison Day seeing where he's quicker and has just learned immediately where he can go quicker. Something along those lines. But yeah, for whatever reason, a poor start is just holding Henry McCartney up and he just cannot break away from this train behind him. Harrison Day, Austin Johnson, Finley Polehill, all keeping him very, very honest indeed. Soon to be 6 laps left to go then. Wilson Dilks, well, he's doing what Wilson Dilks does and has just vanished off up the front. Get used to seeing that over in British Talent Cup and BSB and MotoGP and whatever over the next decade or so. But Henry McCartney, he's having to put up some almighty defensive efforts to hold that train behind him. On the subject of British Talent Cup, Clayton Edmonds, he's had a pretty disappointing weekend by his standards, only down in P8 at the moment. I mean, obviously a rider in the British Talent Cup, you'd expect them to be right at the front of the field, but especially with Clayton, you know, his ability, very disappointing. He's been a champion here before at FAB-Racing. He knows his way around these circuits. Just whatever reason this weekend, it has not clicked. And, well, he's going to have to settle for a finish in the bottom half of the top 10 as it stands. Meanwhile, back to the battle as we were looking at it, and it is Henry McCartney still holding off from Harrison Day, who has had, it must be said, a very, very good weekend.
Yeah, exactly. But on the point of Clayton Edmonds, I don't think it necessarily speaks badly about him, more so singing the praises of the rest of the field and showcasing their talents in their own respect, of course. And yeah, sometimes you can have a stinker, as Clayton Edmonds does, you know, maybe is on the back foot. But again, we've got such high levels of talent. Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dilks, Henry McCartney, of course, to name a few. You can name anyone really inside the top 6, 7 on the grid, really. All of them have their own prospects for a bright future. So doesn't necessarily speak badly about the quality of the British Talent Cup, more so about the future of it in terms of the FAB-Racing paddock, of course supplying the majority of the British Talent Cup field in some way or another, and of course winning the championship. Everyone so far has been a FAB-Racing graduate, so you know the future is bright, and these young riders showing how good they are very, very early on. 3 laps to go at the line. Wilson Dilks leads McCartney from Day. Of course, this is that battle right there. Polehill and Johnson all involved. There is, of course, Archie O'Brien as well looking to the outside. Matthew Thomas looking to get involved also. So the pressure is ramping up, and it's looking good for McCartney to maybe take that second place.
Yeah, Finley Polehill trying desperately to get in front of Austin Johnson. He's pushing really, really hard. Is that number 99 machine? But because he's pushing hard, he's leaving himself vulnerable as well to Archie O'Brien. And it's just struggling to find their way through. Of course, Austin Johnson, he's got a very big frame. He's older than the riders around him. And that, of course, maybe just holding him up on this small kart circuit, but still pushing to his absolute best. Finley Polehill, though, who in comparison has a very, very small frame, is basically doing everything in his power to try and work his way through and is trying to find any opening he can. All the while, the likes of Archie O'Brien, Matthew Thomas, Clayton Edmonds watch on in the background. There we see Johnson going defensive down into turn 1. Unfortunately for Polehill, can't get the drive off the corner as a result of that and can't take advantage of the compromised exit of the 27. Maybe this time as Matthew Thomas up the inside of Archie O'Brien. Lovely little move there to work his way up. That puts Matthew Thomas in P6. Nice.
Yeah, good little move there. Welsh wizardry from the 47 as he worked his way into contention. 2.5 laps left to run, 2 laps at the line. The 27 of Austin Johnson doing a good job, but it's getting very busy. There are 2 rows of 2 into the hairpin. Archie O'Brien on the inside of Polehill goes in too deep. The 99 gets the up and under. Archie O'Brien has the inside for the final corner and holds firm onto that position. So O'Brien is through up into the top 5, but now he has to contest. Maybe we're getting after Austin Johnson, but Polehill is not going to let him breathe at all. Penultimate lap of the race, and there we go. Archie O'Brien versus Finley Polehill versus Austin Johnson. The 47 of Matthew Thomas looking menacing as well.
Trading positions like it's match attacks in primary school. This is brilliant action in the Extreme 200s. Does Archie O'Brien have it in his locker to try and get through Austin Johnson then on this occasion? We'll have to wait and see, because in the background as well, we see Matthew Thomas trying to trade places with Finley Polehill. Didn't quite work on that occasion. Look at how defensive Austin Johnson was through there, and that could really cost him. Meanwhile, Wilson Dilks, well, he started his last lap. He's miles up the road. What else do you need to know? It's the Wilson Dilks race in 2024. What a performance it has been once again from the man with the number 1 on the front of his bike. He has dominated this race and has faced no competition. 8.5 seconds is the gap at the line between the pair of them as that massive battle continues on behind them. We'll wait and see what happens at that one, but as Wilson Dilks rounds the final few corners with half a lap left to run, it has been a mighty performance once again, and that boy has shown why he is the champion of 2 classes here at FAB-Racing, why he deserves all the credit and then some. For the final time in 2024, a race win goes the way of Wilson Dilks. He wins race number 3 here at Ellough Park in the Extreme 200s. And now, as we switch our attention back, what is going on behind? Henry McCartney looks like he's going to put Harrison Day to the line for P2. He does. Who's going to be in P4? Though Austin Johnson, I believe, will just hold on from Finley Polehill and Archie O'Brien. Clayton Edmonds manages to slide up into 7th place ahead of Matthew Thomas. But Wilson Dilks, once again, he's done what Wilson Dilks normally does. It's a win by 9.1 seconds.
It's not bad going. It's actually rookie numbers for Wilson Dilks. Suspected at least 10 seconds. What's going on? He's lost his mojo.
Yeah, no, he's done the championship and he's off the boil now.
I know.
Yeah.
Sort it out, mate. 2025. You can't be slacking like that with sub 10-second winning margins. Quick conversations being exchanged between Wilson Dilks and Henry McCartney, of course. Both of them giving us a nice little post-season celebration. Some burnouts on the side of the track here at Ellough Park. All jokes aside, Wilson Dilks has been the dominant force in FAB-Racing in 2024, and one that has been tough to topple, very rarely coming out second best in a 1v1 fight, and it's taken a lot for some riders to even remotely have a chance at a one-off competition with him. Wilson Dilks is a star for the future. 2025 is going to be an exciting year for that young rider. The 85 is now the number 1 top form in 24 for Wilson Dilks.
Here we go then. Final race of the year for one of the most popular categories here at FAB-Racing. The senior mini motos have one last chance to put on some theatrics and show us what they can do out on the racing circuit. The riders now making their way out onto the track for their sighting lap. It's been a wonderful season, as it always has been at the senior mini motos. One last time, here we go. It is Matt Birkin who starts from pole position, your champion in 2024, for the second time he takes that crown. David Myatt starts P2. He, of course, is vice champion, but he's had a torrid weekend, mechanical failures and crashes. Let's hope in race number 3 he's able to overcome that misfortune. Will House starts third alongside Reece Gentry. Third row is Mark Payne and Nick Bennett, with Keaton Payne and Chris Yeomans in P7 and P8. Luca Allen and Callum White, the other Birkin boy, they round out the top 10. Gary Eldridge is 11th with Lamar Morgan in P12. Isaac Greenstreet is 13th with George Reddix in P14. Ross Michael starts 15th with Steve John 16th, Jerome Richardson 17th and Rob Gentry in P18. We've seen, Zach, some fantastic racing this weekend from these senior mini motors, guys, as we have all season long. For one final time, let's hope they put on some fireworks for us.
One last time for the senior mini motos. Wow, race 2 was one to remember. Matt Birkin versus Will Howarth, chopping, changing positions, left, right and centre. I hope we get a repeat of that. Maybe add into the mix the likes of David Myatt, potentially, who, of course, was a championship contender all the way down to race number 1 yesterday, where Matt Birkin was able to seal the deal in the championship. But 2024 has been great for the senior mini motos. Big men, little bikes, big dreams in terms of the championships, and it's been one to remember.
It has been indeed. For the final time, Lee Clowes, who takes so much abuse from these riders, they seemingly hate her, even though they're really nice people. She points to the lights. For the final time in 2024, senior mini moto racing is underway, and what a start that is from David Myatt, who launches away at the lights. And I'm not seeing, actually, Matt Birkin out on the track, so I wonder if maybe he started further down or he's had an issue, because Matt Birkin is not there. And that, once again, David Myatt. Oh, your heart breaks for the 22. He came into this weekend with an opportunity at the championship, and he's going to leave it without finishing a single race. Every single time an issue outside of his control. Will Howard looks like it could be the easiest of victories for him as Matt Birkin doesn't start and David Myatt makes it one turn in and has to call it a day. What a shame, what a way to end the 2024 season for David Myatt. Your heart has to go out for him. Leading the first lap though, who else would it be? But it is Will Howard.
Yeah, with no Matt Birkin to contend with, I don't know, maybe he started the celebrations early and had one too many fruit shoots to find his way out on circuit. We don't know what goes through the mind of Matt Birkin. A very lad is Matt Birkin. Of course, Will Howard now will hopefully for him cruise to an easy victory. Hopefully for us, someone can get after him. There is David Myatt suffering some issues. Still sat on the bike. Don't know if he's able to get back going again. That's the fight. Luca Allen on the inside of Chris Yeomans for 5th place, trying to work their way through. Keaton Payne trying to keep Nick Bennett at bay for the fight for second honours as well in this final race of the season. If it's not a fight for the lead, what better than fight for second best?
Absolutely. They're going to push onwards. Will Howard already 2 seconds up the road at the line last time, so this is very much becoming a fight for second place. Luca Allen, what a dive on Chris Yeomans there to fight your way up into P5 and get it confirmed as well. Brilliance from Allen there as they cross the line to make it 7 laps left to run in the final race of the senior mini moto season. But as I say that, Chris Yeomans dives back up the inside of Luca Allen down into turn number 1. Oh, senior mini motos trading position every single turn. But this fight for second, 5 riders in a row, getting very, very exciting. Of course, no Matt Birkin starting this race. David Myatt, once again, mechanical issues striking this weekend, meaning it's 3 DNFs in a row, unfortunately for him. Will Howard has shot off into the distance, but this fight for second, it rages on.
It does indeed. 6.5 laps left to go. Make that probably about 6 1/3 laps left to go into the final couple of corners. The 1-1-2, Keaton Payne obviously was able to find his way into 3rd place in the pit bikes, is able to find his way into 2nd place in the senior mini motos. Nick Bennett, though, who is of course a one-time podium sitter this season, wants to get another one and wants to climb the order in terms of the step. There's Luca Allen trying to fight with Chris Yeomans and Mark Payne actually for what is 5th place in this train. The 85 of Yeomans tries to go to the outside. That leaves the inside open for Luca Allen to maybe send the move. Of course, the door slams in his face as he doesn't quite have the speed to contest. We've got 5 bikes, nose to tail, with 5.5 laps left to go. The 1-1-2 stretching his legs ever so slightly. Mark Payne looking to the inside of Nick Bennett, and at the moment, it's a painful experience in finding his way onto the podium.
Absolutely, getting very, very close out there at the moment in these fight for the podium places. Keaton Payne currently P2 and Nick Bennett currently in P3. Is anyone able to pit them to the post? As Will Howard now 5 seconds up the road at the line last time. He's just crossed the line once again, so we'll keep an eye on the gap. But he's running about 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else as it stands. And the gap, 6.5 seconds, 1.5 seconds quicker than anyone else. Will Howard, the man is a machine when he's on it. The blonde bombshell, as they call him, just so fast. Is up the inside. Chris Yeomans gets through on Nick Bennett. What a move there to get up into 3rd place, number 85, capitalising on that momentum that he had, and the door being left ajar by the 711 to slide his way up onto the podium places, and maybe locking his eyes on the 112 of Keaton Payne in 2nd place.
Yes, indeed. 4.5 laps left to go. It's coming down to the wire for 2024 FAB-Racing, the Senior Mini Moto British Mini Bike Championship. The 711 of Nick Bennett, that's Luca Allen just in behind, trying to fight any way through. Of course, trying to get the power down as they exit that penultimate hairpin into the final one, because even if you just run ever so slightly wide, it gives you the inside, it gives you that run to maybe send it on the brakes. It wasn't quite good enough now. There's Chris Yeomans, who's worked his way through the train, now in direct competition, not just for the podium, but also 2nd place.
This is getting very, very close. 2nd and 3rd place are starting to break away from the 3 behind them with 4 laps left to run. This is now a fight for the remaining podium positions. Luca Allen watches on in the distance. Does he have the pace to try and catch? Is he able to try and catch them? Where is the 711 of Nick Bennett? Nick Bennett's dropped a long way back. He's on our timing screens. He was right with that leading group, but I think he may be suffering with an issue, the 711, because he's nowhere to be seen out on the circuit. Back to the action though, that's Keaton Payne still leading Chris Yeomans. As we wonder what has happened to the 711. I think he may be pulling into the pit lane. What a shame for Nick Bennett. Another mechanical issue to end his season. To the inside, maybe pulls the 85. No, Keaton Payne. Oh, off goes Keaton Payne. Tried to Marquez it, tried to save it, but the low side was too strong. The 85. Oh, and Keaton Payne's gone off as well. What's happened there? What?
That's bizarre. Issues for both. Obviously, it was Chris Yeomans that low-sided it.
Keaton Payne's out.
He is out. He's lifting the bike up. What has happened? Did they make a similar... Was there contact? Did they make a similar mistake with each other? I'm not entirely sure as to what's going on, but nonetheless, Will Howarth will start his penultimate tour of Ellough Park in a few moments' time, but that is bizarre between Keaton Payne and Chris Yeomans. Of course, the 85 was able to get back going again, but Keaton Payne is down and supposedly out of this race.
Suddenly, Luca Allen's in second. This is why we love the senior mini-motos, because at the snap of her fingers, the race can just flip on its head and anything can happen. Anyone could win out there, anyone could encounter drama, anyone could get a face full of dirt, quite frankly. It is just some of the most exciting racing you can ever see, but there is a man out there who has dominated this particular affair. Who else but the 96 of Will Howarth? He's only had one race win this season. That was race number 2 at Clay Pigeon last time out. Again, Willie's not been at every FAB round this year. It's very much been a part-time extraction for him in 2024, but of course he's been showing his class in Moto Team, and every race he has finished in 2024 in the senior mini motos has been on the podium, and he's looking to continue that form. 1 lap to go in 2024 for the senior mini motos. 1 lap to go for Will Howarth. And well, this could quite frankly be the easiest win of his career. And we're talking about a man who can lap 3-4 seconds quicker than anyone else in Moto Team.
Yeah, exactly. He's just on fire. Every race, not only has he finished, but every race he's started, he has taken to the podium. He's not DNF'd, he's not fallen off. It's either been P1, P2 or P3. Of course, took the fight to Matt Birkin in race 2, took his second victory then, and now he's going to be searching for his third. And well, search no more. He doesn't need the map. He's got the directions. He only needs to navigate 3 more corners to find his way to win the final race of the Senior Minimoto 2024 season. We've battled our way around the country, and it's Will Howarth that comes on top for the final time in 2024. The 96, the blonde bombshell, is brilliant at Ellough Park. And there we go with the fastest lap at the end as well, 53.339. Still about 0.3 off his own lap record he set 3 years ago. But there he is, a wave to the camera. What a brilliant part-time season it's been for him. And Will Howarth, well, hopefully we see him back in 2025, because, well, we don't want to be without his brilliance for too much longer.
Absolutely. Senior Mini Motos, another fantastic year under our belts. I'm going to miss these guys over the winter. That was a brilliant race. And Will Howarth dominates from the get-go, setting the fastest lap on his final tour as well. Simply superb. It's Will Howarth who takes victory, with Luca Allen in P2 and Mark Payne rounding out our podium. Chris Yeomans was in P4 with Gary Eldridge 5th. Lamar Morgan was P6 and Isaac Greenstreet was P7. Unfortunately, we lost Keaton Payne, Nick Bennett and David Meyer from the occasion. So 3 out of our 10 riders failing to make the checkered flag. Again, that's how it works in senior mini motos. It's just chaos. A lot of people don't finish.
That's true. Yeah, it is true. Of course, for Will Howarth, he's got no problem finishing at all. He actually does it quite quickly out there. He managed to get himself to P1 for the 3rd time in 2024. Of course, they're making their way to the podium. There you can see Will Howarth. He's spent himself in, well, he's not really technically on the podium at the moment. He's having discussions with someone, and eventually, hopefully, we'll find his way through. There you can see Jamie King, who's in Crocs and shorts and t-shirt, really. He's got a race in about 20 minutes. I don't know exactly why he's doing that, but nonetheless, senior mini motos. In fact, he's not racing that final race for whatever reason. He's scared. Oh, his engine sees. Oh, whatever. We can let him off for that one. Will Howarth, anyway, won that final race of the senior mini motos in 2024. Luca Allen and Mark Payne were on the podium. What a way to round off the season, Ross.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship, title decider.
It's been a long season here at the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. Yet there is still one title yet to be decided. And of course, it is here in the AC40 Pros. Rex Austin and Mason Frederick. They're going toe-to-toe to decide who is going to be the champion in the Pros class. Frederick, if it goes down to the wire, he will have more wins than Rex Austin if he is to take victory. However, if Frederick wins, finishes P4 or above, then the title goes the way of Rex Austin. Frederick has been the fastest this weekend. He's taken both race wins. In both races, Rex Austin was second. He's got a 14-point advantage in the championship, does the 991. So coming into this one, he does have that mathematical advantage, that knowledge that Frederick's got to go up and beyond and then hope that bad luck befalls Austin. It is Frederick that starts on pole with his championship rival and championship leader Rex Austin alongside. Caelan Ratcliffe is in P3 with Preston Baker in P4. They've been fighting hard all weekend long. Max Johnson and Arthur Rich, they start on row 3 with Tommy Keats and Maxwell Keats. Brotherly love on row number 4 with Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson rounding out our 10-rider grid. It all comes down to this, the final championship yet to be decided in 2024. And Zach Sweeney, the odds are stacked, albeit not heavily in Rex Austin's favour.
Yeah, well, let's bring it on. I mean, Rex Austin, if he finishes inside the top 4, which is something he's only failed to do once this entire season, and that is a P9 finish for race 3 at Clay Pigeon, it's decided a pivotal point in this championship, and it comes down to just 14 points after 20 races. 14 points are all that separates our two young up-and-coming sensations of Rex Austin and Mason Frederick. 2024 FAB-Racing, the AC40 Pro class, on their road to MotoGP. It's eyes to the lights for the final time, and we crown our champion in Ellough Park. Lights are on, Frederick on pole, let's go racing. Good launch from pole position. Rex Austin nearly getting jumped by Caelan Ratcliffe as they run in towards turn number 1. Right now, the championship goes the way of Austin, but a long race ahead, 9 laps of racing. Frederick puts his best foot forward already, storming off into the lead. Rex Austin, though, doing a brilliant job just to hold in the second place. That is all he needs, Ross, to win the title.
Mason Frederick will be praying to the racing gods, the like of Caelan Ratcliffe, Preston Baker have the pace to catch Austin. But those two are doing battle, and already a gap is opening up between them and the second place championship leader. Exactly what Rex Austin needs. We saw it with the likes of Byron Johnson earlier in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's 2 All Centre. Sometimes you've just got to be in bring it home mode. You don't need to worry about having rapid pace. Just bring it home in a position that is strong enough where you have the points advantage come the checkered flag. I'm not saying that's necessarily what Rex Austin will do, but he need not worry if he drops down to even 4th place. He can just bring it home nice and calmly, and he can be champion come the checkered flag.
Exactly that. Lap 1 in the books, and it's Frederick that leads from Austin, who is setting the pace, but with Caelan Ratcliffe, Preston Baker fighting amongst themselves, he's able to get a little bit of a gap, has Rex Austin, and right now that's all he needs to do in order to clinch the championship. He needs to be inside the top 4, and in doing so will take a mathematical chance at the championship victory. Mason Frederick, though, got the better of him in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class, but in terms of the pros, a few DNFs has thrown his championship campaign off askew ever so slightly. But into Ellough Park, he saw the slate at hand, he saw the job that needed to be done, and he has delivered from pole position. Right now, P1 is not enough for Frederick. He needs Austin to fall out of the top 4 positions. 5th place is enough for Frederick to win it on count back. 4th is all Austin needs, and right now he's got a commanding gap back to P3.
He does indeed. Rex Austin is sitting very, very comfortably, and it is game on. Advantage to the 991. He just needs to stay there, essentially. Stay on 2 wheels, stay on the tarmac, stay on the road. And in, 6.5 laps time now, he will be crowned king come the checkered flag. Behind, though, big battles on display. We see Caelan Ratcliffe, Preston Baker and Tommy Keats having a huge scrap for the final podium place. Caelan Ratcliffe and Preston Baker, similar affair in race number 2. Tommy Keats, though, he's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend on that number 8 bike, and is continuing to push on here now. and is looking to maybe try and end his season on a podium. What a result that would be for him. He's not had a podium at all this year. His best finish, P4, happening twice. Once at Rara, once at Three Sisters. Let's see if he can slide back up into P4, maybe even into the podium places to end his year with an absolute cracker. But currently it's Caelan Ratcliffe on the 96 holding off Preston Baker for that podium place.
Yeah, but we have seen, of course, earlier in the rookies, the step down from this, the rookies, they go into the pros, the elites, then onto the Metro kits, of course, and the championship was decided by Emilio Pereira, ever so slightly making a small mistake that cost him dearly. We could still see something maybe similar from Rex Austin. The championship is not over until he crosses that checkered flag. There he is, of course, at the moment P2, not quite on the pace to Mason Frederick, but he doesn't need to be. Right now, 20 points are enough. The 5-point gap back to Mason Frederick in terms of this race will be enough to clinch the championship by 9 points. His consistency has been unparalleled every single race bar one, and that means that would be 20 races inside the top 5. And of course, the majority of them have been either on the podium or on the top step. Rex Austin has had a season to remember in the AC40 Pros, and he's 4.5 laps away from taking the crown.
And crucially, unlike Mason Frederick, no DNFs. Rex Austin has finished every single race this season. Frederick, 3 DNFs to his name. More wins, yes. Arguably better performances when the pair have been on track, but those 3 non-finishes have cost him dearly in the championship. If things have gone his way, if he's been able to stay on the bike more or avoid incidents, he could well be champion already. But as it stands, it's going the way of the 99-1. It's going the way of Rex Austin, as quick as Mason Frederick has been this weekend. Consistency is key. Finishing races is key. Points mean prizes is the famous quote. And, well, the prize currently being the championship in the AC40 Pros, and it's going the way of Rex Austin. But Frederick, let's not take away from what a great season he's had, what a great weekend he's had as well. He has been so fast all year long, and this weekend, undoubtedly, that number 5 has been the class of the field here in the Pros Championship. And even if the championship doesn't slide his way, he'll still be vice-champion for his starters, which isn't bad going at all. And he can look back at 2024, I think, and it can be a year he can be proud of. He can look back at how much he's progressed as a rider and the performances that he's put in. I think he'll be happy looking back.
Oh, yeah, exactly. There's so much to look back on in happiness, of course. Having the vice championship in the elites and being a 2-time vice champion is not bad going at all. And Mason Frederick, I mean, of course, he's got the experience now that he needs to go and contend maybe in the Italian Minimoto final couple of rounds. We were speaking to him and his dad, and that's the aim for the back end of 2024, and hopefully he's going to contend very well indeed. This is a fight further back. That's Caelan Ratcliffe trying to keep Preston Baker and Tommy Keats at bay. The number 8 machine trying to fight with the 93. There's no way through on that occasion. It's boiling down to the wire for the final place of the final podium of 2024.
That looked to me like Tommy Keats launching his first true attack of this contest on Preston Baker. It cost them both time, but then Preston Baker able to shake his way through and immediately onto the tail of Caelan Ratcliffe once again. Maybe he can find his way through onto the podiums as they go onto the penultimate lap of the race, penultimate lap of the season in the AC40 Pros. As they cross the line, there is Rex Austin just in front of them, lapping ever so slightly quicker. Again, bring it home mode for the championship leader. He knows exactly what he has to do to be crowned king at the end of this one. 2 laps from glory is he, but this pair now, was unfortunately Tommy Keats has just dropped back a little bit. 2 laps from deciding who gets the final podium place in the final race of the season. There goes Caelan Ratcliffe on the defensive to the outside, can't quite make it swing. Preston Baker, can he push it to the inside? Not on this occasion. The 93 has the pace, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, exactly. It is of the essence. It's a luxury he cannot afford to lose. And Caelan Ratcliffe, at the moment, is at 3rd. It would be the 13th time he's been able to do it all season long to be able to get onto the podium. Final lap is shown for Mason Frederick. It's a lap of honour, but it's not one for the championship unless Rex Austin drops it on the final tour of Ellough Park in 2024. He's got 2/3 of a lap left to run. Mason Frederick, this would be his 10th victory of 2024, and even that is not enough to win the championship.
Half a lap to go then for what will be a bitter-sweet victory for Mason Frederick. He has been phenomenal all season long. Sometimes he's been in a league of his own. He very much has been today. The class of the field, some would say. The number 5 in the orange and black has definitely been one of, if not the top riders in 2024. And as he rounds Paddock Bend for the very final time, it's been a year to remember. Mason Frederick will take victory in the final race of 2024. What a performance for that young man. But it will be the 991 of Rex Austin who will cross the line and bring home the AC40 Pros title. Rex Austin, King of the World in 2024.
And another champion, our final champion to be crowned at Ellough Park. 10 new names have etched themselves into the history books of FAB Racing, joining legends of the motorcycle racing scene, and hopefully a lot of them stars of the future. The final champion crown, the penultimate race of the season, race number 3 of the pros, did not disappoint. Following our champion there of Rex Austin, he did exactly what he needed to do. 3 P2s were more than enough to clinch the championship, but in the end it was only 9 points the gap to Frederick, who did everything he could. Nothing could separate them all season long, and it was the slightest of margins that decided the champion.
Mason Frederick, as bittersweet as that was, still seems pretty happy. We missed it on the picture, but I saw out the commentary box window an amazing burnout to celebrate an amazing win. 5.5 seconds was the winning margin here for Mason Frederick, ahead of Rex Austin in P2 and Caelan Ratcliffe rounding out the podium. Preston Baker was 4th, with Tommy Keats P5, Maxwell Keats in P6, Max Johnson in 7th, Danny Longhurst in 8th, and Oliver Wilson rounding out our 9-rider field. That is it then. AC40 Pros done and dusted. Rex Austin is the champion in 2024. Mason Frederick brings home a fantastic race victory. These guys, of course, not very far away from making it onto the bigger bikes, onto the Metrokit Mini GP 50s and 70s, and then onto hopefully very, very promising bike racing careers. We just have to wait and see what the future holds in coming through as we wait for the riders to come in to the holding area to celebrate in front of the pit boards. Clearly nowhere to be seen, but it's been a fantastic weekend nonetheless. Mason Frederick takes a brilliant victory. Someone kicks someone in the face in the background, but it will be Rex Austin bringing home the championship in 2024. What a fantastic year it has been for the AC40 Pros.
Final race of 2024 is upon us. The Pit Bike 140 Championship has been decided. Jamie King is our 4-time champion. The last race of the year comes down to this, and it's Richard Holmes-Williams that starts from pole position. Jamie King should be alongside him, but his engine decided to not function, so he won't be lining up second. Chris Wells, who of course dominated race number 2 from 3rd. Then comes Alfie Garrett, Keaton Payne, who stormed his way to another podium finish in race 2, and a Bailey Lawrence, James Ratcliffe, Sean Whitaker, the top 8, and a Dan Gilbert, Rory Jones, Bradley Powell, Robert Leveridge, and Will Garrett, our 13th and final rider to take to the grid for FAB Racing in 2024. Ellough Park is not disappointed, and it all comes down to this, our final race of the season.
No Jamie King in sight, and is that Chris Wells starting from the back? I think it is. No, it's not actually. That I was getting my rider helmets mixed up. So Chris Wells there on the radio picture. Richard Holmes-Williams starting alone on the front row. It's go for the final time in 2024. Great start there by Keaton Payne. Once again, Alfie Garrett will hold the inside. As it is, of course, Richard Holmes-Williams, the tractor boy, leads the way down into turn number 1 and into turn number 2. Keaton Payne, better start this time after a good getaway in race number 2. He was boxed out in that one. This time he's up into the podium places. Unless Alfie Garrett has something to say about it, he's going to poke a nose up the inside. Can he get it done? As Keaton Payne takes a very liberal view on track limits. Bailey Lawrence looking to the inside now on the number 9 machine. That's a good look and a good go, but it didn't come into fruition. It will be Richard Holmes-Williams that leads the way from Chris Wells, with Keaton Payne up into P3.
Yeah, beautiful start to the race for Richard Holmes-Williams. There's a move potentially to the inside from Alfie Garrett, as Keaton Payne, of course, rode a fantastic race up until his retirement in the senior mini motos. Now wants to end the season on a high, and fighting for a podium is exactly the way to do it. Third place battle comes down to this. There you can see the number 20 of Garrett on the inside of the 112. Through he goes. Garrett takes the podium back off of Keaton Payne. Wells able to be closing in now now on Richard Holmes-Williams. Let's see if the pole sitter can finally take to the top step of the podium this weekend.
Have to wait and see as Garrett flies through. 11 laps left to run in the final race of the 2024 season, not just in the pit bike 140s, but in FAB-Racing as a whole. And what a great season it has been. Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence once again next to each other on the racetrack. Honestly, they're inseparable. Every single race, they've been fighting each other every single time. You look out of your picture, you look out of a window, you look onto the racetrack, they're next to each other and putting on a display for us. And they're going to continue to do that here. The 112 and the number 9 looking to end the season as they have been doing it all year long, with a fantastic battle for us to witness. 10 laps left to go. Lawrence looks to the inside. Payne closes that window of opportunity, but it was a good look nonetheless. But Keaton Payne just slamming the door on the 1-1-2. Can Bailey Lawrence try and find her way back through? She has had a couple of podiums this year, back at Rower round number 4 during that double round weekend, and a great couple of podiums at that. But since then, it's all been kind of top 5, top 6 finishes. I'm sure she'd love to work her way through Keaton Payne, maybe trying to have an attack on Alfie Garrett for one last podium this year.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, they've boasted many thus far. I mean, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different podium finishes, and with it 3 different race winners this season for the Pit Bike 140 Championship. It has been absolutely electrifying all season long, and one that I cannot wait to see head into 2025. But let's finish what has been a magnificent season this time and reminisce on how good it's been. There is some slight issues, yellow flags being waved around the circuit. I think there could well be a rider down, but we'll wait and see as they pan their way through. There is the fight for the lead. Chris Wells closing in on Richard Holmes-Williams. A slight look to the inside of turn 4.
Yeah, feeling it, trying to find his way through. But as it stands, not quite. Still 9 laps left to run in this race. Still some time left to go for Chris Wells. Still opportunities to have a look on your pole sitter on the 126. Shame Jamie King's not in this race. I'm sure he would have loved to have been involved in this battle in the final race of the season. But sometimes motorsport doesn't go your way, and Engine C's means it's just a 2-way scrap to bring us to the end of 2024. Can Chris Wells on that number 62, the 2023 champion, force his way through Richard Holmes-Williams? Little bit of a look to the inside there at turn number 2. Didn't come to anything on that occasion, but Chris Wells, you can tell, slowly starting to look at opportunities yet again there at turn number 3, just starting to line the bike up to the inside, see where is a realistic opportunity to go through. He's going to be testing down at a few corners. That's how Chris Wells does. He's very smart the way he races. He tests moves before he goes for them.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to give it a little bit of a feel just before you commit, because sometimes they are risky, and sometimes you've also got to trust the rider that you're racing with. I mean, naturally, say Wills versus King, I mean, they've raced each other for years and years. They'll sort of become familiar with each other, but maybe Wells not as familiar with Holmes-Williams, doesn't really know how much trust he can give him, how much space he's going to be given. So sometimes you need to give it a trial run before you then commit, and it's never a bad idea, especially when we've still got over half the race left to run for Chris Wells. Through turn number 2, and Holmes-Williams still abiding by the pressure really nicely, it must be said, as the clouds roll over here at Ellough Park. Was a sunny start, now it's quite overcast and doom and gloom. Don't think we're going to be running long enough to see any rain, which really would spice things up for the final race this season, but a straight bout to the end. There's the fight for the P4. That's Keaton Payne versus Bailey Lawrence. Not quite for the podium as we usually see them, but Bailey Lawrence, speaking of vice champions, which has been the talk of the town for a lot this weekend, vice champion in the House of Motor Highest Achieving Female Racer Award, second to none other than Nelly Nuth. So to finish second to anybody, Nelly Nuth isn't bad, and Bailey Lawrence has had a fantastic season as well.
Yeah, she has. I mean, I said this last year when watching Bailey as well. She's really come along as a rider, and you can see it again this year. Every single time she turns up to a racetrack here at FAB-Racing, you can see the improvements visually. And I remember a few rounds ago when she was fighting with Keaton Payne, and Keaton was really egging her on, and as were other riders. I remember Lucas Brown did it once as well, where people want to help Bailey. They want to help Bailey improve as a rider, which is really wonderful to see. And Bailey, in her own right, is a fantastic rider, and to pick up podiums this year, absolutely well deserved. And she continues to improve week in, week out, every single round we get to. And as we continue to fly on round, it is getting very, very windy out there. Bailey Lawrence continues to push onwards. And as I say that, actually, as she Not quite got through Keaton Payne, but he's doing a good job nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Just a spot of intrigue. You might not have seen it, but Jamie King is wheeling his bike. He's in his leathers over to the holding area. Are we going to have Pit Bike Sonic out on circuit for the final race of the season?
Jamie, you're like 7 laps late, mate. What's going on?
I know, what's going on? Time management is not on.
Yeah, I can see him just out of the commentary box window. He's there in his leathers. Helmet's not quite on yet, but he's working on it. I think he just fancies being on track. I mean, to be fair, they do have to do the annual end-of-year celebration for the pit bikes. They do that every year. They do a load of burnouts and stuff. Maybe that's why Jamie's just trying to get out onto the circuit. Back to the action on the circuit, though. And it is Richard Holmes-Williams that still leads the race. Coming up to lap, that'll be Bradley Powell on the 152. He had a little bit of an off earlier on, but was able to get back on the bike. But Holmes-Williams been held up big time. Chris Wells could be going through on the inside here. Shades of Spa in 1998 in the Formula 1 as through goes Wells, splitting the traffic. Awesome stuff. He waited for the opportunity. Richard Holmes-Williams picked the wrong way, and the 62 picked the right way up into the lead with 4 to go.
Beautifully done, and the decision-making, the split-second decision without hesitation. Chris Wells capitalised, and he's through into the lead. The 2023 BB140 champion now leads the final race of the season. It's been a part-time campaign for Wells, but every round he's shown up, he's either finished first or he's finished second. 8 times he's done it before. He's searching for his 9th, and no better time than the final time of asking. 3 laps to go at the line. Holmes-Williams now has been robbed twice of that victory from pole position. The tractor boy now needs to lug his way back into the lead.
Let's see who can get through. Of course, the championship done and dusted. I don't think Jamie King is joining the race. I think he needs to take part in the champions photo shoot, because I've just noticed the Green Street Sidecar down there as well. So it is just between these two out on the racetrack now. Chris Wells, Richard Holmes-Williams. Oh, Chris Wells now held up, as is Holmes-Williams. Wells somehow able to get the inside, and they're going through the traffic like there's no tomorrow. Oh, Pit Bike 140s. What a championship this is. What brilliant racing this produces. Every single time you tune in, it is just pure cinema out on the racetrack. Holmes-Williams still trying to plough through and find his way up in front of Chris Wells, but the 62 is holding on, soon to be the penultimate lap of the race. It's anyone's guess who's taking the final checkered flag of the season.
You say they're riding like there's no tomorrow, but there isn't. This is the final opportunity, the final race of this season. They've got to throw everything at it, and then a little bit more as well. 2 laps left to run, and a fantastic finale it's been for FAB-Racing. Wells, Holmes-Williams, a lap and a half left to run. The 126 has started from pole 3 times. He's not been able to finish inside the top spot. He tries to get underneath Chris Wells. It's not quite the exit the hitter wanted. Chris Wells, a champion before, is now showing his prowess, but Holmes-Williams needs to find something to throw as they're running out of corners in this race.
Shortly going to be 1 lap to go. Can Richard Holmes-Williams pull anything special out of his locker, or is Chris Wells going to snatch it at the death once again? Here we go then, boys, for the final time in 2024. It's 1 lap to go here in FAB-Racing. Chris Wells and Richard Holmes-Williams split by a cigarette paper as they take the last lap flag from our flag marshal Lee Clowes. Rounding turn 1, good exit there from the 62, the 126 looking a bit shaky onto the brakes, but nice second apex there from Richard Holmes-Williams, and Chris Wells is held up again, has to go defensive, coming to the infield hairpin at turn number 3, runs very wide. Holmes-Williams almost alongside as they come out the corner into the massive turn 4. Time running out for Holmes-Williams. Does he have anything left to try and force a way through on Chris Wells? One final time into Paddock Bend. Can he force a way through? Too far back for a lunge, but almost contact between the pair of them. Penultimate corner beckons. Does Richard Holmes-Williams, can he do what Jamie King did to him? Not quite, I don't think. One final time for Chris Wells. Takes the checkered flag and takes the final race of the season in a hard-fought battle with the tractor boy. Richard Holmes-Williams will be disappointed, but it was a well-earned second place, even if he wanted the win. A fantastic battle between the leading pair as Alfie Garrett rounds out the podium places and brings 2024 to a close.
Beautiful wheelie from Chris Wells there as well, popping it up and celebrating his 9th victory of 2024. He's competed in 11 races, by the way. In all of them, he's finished inside the top 2, and for 9 of them, it has been the top step. He has been a force to be reckoned with, and the 2023 champion could have been the 2024 as well, could have been here on more occasions, but of course it was Jamie King that took his 4th this season. After hard-fought battles between himself and Holmes Williams, it's Wells that takes the top spot. Alfie Garrett takes the P3 spot, the final place on the final podium. Keaton Payne ahead of Bailey Lawrence. Those two have been going at it all season long, and it's Payne that gets the better of Lawrence, who's the vice champion in the House of Moto all-female Ryder Cup for Fab Racing. James Ratcliffe from Daniel Gilbert ahead of Rory Jones. Then comes Ashley Powell and Robert Leveridge, the top 10. Behind that, you've got Bradley Powell and Will Garrett, with Sean Whitaker unfortunately DNFing from the final race, and his final race as a full-time Fab competitor. But Ross McIntyre, I mean, again, what a way to end the season. The pit bikes don't disappoint. Fab Racing has not disappointed in 24.
No, it has not. There is definitely some interesting behaviour going on there from the 152 of Bradley Powell, who did not finish in 3rd place, but an amazing burnout from Chris Wells, to be certain. Man, oh man, what a year it has been in 2024. Hey, Chris Wells, again, anytime he turned up, it was dominance, just wasn't here enough. He said, to be fair, at the opening round of the year, this wasn't going to be a full-time season for him. He was definitely taking it part-time. But when he did show up, he took everyone to school, showed them how it was done. Incredible, incredible racing to bring 2024 to a close here at Fab Racing. And the pit bikes have done it perfectly. As Alfie Garrett now decides that he's won the race. Not quite, guys, not quite. But it is Chris Wells that takes victory. Richard Holmes Williams in P2. Alfie Garrett rounding out our podium for the final time in 2024.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. This is Fab Racing Minibike's British Championship.
That's it then. Done and dusted. 2024 has flown by in the blink of an eye, and the Fab Racing Minibike's British Championship is over. We've crowned 10 champions across, or 11 champions, should I say, across 10 categories. And it all comes to an end here at Ellough Park. Zach Sweeney, what an incredible year it's been.
It's been fantastic, obviously, in my first season as a Fab commentator, and it's been such a good season. A pleasure to be alongside you, obviously, Ross, and shout out to Tom jumping on and being promoted to co and main director duties as well. He's done a fantastic job of directing all of the action, as have all of our camera operators out there throughout 2024. Thanks to everyone as well for being in the paddock, watching along at home, marshals, medics, anyone behind the scenes. The logistical nightmare that is organising a championship is difficult. Anyone that's attended the paddock, seen it on the live stream, and thought they'd come down and have a look as well. Thank you to everyone for being involved in what is an amazing 2024 season. And of course, thank you to all of our series sponsors as well. LS2 Helmets, OH Logistics, Kings 2 Wheels Centre for providing their support and giving these young riders the platform to showcase how good they are. And then, of course, Ellough Park's own circuit commentators, that's us, sponsors, Amphibian Scaffolding, Transport IT, Burr Hill and CNG Concrete Pumping as well. Fielding a nice little banner across, and might not only be the last bit of racing we see from Fab in 24. We could be heading across the sea to Spain.
We could be indeed, Zach Sweeney. Of course, the Winter Series awaits us, but for the UK anyway, for the UK leg of Fab Racing, as we put it, the normal Fab Racing season, it's all over, and I can't believe it's come and gone in such a blink of an eye. Once again, thank you, Zach, for being here. It's been a pleasure all year long. And thank you at home for tuning in and, giving us a reason to be here, giving us a reason to do what we love every single event and watch some of the best racing on offer every single time. Fab Racing, it's been a spectacular, spectacular year in 2024. And here's to more in 2025. Until then, good night, and we'll see you soon.